Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Indian Premier League is suspended for a week amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Putin hosts Xi Jinping and other world leaders at Russia's Victory Day parade in Moscow. Pope Leo XIV has celebrated his first Mass in the Sistine Chapel 1 day after his historic election as pontiff. To our top story, the Indian Premier League, cricket's richest tournament, has been suspended for a week as tensions between India and Pakistan continue to escalate. The decision came after a match was abandoned as military exchanges between the two countries stretched into a third day. Authorities say the suspension will allow time to assess the situation. For more on this, I'm joined by former England cricketer David Milan. David, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you on the show. Can you explain why the suspension is just so significant?
Yeah, I think it just highlights how big the issue currently is between India and Pakistan. I don't think decisions like this are ever taken lightly to suspend massive tournaments and global tournaments like this. So, I think the fear from the players, questions from the players and the situation that India and Pakistan are in at the moment just highlights how big the situation is.
The IPL attracts many of the top players in the world. What is their plan, and have you been in touch with any of them?
I haven't been in touch with anyone, no, but reading all the reports, a few of the players will be making their way home at the moment, using this week to go back to families and to assess what they want to do. I guess when you're in a situation like this, you can just trust the organisation and the people organising these tournaments to give you the most information. And they've been given this week off where they'll probably go home, assess, speak to their families and see and wait what the next plan could be from the IPL.
After this week's postponement, are players expected to come back to the league or will they withdraw?
Well, I guess it all depends on the situation at the moment or between Pakistan and India. If it all settles down, then I can't see why they wouldn't go back in a week's time. But, if tensions are still as high as they are and exchanges are still happening, I'd be surprised if a lot of the foreign players went back. The only other option would be to move the IPL to a different country. Logistically, how that will work, I don't know. But yeah, I think that would be one of the first questions the players ask is, will it be safe? Where will it be played in India if it does happen? And if it doesn't happen in India, where would they move it to?
And David, you were actually part of the Punjab Kings, and last night their match against the Delhi Capitals was called off due to a power failure as the war does escalate. What financial impact does this have? And also, how does it impact the fans?
Yeah, I think from a financial point of view, if the tournament does eventually get cancelled, I think it impacts the players massively. They've obviously signed for a fee for a whole tournament. So from a player's point of view, you'd probably not get your full fee, which, would be, obviously there's bigger things in life, but would be disappointing from their point of view. From the organisation side, if they aren't able to put the IPL on a bit later, whether it be in a week or in a couple of months' time, I guess the TV rights and everything that was paid for it, they'll take a big financial hit with that. And then, obviously paying fans and sponsors. But, I guess from the fans' point of view, when there are such tensions, it is sometimes quite nice to have that different distraction in watching sport. And it would be disappointing from the fans' point of view that this has happened. But, sometimes there are bigger things in life to worry about and bigger concerns in life. So as much as they'd be disappointed, I think it's the right decision at the moment.
You touched on this earlier, but could the IPL be moved to another location? What are the current options possibly on the table?
Yeah, definitely. It's not the first time this has happened with the IPL, not in terms of the severity of things that are going on between the two countries, but COVID hit back in 2020, 2021. They moved the IPL to the UAE midway through, so there are options. They've played it in South Africa before I think realistically, if they want to start again in a week, it will have to be in India or the UAE. But then there's the clash with the PSL that's currently just announced that they'll be moving all their games to the UAE. So I'm not sure how they'd be able to fit both leagues in at the moment. South Africa probably wouldn't be the option right now, considering that it's winter there. So if it doesn't happen in a week's time in India or maybe Sri Lanka, somewhere like that, I suppose or suspect that they'll probably start in September. They've got a massive test series coming up against England in a few months' time, and the IPL will have to be finished before that or start after that. So logistically, it's quite a headache for the organisers, and I guess they have to wait and see how this next week plays out from the safety concerns of players and the people of both countries.
David Milan, former England cricketer, great to have you on the show. I really appreciate your insights. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
To talk more about the escalating tensions, I'm joined by Dr. Hassan Abbas, who's a professor at the National Defense University over in Washington. Thank you so much for joining me. There are reports that there are blasts in Jammu city in India-controlled Kashmir. How did tensions between India and Pakistan escalate to this point, and what has been the driving force behind it?
Thank you very much. Great to be on your program. I think the current tensions between India and Pakistan, as we all know, underscore the deep-seated sensitivity and volatility inherent in this relationship for over 70 years or so. The countries have gone to war at least thrice. There were smaller scale violence or conflict as well. But in this recent context, this has happened since there was a terrorist attack in the Indian-controlled side of Kashmir a couple of weeks ago. And since then, India retaliated or India reacted, and they argued that some of these groups have terror bases in Pakistan, but they have not provided any evidence. And they opted to go for action within Pakistan. In the process, some of their fighter aircraft, some of the best fighter aircrafts were shot down by Pakistan. Reuters say this, others say this. We don't know whether 3 or 5. But since then, both the sides are using drones to find locations of their anti-aircraft missiles and other stuff. So it is in that context that yesterday there were Indian drones in Pakistan. The 30 of those were shot down, Pakistan claims. And today there's news of some drone strikes or activity in the Indian side. These are not big attacks or missile attacks, but both sides are now trying to irritate each other. They are hopefully looking for an off-ramp that they want to de-escalate. There's a lot of mounting international pressure also. But it's a very serious moment. It is a serious moment because both countries have nuclear weapons. They have very strong conventional forces. And tragically, the hatred, the animosity, and the intense challenging situation for both sides and their mistrust about the other is at play. That's why it is extremely important for international community and others to play a role and try to create some sense in this arena.
And you were just talking to me about the latest attacks and how we've got to the stage between India and Pakistan. But do you think the latest attacks, like you've said, which include drones and other activity, does signal a dangerous escalation between the two nations?
Indeed it is, because when these drones are sent to the other side, in most cases, the purpose is to find out how the other side's missiles and other aircraft are maneuvering. These drones are meant for surveillance, but they want to figure out what is the movement of military forces on the ground. So they are collecting a lot of intelligence and data. In normal circumstances, they don't send drones because that is seen as a violation. The other side would shut it down. But at this moment, for all practical purposes, both the countries are at war. India went deep into Pakistan. Previously, they used to attack or get into a kind of a conflict situation in Kashmir only. The Kashmir is divided into 3 parts. India controlled Kashmir, Pakistan controlled Kashmir, and China also has a part. This is a disputed land under the international law. There are some UN offices there as well. But in this case, India opted to target some of the locations deep into Pakistan's Punjab, in Bahawalpur, in Sialkot, in close to Lahore. So that was seen as a full-fledged war, and that Pakistan most probably, or they are under severe public pressure to respond to this. So this is a warlike situation, but any further escalation, what we call in our field in security studies, this escalation ladder, this can very quickly go to a point where these tit-for-tat attacks against each other may go to a point when the ground forces go and take some space on the other side. And from that point, it is not very far that they start thinking about use of nuclear weapons. I really hope they will not come to that point, but this escalation is very, very dangerous for this reason.
And just, Doctor, you mentioned this, that this region has always sort of suffered with conflicts that do happen. But how does this compare to previous flashpoints between Pakistan and India? And are we seeing a repeat of the past, or is this different in any way?
Well, that's a great question. I think it is similar to what had happened before. This is a bit more serious in a sense that previously there were wars, of course, in a warlike situation, whether in 1947, 65, 1971, those were major escalations. But at that time, both the countries were not nuclear weapon states. So we knew that they will fight a war for a week, 2 weeks maximum. International organizations will jump in, big states will jump in to ensure peace. But in this case, this has started happening for the last 15, 20 years, I should say, almost 25 years, that small incursion happens. Militants from Pakistan side or Afghanistan, they go in, because Pakistan had been unfortunately supporting some of these militant groups which were conducting attacks in India. But Pakistan has a position, they say they legitimately own that area. And because India had not allowed a referendum there, to ask the people which side they should be on, that India had been violating international law. That's Pakistan's position. And Pakistan was then saying, we cannot control some of these hardliners, radicals who want to go and ensure that they have a space the way they want it. So this challenge has been there, and at least thrice or 4 times in the last 25 years, there was these incursions, but these were only in the Kashmir area. So it is similar in that sense, but different in a way that this time India opted to go deep into Pakistan with their fighter aircrafts, although the fighter aircrafts never crossed the border. But in this day and age, they have these missile systems which can target a place 200 miles away. So there's no need to cross the border. They from their own side can attack. But crossing the international border is a major escalation. And this type of escalation has happened for the first time since both have become nuclear weapon states in 1998-99. So in that sense, it is more dangerous and it is more serious than before.
And Doctor, what role can the international community play in de-escalating these tensions right now?
Another very important point, which we must start thinking about, because it's the conflict is in front of our eyes. We really understand the perspectives of both sides, how both sides' media is doing warmongering and creating a further chaotic scene, making the lives of the ordinary people hell. I mean, you were just talking about the cricket, how cricket is cricket is like second religion in India and Pakistan. For these cricket matches and these championships to be stopped, that also in itself is a major challenge. That's why the diplomatic engagement is extremely important. Restraint, both the countries need to restrain, but someone needs to tell them. And currently we know US is trying to play a role. We know that China, Turkey, Qatar, they are all trying to go both sides. In fact, Saudi Arabia's leading leaders and Iranian leaders are also actively playing a role, going to both the countries, trying to tell them to de-escalate, just stop right there. But the tragedy is that because this tit-for-tat attacks environment is now entrenched in this area, someone needs to really need to explain to them not only the pros and cons, but tell them that, okay, if you are not going to stop this, then there are certain impact of that. There will be an impact. It can be economic, it can be political. So someone needs to give a talk to both India and Pakistan in a far more serious way, and mentioning to them that this will impact their relationship with those broader countries. So international community, leading countries, both, I think United States, China also in some shape or form. China has a lot of influence in Pakistan. US has a huge influence on India as well as on Pakistan. So international community and regional countries, I think Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, Oman, many of these countries which are playing in their own way very important role as peacemakers. We have seen in Afghanistan how regional countries went to Afghanistan leadership and tell them, stop these human rights violations, go opt for these things. These are the conditions for engagement. I think the region, if region will not play an active role now, international community by and large and big players will have to jump in. So I think the region need to come together and not only at this time just de-escalate. Get them, India and Pakistan, on the negotiation table. Tell them, because otherwise this will again happen in 6 months. Again, this will happen in 2 years. This cycle is unending. Someone needs to help bring India and Pakistan together, get them on the table. They have very religious traditions which are very similar. Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism have been talking and interacting to each other, similar language, similar cultural context, the Bollywood movies, cricket. These are the bondings. Someone need to just start or initiate the process. I think senior elements ultimately, I'm very optimistic and hopeful that this crisis may actually lead both the countries to think that how long we are going to continue to get into this cycle, impact our economy, create discouragement for the young people in these countries. We are talking about more than 1 billion people in India and about 250 million people in Pakistan. They cannot live in this chaotic circumstances or fear of war.
Dr. Hassan Abbas, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your thoughts. It was really great to have you on the show. Once again, appreciate all your insights. Dr. Hassan Abbas there speaking to us. Russia has marked the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II with a major military parade. China's Xi Jinping joined Vladimir Putin as he told thousands of soldiers and more than 20 international leaders that Russia remembered the lessons of World War II. Let's take a look at some of the parade. Moving on to another story, China says it will defend justice in upcoming trade talks with the US set to take place in Switzerland this weekend. The talks are seen as an icebreaker between the world's two largest economies and a possible first step towards resolving a trade war that is clouding the global outlook. Yina Li reports from Beijing.
China's leader landing in Moscow to join in on Victory Day celebrations with No Limits partner Vladimir Putin. While in Russia, Xi Jinping's deepened cooperation in a show of solidarity amid global uncertainty triggered by US President Trump's trade policy. Trade talks set to take place in Switzerland in the coming days are a potential first step towards de-escalating tensions that have led to a de facto mutual trade embargo and piled pressure on the Chinese economy. Despite that, Beijing's been ambivalent about cutting any deal with Washington.
This meeting was scheduled at the request of the US side. China has not changed its position on firmly opposing the tariffs imposed by the US. As we have repeatedly emphasized, China holds an open attitude to dialogue, but any dialogue must be conducted on the basis of equal footing, respect and mutual benefit, and any form of pressure tactics and coercion against China will lead to nowhere.
Leading the negotiations for China will be Vice Premier and Economic Tsar He Lifeng. Chinese state media reported that Beijing decided to come to the negotiating table after assessing global expectations and its own interests. The talks come after the US imposed punishing 145% levies on Chinese exports, met with retaliatory tariffs of 125% from Beijing. The spats rattled markets and cast a shadow over the global economy. Businesses and investors are anxiously awaiting signs of a thaw in US-China tensions. Last month, the International Monetary Fund lowered its growth forecast for 2025 from 3.3% to 2.8%. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jameson Greer will attend the talks in Switzerland on behalf of the US. Bessent says the US doesn't want to decouple but insists on fair trade with China.
It is time for China to graduate from developing country status. It is the second largest economy in the world. They are a large, important economy, and they should no longer be granted the status of a developing economy.
Ahead of discussions, Trump insisted China is on the back foot.
You know, they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make it doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out.
Experts warn little could come out of the meeting and that they could just be the start of protracted negotiations that may last throughout the entire term of the Trump administration. Yaneli Al Arabiya, Beijing.
We can now go live to Moscow for the latest of the Victory Day parade in Russia with our correspondent Dasha Chernyshova. Dasha, thank you so much for joining us. Vladimir Putin has welcomed world leaders to Moscow's biggest Victory Day parade in years. How significant is today's event?
Well, it is very significant, and for a number of reasons. Primarily, it is significant in Russian history because there are many generations in Russia who remember these family stories that are being retold from one generation to another. World War II has touched every family in the Soviet Union. 26 million people have died as a result. And the second reason why it is important, particularly now, is the very fact that there were up to 30 heads of states coming to Moscow's Red Square to attend this significant Victory Day parade. And the Kremlin has thanked those international leaders for coming, saying that they came despite the pressure from the West.
And just picking up that, we are seeing the likes of Xi Jinping standing beside Vladimir Putin at the parade. What message is Moscow trying to send with this?
Well, first of all, Moscow does send a very strong message that Moscow is not alone, that it is still a very important power on the international arena. And the very fact that Xi Jinping, the president of China, has come to the Russian capital despite that security situation in the lead up to those days is also very important. Russian President Vladimir Putin held numerous bilateral meetings. He has met with the Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. He held bilateral talks with the Egyptian president and many others, all that taking place in the Russian capital. So the message from Moscow is very clear. Moscow is not alone. There are other nations that support Russia's fight against Nazism, because keep in mind, over the past couple of years, Moscow has been tying the events of the past to the events of the present.
Dasha, was there any reference to the conflict in Ukraine during the speeches or the parade itself?
Well, we have seen the Russian military who are participating in Russia's special military operation in Ukraine marching in Moscow's Red Square. There were 1,500 of those who have participated out of 11,500 troops participating in the parade in general. There were also North Korean troops with whom President Vladimir Putin has shaken hands after that parade. And we know that some of the commanders have participated in the effort to liberate isolate Russia's Kursk region from the Ukrainian incursion. And also the Russian president, in his speech, which was quite typical for these sort of events, also said that the whole of Russia, in his words, supports Russia's ongoing fight in Ukraine and the people who are fighting there, that is, those soldiers. So Ukraine was mentioned in that sense.
Correspondent Dasha Chernyshova, thank you so much for joining us. Pope Leo XIV has celebrated his first Mass a day after being elected pontiff. He told cardinals in the Sistine Chapel he hopes his election can help the Catholic Church bring light to the dark nights of this world and also address them in English. Correspondent Trent Murray has sent us this report on the day's events from Rome.
Well, here outside the Vatican, there is just one topic of conversation this Friday, and that is the Papa Americano, the 69-year-old Chicago-born Pope Leo XIV, the first American pontiff in the Church's history. Many crowds here and visitors still absorbing this news. He was a surprise candidate. He was not considered a front-runner in this race, but it has often been said that when a potential pope enters that conclave as a potential pope, then they will likely leave as a cardinal. And that theory has played out again here. We have seen him early this morning hold his first Catholic Mass in the Sistine Chapel. It was before 132 of his cardinal colleagues that elected him to that position just 24 hours ago in that very same room. He asked them to walk with him as he takes on this job of leading the world's 1.4 billion Catholics. He also spoke in English at times, saying it was important for the Catholic Church to try and bring light to the many dark nights in the world. Now, from here, we do expect him to continue working to assemble his team of advisors around him, and we will try and watch to see what his priorities will be. He certainly has had a social media presence before taking on this job. He has spoken out against fighting climate change, welcoming and supporting refugees. He has spoken about the Black Lives Matter movement and supporting it. And he's even butted heads with Vice President J.D. Vance before on X, formerly known as Twitter. But now, of course, for many of the faithful here, they are still just trying to enjoy this moment of history. You see many people from all around the world streaming down to the Vatican to try and to take this in. You still are seeing singing and praying and people just enjoying this moment. But the work really now does begin for the Vatican as they help Pope Leo take on this role. We are being told May 18th will be his inauguration day. For many visitors and holidaymakers here, this undoubtedly will be a memory that they won't forget anytime soon. I was just speaking actually to one of the souvenir vendors here, and they said they are working overtime to try and get souvenirs and merchandise ready with the new Pope's face on it to try and make some sales while the crowds are still here so these people can take home a memento from the day that Pope Leo XIV was chosen. Trent Murray for
For more on this, I'm joined by Reverend Robert Gould from the Catholic University of America. Reverend, thank you so much for joining me. So, as an American Catholic, how does it feel to witness the first election of the first Pope from the US?
It's great to be with you, and it's really exciting here at Catholic University of America. Yesterday, when the new Pope was announced, he came out on the balcony, and we discovered that he's an American. There was tremendous shouts and howling from the students here, really of glee and joy. It's so he was an unexpected candidate for so many, partly because he's an American, and it was a common theory that there's no way that the cardinals could elect an American because the United States is so powerful politically in the world, and to be Pope is also to be the head of state, of a very special state that has moral influence around the world. And yet, really, we should have considered him more, this Robert Prevost. we should have considered him more, that Cardinal Robert Prevost, as a possible candidate because of his tremendous background. So not only is he an American, but he has dual citizenship. He's also a citizen of Peru, and he has tremendous experience in the Vatican and in Rome, governing over a religious organization that's called the Augustinian Fathers, that has worldwide breadth. And he was the superior general for them for 12 years, and he's also been working in Rome for Pope Francis in the designation of bishops from around the world for just a couple of years. So he very rapidly rose, and I'm sure, too, that in the Vatican, they're looking for someone who can clean up the financial mess in the Vatican. In fact, I run the church management program here. We promote transparency, and we promote best business practices in church institutions. And I have a sense that the cardinals who chose him, including the Europeans, are looking for a steady administrative hand in the new pope.
And you said there it was a surprise, but how can Pope Leo balance his national identity as a US citizen with the universal nature of being the Pope? As you said, the US is very political, and you didn't expect this.
It's amazing how the politics of the United States is now intertwining with the Vatican. Pope Francis, his very last formal audience was with Vice President J.D. Vance and with his family. And there was this back and forth between the Vice President of the United States and the Pope that began even just before the Pope fell sick. And it was amazing is that J.D. Vance actually quoted a Latin text that is from St. Augustine, who lived around the year 400. And the Pope engaged him also on this Latin text. And now we have an Augustinian father who is Pope, and he's an American, who has been criticizing the vice president and has been challenging Trump's administration, especially with respect to their immigration policy. What's interesting is there's also a lot of common convictions between the Trump administration and Pope Leo. These common convictions, for instance, have to do with his very clear condemnation of socialism and of communism, any form of collectivism, and also his condemnation of gender ideology, his defense of human life, and his defense of the family. So it's going to be interesting to see how Pope Leo, I think, is going to exercise especially powerful leverage with the United States in order to promote a more moral and stance from the administration, especially with respect to the weak and the vulnerable and the marginalized, to be able to see in them the presence of God, the Creator.
So, Reverend, what qualities do you hope the new Pope will bring, especially in his first days and months as leader of the Catholic Church?
Yeah, of course, the conclave is secret, and there may be some whispers or some innuendos that may come out eventually. But I have this strong sense that given the polarization, even among the cardinals, that they saw in Pope Leo a crossover candidate who had appeal among those who are more traditional and those who are more progressive. And this ability that he has to unite, to listen, and really in a humble way to represent the faith that we believe is in Jesus Christ, who is our Savior, that they see him as really a servant of the servants of God, as one who represents truth. And as you mentioned at the beginning, that he wants the light of Christ to come into the world. He wants peace to overcome war. He wants love and mercy to overcome conflict among all peoples. And it seems that he's even brought this among the cardinals within the conclave.
Reverend Robert Gould from the Catholic University of America. It's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Even more community kitchens in Gaza have had to close down this week due to lack of supplies. The kitchens have been a lifeline to hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza as a humanitarian crisis continues to escalate due to Israel's blockade on aid. For more on this, I'm joined by Hisham Hanana, spokesman for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Gaza. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. Just how hard is it for civilians to find food, water, medicine and shelter right now?
Good evening, Leigh Ann, and thank you for having me. After more than 2 months of full blockage of humanitarian aid into Gaza Strip since the beginning of last March. And with the resumption of these hostilities on the 18th of March, thousands of civilians have been killed and injured as a result. Humanitarian action in Gaza has become an extremely complicated process because basically humanitarians lack what they need to provide urgently needed humanitarian assistance to over 2 million civilians have been reeling for a long time from the impact of this conflict. It has become an extremely challenging process for civilians to find food. Sometimes it's even dangerous. Sometimes people do not make it during the day. They cannot have what they need to suffice their needs of their families and their children in terms of food, clean water, proper health care. And sometimes, unfortunately, they don't survive the explosions that sound day and night. For example, our Rafah Field Hospital in Rafah, the ICRC field hospital that has been working for over a year now, and it's the only fully functional hospital across all the Rafah area, is still responding to casualties resulting from hostilities, and it has been running dangerously and critically low on some of the medical supplies and equipment that some of them have actually exhausted, leaving this hospital and the teams there a few more weeks until they will not be able to continue their life-saving work. Same like for community kitchens that are supported by the ICRC. They will keep working to provide the only one hot meal thousands of families receive in their day for a little time until they run out, same like many other supported kitchens by other humanitarian actors. So in a nutshell, life in Gaza has become very much dangerous, and it's literally hell on earth, as many have expressed, especially from the children who we speak to in the field hospital or the community kitchens, waiting in long queues until they can find some food, basically.
Right now, are you in Gaza, and is there any safe place for the people in Gaza to go where they can get any form of help or a lifeline at all?
Well, the main lifeline for the entire population in Gaza has been closed, which is the Kerem Shalom crossing, which was the main way for humanitarian aid trucks to enter Gaza. And that brought basically not only food and water, but also brought engine oils necessary for generators that are feeding the hospitals, and spare parts for desalination plants that produce drinking water for thousands of families, as well as water and wastewater pipelines that we and other agencies, humanitarian agencies, are using to rehabilitate the damaged water and wastewater network. And this was working well during the ceasefire. The ceasefire was essential not only to improve the living conditions of civilians in Gaza, but also to bring home those who have been apart from their families, their loved ones, including the hostages, including the detainees. And we are waiting for the hope to witness another ceasefire, which is why political efforts are the only solution. Humanitarian action cannot be the only solution. It cannot be relied on to change the reality without the necessary conditions. And these conditions are pretty much simple: adherence to the international humanitarian law, the provision of protection for the civilians and the healthcare workers and the humanitarian workers in Gaza, and immediate opening of the crossings into Gaza and allow humanitarian aid to reach those in desperate need for.
Hisham Ha'ana, spokesman for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Gaza. I really appreciate you joining the show and telling us the situation on the ground in Gaza. Once again, thank you for joining. A reminder of our top stories. The Indian Premier League is suspended for a week amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. Putin hosts Xi Jinping and other world leaders at Russia's Victory Day parade in Moscow. And Pope Leo XIV has celebrated his first Mass in the Sistine Chapel 1 day after his historic election as pontiff. And that's all from us on W News. The Real Deal is up next, and then it's Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora, and that will be us, but we'll also be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, 9 years into Vision 2030 and less than 5 years off from the year 2030 itself, we get the latest on Saudi Arabia's progress towards achieving the vision's goals. Plus, we'll have the latest GDP figures for Q1. With tourism and travel key pillars of Vision 2030, we speak to the CEO of the all-new Riyadh Air, and we speak to the IMF Middle East Director to discuss the impact of non-oil revenue streams. Plus, we'll be finding out more about the appeal of the old and the new in Jeddah, which is going to be home to a new Trump Tower, and which is home to the historic Al Balad Old Town, which is drawing visitors like never before. Hello and welcome. We're going to begin with the latest GDP figures, which have been announced by the Saudi government, which show that Saudi Arabia's economy grew 2.7% year on year in the first quarter. Well, in line with Vision 2030 and the kingdom's push to diversify away from hydrocarbons, a key factor behind that growth figure is activity in the non-oil sector. Well, non-oil activity increased by 4.2% in Q1. Well, last week, the kingdom released its annual report detailing the progress towards achieving the vision's goals last year. Well, launched more than 9 years ago, the long-term ambition for the vision is to develop key public service sectors such as health, education, infrastructure, recreation and tourism. Well, at the launch of this report, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said that 9 years into Vision 2030, the leaders stand proud of the Saudi people for their accomplishments, having turned ambition into action and goals into milestones. Well, the Crown Prince also says that looking ahead, the resolve is stronger than ever. The kingdom will accelerate delivery, embrace every opportunity, and further elevate its position as a global leader. Well, let's bring in Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, a very warm welcome to the programme. We're 9 years into Vision 2030. We're less than 5 years away from the year 2030 itself. What struck you about this latest government progress report?
So, the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, famously said a few years ago that I will not rest until I see the Gulf become the new Europe of the world. The strategic pillars on which Vision 2030 is built are a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. And indicators aside for a moment, if the energy on the ground is any indication of how the nation is progressing and how the economic strategy is developing, I think all things are pointing towards a positive direction. Now, more specifically, over 90% of the indicators that were targeted for 2024 have been met. And this is what the Vision 2030 Initiative Progress Report reported earlier this week. which is, with a few years to go. Naturally, there are some challenges still underway. For example, the FDI numbers were a little bit lower in 2024 compared to 23. Saudi Arabia would like to see $100 billion in annual FDI by the year 2030, and is currently at $20 billion. However, if we look at the macro of what's taking place, the reality is that there are some aspects of the strategy which are perhaps not yet yielding the complete results, but many other areas which are leading indicators to a positive future. And I think all in all, that's what the Vision 2030 Progress Report showed us earlier this week.
Ali, some of the numbers that stuck out for me were the number of employees, for example, in small and medium enterprises, reaching 7.8 million people during the course of the year 2024. That's up from 4.7 million 4 or 5 years ago. So that's on track. And it goes some way, doesn't it, towards explaining why the unemployment rate in Saudi Arabia is at a historic low level.
Well, there's multiple reasons for that, but perhaps one of the most interesting ones is the fact that one of the metrics reported earlier this week was the female participation rate, the female employment participation rate of 30%, which was targeted for 2030, has already been met. There has been a drastic increase in female employment participation rate. This is not to discount the work that's taking place across broader industrial development initiatives. On top of that, there are studies that show that 1 in 3 people under the age of 65 have an interest in starting a small business. And I think what's taking place is, first of all, a generally greater rate of people participating in employment, and the female segment being one of them, but also an evolving culture, a changing culture towards SME enterprises and a general entrepreneurial spirit across the region.
Well, we're going to continue our focus on the Saudi economy now and turn our attention to the International Monetary Fund's forecast for the Middle East, and specifically for Saudi Arabia. Well, the IMF has just released an economic outlook report highlighting the challenges faced by the region. Well, these challenges, according to that report, include trade tensions, conflict, and climate shocks. Well, to talk us through that report and its findings, we're joined by Dr. Jihad Azur, the Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department at the International Monetary Fund. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Dr. Azur. You also served as Lebanon's finance minister during the years 2005 to 2008. Real GDP growth in Saudi Arabia projected to rise steadily throughout the course of 2026 as well. What's behind the growth?
Well, what is behind the growth? First is the performance of the non-oil sector. Over the last few years, the diversification strategy in Saudi, with the development of certain number of reforms, has led to steady, stable growth in the non-oil sector. In 2021-22, Saudi was the highest growing economy in the G20, thanks to the effort of diversification. In 2025 and 26, the increase in oil production, because of the latest agreement of the OPEC Plus, will also grow the oil sector. Of course, this acceleration of production will be less than what was expected in December. This is why we had to revise downward our projections for this year and next, because of this decision.
So Saudi's efforts to diversify and boost non-oil growth, I mean, how do you rate the performance overall?
Well, over the last few years, certain number of reforms have helped Saudi not only to grow the economy, but also to reduce unemployment. Unemployment is at the lowest level in decades, especially at the youth level. Women's participation in the economy increased from 14 to 34% in 5 years. And this is despite the various shocks, COVID, the inflation shock, the uncertainty that we are living through. Therefore, Saudi economy is vibrant, dynamic, and reforms have been very much impacting positively the outcome of the economy. Of course, the oil sector is still an important component of the economy, But the development of the non-oil sector, the development of certain number of new activities are helping the economy to diversify not only the GDP, but also the state revenues.
And what sort of a rate would you think we might see personal income tax?
I think those are issues that will be part of the fiscal strategy, both in terms of rates, tranches, and timing.
Obviously, we've seen Saudi Arabia's economy affected by the extension of the OPEC Plus voluntary oil production cuts. How has that affected oil-related growth?
Well, the OPEC Plus agreement in the past few years led to additional voluntary cuts in production and in export. And Saudi was the largest contributor. Recently, in December, the agreement of this group is to gradually increase export, which in itself will increase the GDP of Saudi. Yet the softening of oil price since the last few weeks will reduce this expansion. Yet this will contribute to the recovery of the oil sector and the recovery of the overall Saudi economy in 2025. What does it mean? It means that revenues will grow and also external resources will increase.
Are we seeing increased private consumption and investment in the kingdom, would you say?
Yes, we see an economy that is becoming more growing because of local demand, and demand is consumption as well as also investment. Saudi is running one of the largest investment programs in the region, but also consumption is growing in a certain number of activities, including certain service sectors like tourism, hospitalities, and others, which is why the economy is growing at steady state.
And inflation looking pretty stable?
Inflation is pretty stable. I would say this is the case in most of the GCC economies. And part of it is due to the fact that there are still certain level of subsidies that are helping to reduce the volatility of oil, of prices in the economy.
One of the things the report points to is the substantial, it says, foreign direct investment that Saudi Arabia has attracted. How has Saudi Arabia done that? How has it attracted that investment?
Well, Saudi is the largest economy in the region and has embarked in a large investment program. Some of this program is to increase the capacity of the economy to produce. Some of it also is to develop certain number of new sectors. This is why Saudi is an economy that is growing at a healthy rate, economy that is large, the only economy that is part of the G20. And recently with the Vision 2030, we saw a certain number of sectors, activities that are now being growing in the economy, which attracted FDIs.
Such as?
Well, you have in several sectors, technology is one, renewable is another one. You have a massive investment in hospitality, cultural, as well as also touristic activities. All these activities led to increase in investment from abroad.
The report focuses quite considerably on global uncertainty, which is a reality for the entire planet, as those words suggest. Of all the countries in the region, though, how robust would you say Saudi Arabia is looking in the context of that uncertainty?
Well, the uncertainty is affecting all countries in the world. And in fact, uncertainty usually has a negative impact on growth. This is why we revised downward our growth projections. Yet, compared to other parts of the world, the region is still growing in 2025. 2026, in the case of Saudi, we project growth at 3% this year and 3.7% in 2026. This is compared to other comparable countries in the G20, it's a good performance. Yet, uncertainty has negative impact on growth. On average, it could reduce growth by 2.5%. And in this outlook this year, we are studying the impact in the medium term. And if uncertainty stays for a longer period, for example, for 2 years, it could have a negative impact on growth of 4.5%. This is why we recommend countries to be very vigilant, increase buffers in order to reduce any negative impact on the stability of the economy, and also accelerate transformation by investing in the future, developing productivity, and reduce any risk for being subjected to external shocks.
And the word uncertainty, just to sort of dig a little bit deeper on that word, what are you getting at? You're basically talking about tariffs, aren't you? Is there anything else?
No, uncertainty is every or anything that could negatively affect your economy that you cannot measure. This is the difference between risk and uncertainty. Risk is something that you can assess, you can measure, and you can mitigate. Uncertainty, you know that things may not go in the right direction, but it's very difficult for you to quantify, assess, and find the right measures to mitigate it.
Okay. And when you look at the sort of the geopolitical situation across the whole region,
yes,
doesn't it make Saudi Arabia's ongoing efforts to diversify away from oil dependence, doesn't make that look all the more prudent by way of a path forward?
Of course. On one hand, this will allow the Saudi economy to be less dependent on the volatility of oil price. And we are seeing now a softening of the oil price. But also, the Saudi economy is becoming much more complex, i.e. much more sophisticated. And this will allow the economy to be more competitive. Of course, Saudi is the largest economy in the region, but it is getting now more and more connected globally. We see this with the increase in FDI, for example. We see this in the development of certain fast-growing sectors around technology, AI, renewable energies, and things of the like, that put Saudi now more into being competitive with advanced economies.
Okay, and perhaps that explains briefly why you've decided to establish your regional office in Riyadh.
Well, of course, Saudi, in addition to the size of the economy, it's a very active country globally. The chair of the IMFC, which is the body that overlooks the work of the fund, is the Saudi Minister of Finance. And Saudi is becoming one of the magnets that is attracting not only investment, but also policymakers to discuss economic financial issues. Recently, in February, we had an international conference in Alola, in this beautiful site, whereby we gathered leading ministers, governors of central bank from emerging economies with high-level scholars to discuss the global challenges and to increase coordination between emerging market decision makers. This is the recognition of the regional and international role that Saudi is playing now.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Me.
Dr. Jihad Azur, Director of the Middle East and Central Asia Department of the International Monetary Fund. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Let's bring Ali Reza back into the conversation. Ali, as we just heard there from the IMF Middle East Director, inflation is steady, employment is at a historically low level. We heard about the importance of non-oil revenue growth. So that IMF report and that interview really seemed to echo what we were talking about earlier on, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So, there's varied opinions across the world and various bodies conducting a number of studies. But once again, I think the major item in question in the national strategy here has been perhaps the level of FDI inflows, right, which are a little bit short of the 100 billion targeted annually by 2030. But if you look at all of the economic indicators that can be reasonably assumed to be leading indicators of future success and prosperity, low on inflation, growth in non-oil revenue, very low, historically very low unemployment, which in turn creates a significant disposable income. Home ownership rates are rising drastically. In fact, just last week, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, contributed up to 1 billion Saudi riyal of his own funds to support home ownership in the region. I mean, this, amongst just many of the indicators, I believe are the best examples of leading indicators, and I think the IMF is mirroring that as well. They share that sentiment.
Okay, Ali, thanks a lot for that. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look now at some aviation news stories from Saudi Arabia. The low-cost carrier Flynas increased capacity by 63% during the years 2019 to 2024, making it the fastest-growing airline in the Middle East. That's according to the British global travel data provider OAG. Well, the airline says it will begin operating more than 160 aircraft by 2030. In what's seen as a significant development in aviation policy, Saudi Arabia has opened domestic airspace to foreign charter operators. Well, this change means that international charter flights can now operate between 2 points within the kingdom. Let's hope that this will boost both business and private travel. And with a view to boosting its brand visibility, Riyadh Air, known by its two-letter IATA code RX, has signed 11 MOUs with a range of sales and distribution service providers. Well, the airline says these partnerships will solidify its presence and expand its footprint in international markets. Well, ticket sales are due to begin this summer. So, Riyadh Air, we were just talking about there, due to take to the skies later on this year. Well, we caught up with the Riyadh Air CEO, Tony Douglas. When are we going to see the first Riyadh Air plane take off with some passengers on board?
So this is super exciting. This has been nearly 3 years in the making up to now. And by the end of this year, we want to be up in the skies. But if I quickly recap the story to date, March of 2023, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decrees the establishment of the new national carrier. Shortly after that, we announced our first aircraft order, 72 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. At the Paris Air Show that year, we revealed our first livery, and it was designed to proudly stand out in the crowd, elegance, refinement, and to make a very positive statement of what we were all about. In November, in Dubai Air Show that year, second livery. People said 2 liveries, why? And of course we said because we can. But the reality was it was about making that statement of being proud to present a full service carrier that stands out for refinement, elegance and grace. Followed then in 2024, Paris Fashion Week, never been done before, cabin crew fashion. And that kind of connection to TWA, Pan Am, DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can with a real modern twist. When they walk through the terminals, they stand out in the crowd. It's refinement, it's grace, it's elegance. And at the Jeddah Grand Prix, it was the big cabin reveal. And of course, that was the third one in the trilogy. Incredible. We'll be serving in the skies at the end of this year.
Well, many congratulations. Sounds like you've had a very busy few years, Tony. There will be people asking, you know, Saudi Arabia's got a flag carrier already, Saudi. It's out there, we see it on the tarmac. What's the rationale behind a second national carrier?
So the kingdom is obviously a very large country. It's got a big population, and it's, of course, a G20 economy. The reality is we're not as well connected today internationally as we need to be. And there is a clear case for 2 long-haul national carriers. When we mature up to scale, obviously our hub, given the brand, will be Riyadh, connecting to the world, and the world through Riyadh into the kingdom and beyond. And Saudi will move over time to Jeddah, which is the ancestral home as well. So both those markets need growth. Saudi, the sister company, and Riyadh Air. And I think this is one of those really important moments in the evolution of aviation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Wow. And you're going to be serving 100 cities by the year 2030. I mean, that's a huge ambition. What's the plan? You'd open perhaps the short-haul routes first and perhaps move on to long-haul from there? Is there a sort of a rollout plan? Are you able to tell us anything about that?
Well, obviously, I can only tease at the moment the cities in question because we're going to be moving into our ticket selling window towards the summer. But before then, what I can say is it's actually going to be a number of the longer haul ones first. And the reason for that, Tom, is we're actually taking Boeing 787 as our first deliveries. So I use this illustratively. we're likely to operate from capital cities, let's say in northwestern Europe, into Riyadh, and then to get the utilisation out the aircraft after a turnaround time there, we'll operate on a shorter sector. So the likes of Jeddah, the likes of Dubai, and many others where there's lots of demand to make sure that those aircraft are put to work well, but importantly, we can give incredible Riyadh Air service to our guests.
Just to recap for the benefit of our viewers, it's going to be a mix of Airbus and Boeing planes, 60 Airbus A320 Neos, 39 Boeing 787 Dreamliners, more than 33 more than to come. That's a total of 132 aircraft. Are they going to be delivered on time?
So 132 aircraft, correct. The scoop is as follows. We're currently engaged in an extra wide-body campaign as well. And we hope by the summer we'll actually announce the third aircraft in our fleet. So we'll be a three-horse stable, so to speak. 321, 60, tick. 787 Dreamliner, 72, tick. And in the summer, an extra wide-body aircraft. It goes without saying, as a start-up, we are beholden on Boeing to deliver on time. And that's, of course, easier said than done. Both Boeing and Airbus have had a number of challenges with their supply chain, and there have been revisions last year to the delivery commitments. But the reason why we've now revealed the cabin proposition is because our aircraft are now running down the production lines in South Carolina, in Charleston, which is where Boeing assemble the 787 Dreamliner. So the fact that we can go and physically stand inside fuselages, our seat manufacturers are now producing, I can go and sit in those seats, is what gives us confidence we're in the home straight.
Probably ups the pressure a little bit on everyone who's on that production line as well. How long does it take? You're obviously a veteran of this industry, having been at Etihad before. How long do you think it takes for a brand new airline, starting like yours, from a blank piece of paper, to the point that it becomes profitable?
So up to now, this has been 3 years in the making plus. So the complexity around everything you have to stand up from a blank sheet of paper, it's super exciting, Tom. Incredible. Of course, the gift we have, above all else, is no legacy. So we're not held back by old-fashioned systems that were there for good reason, but are no longer as agile as the way in which the travelling public want to interact with their airlines today. So what we've been able to do is design the airline for the future, a digital airline for the future. And that's therefore got a lot more in common with the way in which you would go online and order through the likes of a noon.com or an amazon.com, where you're actually curating your experience and adding it to a shopping basket and then transacting similar to what you do with Apple Pay. But of course, if you or anybody who's watching this has ever tried to get a ticket refund from an airline, we all know how long sometimes that can take. And it's because the systems were designed pretty much for one-way traffic originally. If it's noon.com or it's Amazon and you want to return a product, you almost get a refund instantly. And of course, that's one of many examples of how you bring modern digital to the world of commercial aviation. And when you're a startup, that's the gift you have. No legacy. We're going to do something really special in how we allow the travelling public to engage with us in that way.
And you're launching at a time when everyone's talking about AI. You probably get asked this a lot, but I'm trying to imagine there must be scope, isn't there, for using AI and possibly in those booking systems you mentioned, but in other ways as well, perhaps with yield management, perhaps with pricing models. Are you seeing room for the use of AI in basically how RX is managed?
So massively so. We've been working with some super innovative boutique digital organisations, and it's how you bring technology that's available today that uses AI into curating experiences. So if we think about the world of the concierge, If one goes to a hotel concierge and asks a question, that gives the concierge context. So if I go and I ask, where is there an incredible Italian restaurant, the concierge now knows I want to dine. But what a good concierge will do is say, well, here's my recommendation, but also there's a theatre around the corner and there's a remarkable stage show on it. And if I show interest in both the restaurant and the theatre, he might then say, and also there's a late night spot after the theatre finishes. So he's curating the optionality, the proposition of an experience. Now, what we're going to use AI for is exactly that. If you put, let's say, a Riyadh into the shopping basket from an international city with Riyadh Air, because it has the date and the destination, that's context. What the AI concierge will do is then say, it's Riyadh season. Here's all the following experiences that are available at that point in time. And if you want to add them to the shopping basket, you can do. If you want to put your whole family into the one order, as opposed to everybody has to do it separately, you can do. If one of the family members then changes his or her mind later on, you can take them out of the order and you get an instant credit, just like you would do with Amazon or with Noon.com. Modern technology, the world of commercial aviation, is the next big step.
Yeah, it sounds like you're launching at exactly the right moment. Just talking about tech, and in terms of the passenger's experience, we've seen some press releases about the new product, the seats in all 4 classes, because there's going to be first, business, premium economy, and economy, if my memory serves me correctly. One of the things that really struck me is that sound system in flight. I think it's in business class, where, and possibly in first as well, where people won't hear the music or the film soundtrack of what's happening beside them, but they won't need a headset either. How does that work?
Well, I'm glad you described it the way you did, Tom, because you described first class, and that's what everybody thought when it was our reveal. The front row's actually our business elite, and we've deliberately tried to raise the bar in each of our product offerings almost to the next level. So our business elite and our business seats, there's 28 in total in the premium cabin, all have privacy doors, they all have unique suites with our canopy twist over the top. So this unique piece of design signature, which is symbolic of the Bedouin tent when it's pegged at either side, how it goes taut, and it presents a canopy twist, the canopy of the roof. That's your personal space. Inside, at the business elite end, 32-inch super high definition 4K OLED screens. But the point you referred to, it has a system built into all the headrests. It's actually called Euphony, and it uses an incredible French sound technology produced by a company called DVLet. And what that allows is hi-fi standard experience, but the clever bit is it's zonal. So you can't hear what I'm listening to on the seat next to you, and I can't hear what you're listening to. You could be streaming it from Spotify, from your personal device. You could be listening to in-flight entertainment experience, or you could be streaming from your device onto that 4K stream as well. So next generation of 38,000 feet entertainment.
It's come a long way, hasn't it, since those rubber tubes that they used to have in the sort of the 70s and 80s on planes for listening to music. What do you think is going to be the thing that stands out for the passenger? What's going to be the big wow for a passenger who flies on Riyadh Air?
So I think there's a combination of things. I go back to when we first presented those liveries. A number of people commented, this looks more like a billionaire's G650 private jet stretched. And we did that on purpose. Again, that elegance, that grace, that style. When we presented our cabin crew fashion, people said this is bringing that whole kind of beauty back to the joy that we remember in how in the bygone days, the halcyon days of travel, people used to enjoy that experience. With the cabin that we presented at the Jeddah Grand Prix, One of the headlines was the Audrey Hepburn of the sky. And guess what? That's what we were trying to do. Glamour, grace, refinement, bringing incredible online service. We're in the hospitality business, but the digital twist to how that curates, we believe, will take it to the next level. And of course, the brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh, Tom.
It's good for Riyadh, isn't it? Because obviously, Riyadh is becoming, a major global hub, and I'm assuming the additional traffic, the additional visibility of Riyadh, thanks in those small parts of Riyadh Air, is a big plus point from this project.
So hospitality in the kingdom is world famous. The idea of hafawa, the warm welcome, the way in which people go out their way to make you feel very, very comfortable in our home. Well, of course, that journey in the future will start from over 100 different international cities. And the first thing you'll see probably on the tarmac, maybe if it's Shanghai, it might be in JFK, it might be London Heathrow, you'll see that livery. The minute you see it, the brand is Riyadh, Hafawa, we can't wait to serve.
There's a lot of talk in the media about how pilots are in short supply globally. I mean, I don't know if you think that sort of reporting is exaggerated or whether indeed you have found that recruiting pilots is challenging.
So I think it's an accurate statement. Certainly pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, there's been skills challenges in a number of areas, pilots, but if you go back to Boeing and Airbus and many of the other aerospace members of the supply chain, part of their challenge was a skills drain. But the thing that's been truly exceptional, and I have to say, in all honesty, a real surprise for us, is over the last 2 years, since we introduced RiyadhAir.com, we have a careers page on there, and it allows people who want to apply to be pilots, cabin crew, engineers, technicians and such like, to put all their personal details and certifications in. Up to now, we've had 1.4 million people apply for consideration to join the Riyadh Air family, 146 different nationalities, and I have to say we're humbled by that response, and there's some incredible talent in there.
So a lot of different nationalities, as you say, 146 of them. I mean, another sort of classic recruiting ground for pilots is the Air Force. Obviously, Saudi Arabia has the Royal Saudi Air Force. Is that somewhere you can recruit from? Are you planning a cadet program, for example, for pilots, where you train them up and perhaps groom up some domestic talent? Or are you having to find yourself coming up with pretty aggressive packages to lure pilots away from other airlines? What's your approach?
So it's a combination of a number of the things you've mentioned. So to start off with, you're absolutely spot on. The Kingdom has an extremely competent Air Force. It's an Air Force of scale. And of course, that is a clear source of opportunity for people who are transitioning from a service life from the military into commercial aviation. But even at this early stage, what we've also done is established our own cadet programme. We're currently in the process of constructing our own pilot training school. And it's not just about pilot training in isolation. We've started the first female Saudi aviation technician training course. It's a 3-year programme, over 3,000 applicants for the first 30 places. And of course, we'll do that every year. So from grassroots, building up with our pilots to date, what we call our CADA pilots, we've deliberately recruited from a real cross-section, everything from senior test pilots from Boeing, as well as many different airlines, because we want to create the Riyadh Air culture, not import somebody else's culture.
What do you think is going to be the one metric you really keep your eye on after the launch of this airline? The one thing that you'll be saying, this determines whether or not RX, Riyadh Air, is on the right tracks or not?
So there's a number of them. I think we all acknowledge that. But for me, the top of that hierarchy is guest experience, the smile factor, how you made me feel. That's what the hospitality business is all about, because the examples I used before, the best, the most beautiful liveries, tick. The best cabin crew fashion, tick. The best in-cabin experience, tick. But it's all about people. You can have all of those things, and if it's not in your culture, it's not in your values and your ethos to have empathy and to serve and to really demonstrate how we connect with the guests, then the best physical assets in the world won't win it alone. So that's the top of the hierarchy of needs, guest experience. But it goes without saying as well, we want to be financially sustainable, and therefore how we make sure as a business this is run in tidy order to make sure we're in control of all the details, because the old joke, the old cliche in commercial aviation, which you'll have heard many times before, if you want to end up as a multi-millionaire, start off as a multi-billionaire and buy an airline. Because you can lose money if you're not over the details in our line of business, and many do. Part of Riyadh Air's business plan is to be financially sustainable and to be profitable for our shareholder, PIF.
Just lastly, we're all very focused on Vision 2030, which is less than 5 years from now. But let's push the timeline forwards beyond that. Where do you see Riyadh Air in 10 years from now in terms of size, in terms of network, in terms of reputation?
So it's a great question. In our line of business, it's by definition a long-term business. So you have to quite often think on a 30-year horizon, work back to 20, work back to 10, work back to 5 to today. 5 years in our line of business is almost what the order waiting list is with the likes of Boeing and Airbus. So you could place an order and almost have to wait for most of that till you take your first delivery. So in 10 years' time, we will, of course, see the FIFA World Cup in 2034 in Riyadh. Obviously, 2030 Expo. It is already a hub for global entertainment, attractions, culture and heritage across the whole of the kingdom. In order to give people the access that they want to enjoy those experiences, as well as connecting Saudi nationals to the world, it needs a super connecting, world-class, full-service airline. In short, the Kingdom's Emirates, the Kingdom's Qatar Airways, but bigger and better.
All right, well, we wish you all the very best with achieving those extremely ambitious goals. Thank you so much, Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
OK, Ali, let's bring you back into the conversation. We were just listening to the CEO of Riyadh Air, Tony Douglas, speaking there. What really stood out for me while talking to him is just the speed and the scale of this rollout.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I had the privilege of visiting the Riyadh Air offices when they were still in the first place. And the first thought I had stepping inside was, wow, this is truly a startup environment, but perhaps one of the world's most well-funded startups. The energy is absolutely off the charts. Riyadh Air has a world-class team in place. Tony Douglas is doing fantastic things, but he's accompanied by similarly expert professionals, Adam Bukadira, some other individuals who built Etihad Airways together from a loss-making airline to a very profitable airline. Pedigree, across the team of thousands of people that are doing incredible things. I think, the Riyadh Air is just yet another example of the brilliance. Also, if we expand this out a little bit, of the strategy that's underway by not just the PIF, but many of the entities and the national agenda around Saudi Arabia. Earlier this year, Saudi Arabia, the PIF, finalized their stake in Heathrow Airport of around 15%. Now, looking at aviation across the board, if we look at the value chain, from aircrafts to infrastructure to services to technology, materials, there are a number of investments and initiatives underway which indicate that there is a broader or further reaching strategy in place. But, looking at this particular investment now, how I think about it is there is an ambition in the region to build aviation as an industry, build over $150 billion worth of additions to and a new airport infrastructure. What better way to learn than to be a partner to and a supporter of one of the world's busiest and largest airports, Heathrow Airport. So, this is just yet one indication of, in my opinion, the brilliance of the strategic minds that are at the helm of these initiatives and responsible for building out this industry across the kingdom.
Okay, Ali, let's stay with that aviation thread and shift our attention to Avilease, which is another PIF-owned entity. It's a leasing company. A bit of an update on their financing. What have you got for us?
So, Tom, just recently, Avilease was given an upgrade by Fitch and Moody's. They were given investment-grade ratings, which has drastically improved their investment proposition. They've been raising several rounds or securing several revolving facilities with the help of PIF and other financiers. Avilease has a desire and intention to become one of the top 10 aircraft lessors in the world. And it's another PIF entity, which, in my opinion, again, is very strategically placed and very intuitively developed. Being at the helm of an aircraft lessor and one of the top 10 aircraft lessors in the world, which I believe they're on track to become. This gives you a certain negotiating power, certain strategic profile. It gives you certain flexibility and an approach to be dynamic in the development of our own airlines and industries, such as Saudi, Riyadh Air, Flynas, and the likes. The stage that it's gotten to already, given the fact that it was only started in 2022, only a few short years, the progress that Avilease has made already is significant, and they're beginning to pick up relationships with tier one airlines and expand the footprint across the globe. There's even been talks of an IPO, which I would be very interested to see a little bit further down the line. But once again, just yet another stroke of brilliance, in my opinion, in a strategy that's being developed to build an entire industry from scratch.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look at some other stories making the headlines. In a joint statement, Saudi Arabia and Qatar said that they will pay Syria's outstanding debt to the World Bank. Well, that debt totals close to $15 million. And it's hoped that this repayment is going to pave the way for a broader international effort aimed at helping the war-torn country to recover and rebuild. The Bank of New York Mellon, BNY, says it has received a license to set up its regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. This follows announcements in recent months by both Goldman Sachs and Citigroup to establish regional HQs in Riyadh. And the Trump Organization, which is run by the US president's children, has a variety of projects across the region, amongst them plans for a Trump Tower in Riyadh and in Jeddah. Well, Eric Trump says that demand for units in the Jeddah Tower have been, quote, incredible.
We're operating at an incredibly high level already in the region. And if sales are any indication, just in Jeddah alone, our building's over 85% sold out at incredible numbers. People love who we are as a family. They love who he is. They love our brand.
Eric Trump, the executive vice president of the Trump Organization, speaking there about strong sales in the Trump Tower in Jeddah. Well, that Red Sea port city has also been in recent global headlines for hosting the Grand Prix. But as well as being a modern commercial hub, Jeddah has a newly restored historic old town. Well, known simply as Al-Balad, the town is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's proving to be a big hit with visitors who are exploring the centuries-old streets like never before.
We are having a lot of numbers going on, and Saudi Arabia is open now for tourism. And the country, it has, as I said before, so many different architecture heritage in Saudi Arabia.
And that was the director of Jeddah's historic district, Sami Nawar, speaking there. Ali, let's bring you back into the conversation because whichever Jeddah you go to, the old one or the new one, you've got this renovated historic quarter, which is called Al-Balad, dating back to the 7th century. Then you've got these ultra-modern projects like the Trump Tower. I mean, it really puts Jeddah on the map, doesn't it? And it goes a long way to supporting that goal of having 150 million tourists a year by the year 2030.
Jeddah is a very important, of course, with a lot of historical relevance and a lot of current and future relevance. And the Saudi approach to development has been from the get-go. Let's build for the future, but let's not forget our heritage. And if we look at even the report that was issued earlier this week, there were references and highlights of the number of UNESCO-listed heritage sites. And Tom, recently we spoke to Gerrans Zerillo at Diriyah, which is yet another example of a very historically relevant part of Saudi Arabia, home of Saudi Arabia, where the approach has been to maintain the heritage-listed site, but not transform it, to maintain the integrity of it. And I think in Jeddah, the intention will be to maintain as much of the heritage as possible whilst allowing it to flourish for the future.
OK, a very big thank you to Ali Reza there. Always a pleasure talking to you. That is it for this edition of The Real Deal. Thank you very much, Dee, for joining us. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Music and...
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Music and politics have always gone hand in hand. But can a protest song go too far? Irish rappers Kneecap have reignited the debate around artistic freedom of expression. They want to know why their words in support of Palestine are deemed more dangerous than Israel's actions. We'll discuss the line between counterculture and cancel culture here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Do you think a band should be allowed to say this on stage? And what about this? That's Irish trio Kneecap. They've gone from niche protest rappers to global headline makers. The group's anti-Israel rhetoric at this year's Coachella festival caused quite a stir. Then, a deep dive into their archives revealed that Hamas-Hezbollah chant, as well as a reference to killing Tory MPs. The global clutching at pearls came thick and fast. Some sponsors dropped them. They lost global representation and several gigs were cancelled. The UK's Metropolitan Police are even investigating possible counter-terrorism offences. The band says it never incited violence and has called the whole thing manufactured moral hysteria. The fallout makes you wonder, are other public figures keeping silent to avoid alienating their fans? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask if there should be limits to artistic freedom of expression. Is this a case of selective outrage? And are other artists and public figures too scared to speak out for fear of being cancelled? Before we get into our broader debate with our three panellists, I want to welcome Daniel Lambert to the show. He's Kneecap's manager. Daniel, thank you so much for making time for us here on Counterpoints. First of all, I want to ask you how the guys and how you are handling this intense media attention. It's a very divisive and very impassioned debate that they and you have found yourselves at the centre of.
Yeah, no, absolutely fine. I think what's really important to the band and for me to support is that we're absolutely clear in our conviction, and the guys are, you know, we're all very clear that we feel that this is a result of speaking out for the right reasons, and that everything that's come from that is ultimately people have reacted in a way where they don't want bands to speak out and speak about Palestine. So the band are absolutely fine. It's important that you can have, you know, the strength and conviction of your thoughts and to follow them through. And that's something that they feel and I feel. So we're all good.
If we focus on the band's public support for the Palestinian cause specifically, were they and are you surprised by the extent of the backlash?
Yeah, I suppose I'm surprised, and I'm less surprised because I've had more time to think about it. But it happened for me because it was Coachella. We have gone to the US on multiple occasions and spoken about Palestine. But Coachella is a festival that is obviously quite famous. It's quite expensive. There exists a certain class, and I'd say in upper middle class audience. And I think it really worried a certain group of people that they saw sympathy, empathy and support for Palestine from that specific audience. I suppose what was more worrying for me, as opposed to worry and surprise, was the very organised and very viscerous campaign against the band that is coming from the US, and that is really well directed and really well organised.
When you say well directed and well organised, who or what do you think is orchestrating that?
Well, I think that there's a group, and well, I know because I've seen the emails they've sent, and I've seen obviously with Sharon Osbourne is linked to them, is a group called the Creative Community for Peace, who exists out of LA, who are a group that were ostensibly set up to prevent the boycott of Israeli artists, or to prevent the BDS movement attempting to influence artists who may plan to go to Tel Aviv. They have a website. They're very clear about who they are. And they, from what I've seen, they are the group who are ultimately responsible for a lot of this, what I see and what the band see as manufactured outrage.
Do you think that Israel or Israel's political hand has played a part in that as well?
I'd be surprised if it didn't. I don't have proof of that, but I'd be surprised if it didn't. I think that, you know, people have gone over hundreds, if not thousands of hours of footage. They've attempted to select 16 words from a band who have a feature-length film, who've played in 22 countries, who have played to hundreds of thousands of people, and a very clear campaign to try and misrepresent the band in a certain light with an aim of deplatforming them. And I think that that objective isn't about kneecap. I don't think it's about kneecap at all. I think it's about they wish to send a very clear message to young bands, young artists, to say that this is not something that you can do. There's a certain level that's accepted, and that is perhaps to have a Palestinian flag or to maybe say change a lyric of a song, and that those actions should be welcomed. But I think if a band goes beyond that and explicitly calls out what we see as a genocide, explicitly calls out what we see as Western governments aiding that genocide, and Western governments ignoring their international obligations, then that's too far, and that they will attempt to shut that down.
With that in mind, do you think that there are other artists who feel the same way as yourself, as Kneecap, but feel silenced, feel too scared to speak out because they've seen what it can lead to?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that it's to Kneecap's massive credit. Like, they come from, you know, a part of Ireland that they that they will say themselves is still under occupation. They come from a part of Ireland that there's been a conflict, and that conflict has impacted everyone's lives. So they are very clear that this is something that's very, very, very important to them as individuals, as artists, as Kneecap, but also as just people. And I suppose that, you know, the music industry is regulated, like many other industries, by some things that you need, like, you know, booking agents and festival organizers and people who are really, you know, key to the music industry. And I think there's been a campaign to try and influence all of these people. You've heard members of the UK Parliament, you know, questioning, should the band play at Glastonbury? That's a total overreach into an area that should be a place for artists. And I think that does, in its very nature, send a message to young artists that, you know, politicians, people in leadership positions are reaching into the arts world. If you are to, and this, in my view and in the band's view, has emanated from a message at Coachella that was lawful. It was, you know, obviously pretty clear in its intention, but it was a lawful action that drew the ire of certain people who don't want young Americans to voice their support for Palestine. And we've seen that in terms of the attempt to shut down, you know, the voices of people on university campuses as well. I think young people's voices, it's particularly in the US, and particularly pro-Palestinian voices, are not being permitted right now.
If we turn now specifically to the references on stage to Hamas and Hezbollah, which are designated terror groups in the UK, despite what other people's opinions might be about that. If the government has a very firm stance that it is unlawful to express support for a terrorist organisation, with that in mind, do you think that there are cases where there should be limits to artistic freedom of expression?
I think that is a question that is a fair question, and ultimately, you know, I'm calling with you guys today from Dublin. I'm not in the UK, but you know, Belfast is still considered part of the UK legally, and you know, the statement that the guys put out made it clear that they don't support Hamas or Hezbollah. And I think that, you know, that is an area that you know, I think kind of the statement made clear. You know, in terms of there are limits, there are points at which obviously laws of certain countries will come into play. I think the other video that was kind of put out with the MP kind of comment that was entirely taken out of context and was a you know, basically said in a satirical fashion, and the band say things that are similar to that weren't picked out because I think there was a political objective behind that. You know, but obviously they have apologised also for hurt that may have been caused to people from that. Ultimately, though, I think overall here, and it's the key point, is the band in Western media, particularly in the UK, are being held to a much higher moral account than the actual politicians of these countries. They've spent a year and a half ignoring their obligations as governments to fulfil the most basic international laws to protect people. They've ignored them to such an extent now that it seems that Israel can openly say that it's going to engage in ethnic cleansing. These are the most grave crimes imaginable, and they are not being held to the same account as a rap group who ultimately are trying to highlight the Palestinian cause from a place of human decency and a place of really empathy, sympathy, and a real sense of sadness for what's happening to them. And those two things, in terms of how they're held, and legally, you know, the most fundamental human rights of just people, to hold a band to a higher account than political leaders is it's depraved. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, on that, is that the most disappointing part? Is it the most surprising part? This idea of selective outrage, that perhaps NECAP's words are more dangerous than the actions of different groups we are seeing playing out in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the power that NECAP's words have isn't a danger. It's the power of their words and bands who may do something similar is the ability to influence and provide a place for young people to demonstrate their support. And that is what, in my opinion, the Zionist lobby fears most. It's, again, I'm going back to the universities, but you saw and we saw, and it's on the videos at Coachella, thousands of young Americans showing very clear support and very clear opposition to clear support for Palestine and clear opposition to what the US government is engaged in terms of their absolute support for the Israeli regime. And I think that's where the danger lies, to somehow equate the two. To your question in terms of, you know, political leaders, the political leaders across the Western world, and I include Ireland in that, have absolutely failed in their obligations. And it's really just incomprehensible that they have allowed Israel to begin, you know, 18 months ago. And if you just took the example of hospitals, you know, deny bombing a hospital, then provide fake videos and CAD drawings of huge networks under hospitals, today have bombed every single hospital in Gaza. And this is what has been permitted. And Israel, to me, can act with total impunity. No laws apply to Israel. No Western government is holding them to account. And it's beyond tragic, and we can relate to that. As Irish people, you know, we suffered from colonial occupation. We're the only Western nation that suffered from colonial occupation. And I think we can all relate to what's happening. We can't fully understand it because it's so vicious, but we have a certain level of empathy and understanding that maybe people in other Western states just don't have.
NECAP, as you have said, have put out a statement saying that they've never incited violence, they've never supported terrorism. With that in mind, is there a feeling amongst the group that perhaps their message stands, but they should have chosen their words more carefully? Yeah,
I think, look, when you're in your early 20s and you're involved in hundreds of gigs, I think that, you know, you can selectively remove 5 or 6 words or 7 or 8 words from people's lives, and they may be things that you don't stand over in the cold light of day and things like that. But I think, you know, what hasn't been said is NECAP have raised a lot of money for charities in relation to assisting Palestinians. They have consistently delivered, and like in hundreds of interviews, messages, anti-sectarian messages about uniting working class people, messages against division. The movie is very clear on what it stands for, the importance of language. The band have at multiple times made it clear that they do not support, in terms of the north of Ireland in particular, because that's something that's sometimes said, any level of violence today, that political efforts are, and they've made these things extremely clear on so many occasions. And, you know, that is who the band are. You know, at not one point has there ever been a report to police by anybody that has been at a NECAP gig around any instances of hate or incitement to hate or incitements to violence. And they've played in front of hundreds of thousands of people from Australia to the US to Europe. So, like, that's who NECAP are. And, you know, this kind of mass hysteria that was created, particularly in the UK, you know, literally coming from Parliament, is just absurd. It's absurd. As that was happening, we were 50 days into a siege. Children are starving to death. Keir Starmer got a letter last August signed by 30 doctors, 30 UK doctors. And in that letter, they said that they had proof that Israel is assassinating children. Like, Keir Starmer got that letter 6 months ago. No action has been taken. The UK is sending weapons to a state that its own doctors are saying are assassinating children. So, you know, this created a comfortable place for politicians to kind of claim outrage and claim danger and claim all of these things, while at the same time, thousands and thousands of people are being killed in Gaza. It was total distraction.
So, yeah, is it an easy deflection on the government's part? Is it easier to accuse NECAP of inciting violence, then acknowledging their own part, perhaps, in the violence.
Absolutely, and I'd say that like their own part, like these states, the EU is just as guilty. Ursula von der Leyen, like the European Union and Britain. It doesn't surprise me. America has been a consistent, and you just need to look through the UN votes for the last, for several decades. The US will stand by Israel, it seems, irrespective of what Israel does. But Europe and I think and the UK, and I include Ireland in that. Ireland has been better than other nations, but I think we could do an awful lot more. Have absolutely failed in the most basic responsibility they have, is to protect the most vulnerable people on earth, and they have absolutely failed to do that. What's even more worrying is not only have they failed to protect them, but they have actively given support to the perpetrators of these crimes, which is Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. And that is absolutely unforgivable, and it doesn't even register against that is ultimately the only issue. Everything else is manufactured distraction.
The level of outrage that we've seen, not just in the UK, globally, does that make you concerned about the level of self-censorship it could cause from other bands? But is there a concern that NECAP will self-censor as well?
No, I think the NECAP have been very clear. Like our statement, when we talk about the 2 short videos that we're taking, our statement makes clear the position of the band and that. But NECAP have consistently, at Leeds, Reading, at Glastonbury, across Europe, in Paris and Dublin and Belfast and LA and New York, we have delivered the same message. We have tried to bring to young people just some facts around the gigs, that their governments are aiding this, and that what is happening is a genocide. And the band will continue to do that. As I said, it's not part, for them, this isn't something, that's part of the NECAP performance. It's the band are very satirical. They mix absurd with reality in terms of the performances. But when they speak about Palestine, it's coming from a place of deep empathy, and it comes from their own life experience and their family's life experience. So NECAP will not be changing its message on Palestine and the lads. It's not something that they would do. This is really, really important to them, and I hope it encourages other young bands, other young artists to have the bravery, I suppose, to speak out. And we see it, like we see Carlos and Fontaine's DC, we see Macklemore, we see lots of, actually not lots of artists, we see a small number of artists with big profiles, and I'd hope that we will see more. But, I think it's very clear what happens. We only saw the Louis Theroux documentary, Settlers, that was shown in the UK last week. Some of the people who featured in that documentary already under assault by the IDF and settlers. So it seems if you speak out and tell the truth, you become a target, but hopefully people have the bravery to do that.
Just before we wrap up, I want to ask about comments made by John Lydon, also known as Johnny Rotten, from the Sex Pistols. He appeared on British morning television to say this whole thing was a publicity stunt and a scam. What do you make of those comments?
I think it's sad for what the Sex Pistols stood for. That you've got somebody, I read some of his other comments today. He seems to be pro-Trump. He seems to be anti-immigration. These are just from things I'd read today. It seems to me that Johnny Rotten has lost all of the values that made the Sex Pistols such a special band, and I think it's pretty sad. If that's what he thinks, it's his view. He's welcome to his view. I wouldn't concern me in the slightest what he thinks on anything, given the things I've read about his views on other issues.
We have really appreciated having you and having your perspective here on Counterpoints. Daniel Lambert, the manager of NECAP, thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Let's bring in our panel now. We're joined by Taig Hickey, a comedian, political activist from Ireland, Dorian Lynskey, a journalist, author and host of the Origin Story podcast. And rounding out our panel, Adela Kojab, an activist, legal advocate and author. Welcome to all of you here on Counterpoints. Words matter. There's no doubt about that. But do they matter more than actions? Is it just easier to be outraged at the words of 3 young rappers like NECAP rather than exploring the actions of governments or organisations, including Israel, Hamas or Hezbollah? There's no doubt NECAP has touched on a really sensitive topic, a host of sensitive topics. So I want to begin by asking whether you think this level of outrage is justified. Taig, let's start with you.
Well, I think what's very clear about the level of outrage, even in my own country in Ireland, we have had wall-to-wall coverage of kneecaps, words, the geopolitical thoughts of a hip-hop trio has dominated the news cycle in Ireland and in Britain, from what I can gather, and obviously in the States. And this has happened over a 2-week period where there have been massacres every day in Gaza, where we aren't talking about not just the Israeli war crimes, but we're also not talking about the UK and the US, and indeed Ireland to a lesser extent, our complicity in these war crimes, which human rights bodies across the board are describing as war crimes. So I think it's a convenient method of obfuscation. It's a convenient distraction ploy so that people look over here and then the scale of the war crimes goes up in Gaza. I think it's a job well done for our media. I think our media really need to be held account, because at the end of the day, they set the agenda, and they have certainly set the agenda over the last 2 weeks, that it's more important for us to police the thoughts and the words of a hip-hop trio than it is the actions of our government. It's particularly kind of mind-blowing from an Irish perspective when the British government particularly is trying to police the thinking and the words of an Irish Republican hip-hop group when they have had no ability or desire over the years to actually look at their own deeds, their own war crimes, their own obfuscation of justice for people in the north of Ireland. So I think in Ireland we see through it very quickly, and I think the attention, as always in these issues, is in the wrong direction.
Adela, let me ask you then, what do you make of this level of outrage? Do you think it's justified?
I think the level of outrage is absolutely justified. And I do find it interesting how we're talking about how the media focusing on this is a ploy to get attention away from what's happening in Gaza, when it was itself a media stunt. The goal was publicity. If you ask why did he go on stage at Coachella in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands, not only in person, but, you know, we're talking about social media, we're talking about the mainstream media, and display those messages, it is because you're looking for publicity. So that was the goal. So we can't be upset with the media for doing exactly what the band intended to do with their messaging, which is blow it up as far as we can. In terms of policing, I think that something that's important of looking at here, it's not just that they were displaying messages against Israel. The messages said up Hamas and up Hezbollah. And those are two very different things than just saying, you know, down with the specific government. If you're saying up Hamas, up Hezbollah, recognize terrorist organizations, and not only terrorist when it comes to the Israeli context. If you ask any citizen of Lebanon whether or not Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, you'll find that the overwhelming majority would agree. So when you're glorifying terror acts, and then you're upset that people are looking at you for glorifying terror acts in a media optic, then yes, of course, the outrage is justified. It was meant to provoke a response from the media, and the overwhelming majority of people don't support terrorism. So if they're getting backlash, it's for their own actions.
I mean, Kneecap have been supporting the Palestinian cause when they were playing to just hundreds of people without any TV cameras, let alone Coachella. So it's not as if they say this is a new cause for them. But Dorian, let me ask you, you wrote an incredibly interesting piece for The Guardian newspaper talking about what you called hypocrisy on both sides. Do you think that this level of outrage is justified?
I mean, I don't think this level of outrage is ever justified with a pop group, essentially. I think it always seems like an easy target. It always strikes me as sort of absurd. That's separate to the issue of individual statements they've made and whether those are open to criticism, for sure. And I would like to point out that actually the references to Hamas and Hezbollah were from gigs in London, I believe, in late 2023, which is quite different from the statements they made at Coachella, which I think are more easily defensible. So those are two quite sort of different controversies. The controversy just sort of rolled on, and then these old clips were dug out. And of course it's exaggerated. Of course, it just seems like, are we really devoting all this energy to whether or not this band should play Glastonbury or any number of festivals compared to the issues that they're talking about. That doesn't mean, of course, that you cannot criticize some of the things that they've said. So when I was referring to hypocrisy on both sides, you know, traditionally, particularly in recent years, the right has really flown the flag of free speech and has protested about cancel culture and people's careers being, you know, hurt or destroyed over saying this or that. They're obviously trying to do like exactly that. And of course, they go, well, of course, well, if you say this, then you deserve to have your career destroyed. And then I think on the left and in the artistic community, there's a kind of, it's quite unclear that a lot of people are not defending what was actually said, they're defending the right to say it. And then that leads you into a position where you become more free speech absolutist, when that has not generally been the position over the last few years. So it is a tricky one. I think it does put a lot of their kind of allies and people who also sympathize with the Palestinian cause in a tricky situation over the things that were said back in late 2023. That's why I find it complicated, although in no sense justifying the kind of coverage that it's been getting over the last 2 weeks.
Let me ask you, if we set aside the Free Palestine comments and stage signage at Coachella, if we look at those comments from the London gig, I think November 2023, the Up Hamas, Up Hezbollah comments, is that, though, inciting hatred? Is that supporting a terrorist group that is a prescribed outlaw organisation in the country where they did that concert? Is that free speech or is that a violation of the law?
Well, I mean, an awful lot of grace would be given to, say, comedians, for instance. Comedians, I mean, I'm a comedian. I don't expect to be policed on what I say in comedy gigs. Like, this is an act that are quite ironic in the stuff that they're delivering. Even their title, they're not, you know, supporting the idea of kneecapping. They're irreverently talking about the culture that they came out of. Like, to scrutinise what they're saying at gigs and to be policing them, in my opinion, and I also agree with the idea that I'm not a free speech absolutist, but I also believe that there are things that you shouldn't say all out calling for specific acts of violence against particular people. Let's go to their houses and let's kill them right now. I'm not for that. But if we look at the big picture, this is art. Like, they're artists and they say stuff in context when they're performing their art, which is often ironical. I mean, I'll be consistent. I feel like attempts to censor Zionist acts in the arts world are also completely reductive and pointless. I wouldn't have supported the idea of cancelling Johnny Greenwood recently whatsoever, because I'm a proponent of, if both sides were allowed to express themselves artistically, then so many more people would support the Palestinian cause. That's why TikTok was banned, because people are naturally drawn to the Palestinian cause because, in my opinion, it's so obviously righteous and just.
Would you say it, though? You were saying you're a comedian and you don't expect to be policed. Would you have said, Up Hamas, Up Hezbollah at a gig?
I don't know. It's not something that I would have thought about. If you're suggesting to me, would I go and do it tonight? Well, Hamas, as far as I know, are not a prescribed group in Ireland. I think this whole period is, I hope, going to bring about a really honest and not hysterical conversation about resistance. For me to say that I'm against resistance movements would be ludicrous because I'm Irish. If it wasn't for resistance movements, I wouldn't live in a free, independent, albeit partly free and independent country. We need to have a serious, non-hysterical conversation about resistance in the same way that we have to have a serious, non-hysterical conversation about cancelling people for their thoughts and words, as opposed to looking at governments for their ridiculous deeds. Even the fact that we're talking about this right now, in a way, also kind of gets in the way of the real conversations that we should be having, maybe not us specifically, but that the world should be having, which is the fact that the West is aiding and abetting an ongoing genocide and mass starvation engineered by a rogue state is going on, and we're all sitting around chatting and hoping our governments will suddenly see the light and do the right thing.
Adela, let me ask you then. We just heard Tig there mention Johnny Greenwood, the guitarist from Radiohead, who had been touring with an Israeli artist. Some of their gigs have been cancelled as well, and they've been criticised, Johnny Greenwood particularly, accused of artistic greenwashing. If you think that Kneecap shouldn't have been able to say that and they should be cancelled. Do you think that Johnny Greenwood should be cancelled too? Because surely it should be fair on both sides.
It should be fair on both sides, but I think that the important thing here when we talk about cancel culture is why cancel culture is happening and what actually makes it cancel culture. The right is upset about cancel culture when you're canceled by virtue of your identity. For example, I'm canceling this gig because you're Israeli or because you are Palestinian. Very different when you use that specific gig as a platform for a specific cause. Also very different from, for example, let's say I'm an artist and in my personal Twitter, I'm tweeting about a cause I care about. Very different from coming on stage to a venue where people bought tickets for a show and using that as a venue to advocate. And that's why I think that they're completely different. When the right talks about cancel culture, they're not saying, you know, that you can't go out there, and they talk about it in the terms of me as a person or me because of prior statements is being canceled and now it's affecting my career. Very different from someone who uses that as their platform. But when we're talking about resistance culture, right, we're talking about whether or not people have a right to resist. People absolutely have a right to resist. But I do want to, from the get-go, separate Ireland and the case right now in Gaza, because the difference is that the people in Gaza were given autonomy in 2005 and they elected a terror organization that chants from the river to the sea, and their goal is to destroy the state of Israel, right? They say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We don't want no two states. We want all of it. We don't want no 48. We want all of it. It's not about fighting for autonomy in your land. It's about fighting against an existing entity that currently possesses land. So it is very different. You can't look at them as identical. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that Ireland was won via war negotiation in 1922. But when it comes to Hamas and Gaza, there were multiple deals for Palestinian statehood. Every single one of them rejected, and it wasn't by the Israeli side. So I support resistance movements when diplomacy fails. And here diplomacy had an avenue not to fail. So I also think it's important to separate the two from the get-go. But yes, had an Israeli artist used their platform in order to advocate for a cause and then been canceled, it would be morally equivalent. But that's not what happened with Johnny Greenwood. With Johnny Greenwood, it wasn't about him using his platform to advocate for a cause. It was by virtue of his identity. That is cancel culture.
Mm-hmm. Dorian, I'm going to come to you, but Tig, I can see you grinning there a little bit. Is there anything you want to add?
Well, I just wanted to quickly say, aside from the fact that every deal that the Palestinians were offered, I think, has been well documented, were ludicrously one-sided right up until Oslo. And I think that's a well-established historical fact that there was no deal that was in any way approaching reasonable from a Palestinian perspective. I would like to tell your viewers that there are no political parties in Ireland, like with the exception of one or two who have come about in the last maybe 10 years, all historical parties in Ireland were linked to military groups. So the reason that we have a government, our first government had come directly out of a military group. Our opposition were the first associated political party with the IRA. The whole of Ireland comes from military resistance movements, because that's just what happens when you're an occupied, colonial experienced country and you've come out of colonial oppression, and that's just the way it is.
Dorian, let me ask you, you've written a book about protest music. Is the kneecap situation an example of selective outrage? Or if you are going to market yourself as a protest act, you kind of are asking for it?
Well, it depends what you say. It depends what you say in your music and what you say on stage and what you say in interviews. I think the problem is that, I mean, the comparison was made there to sort of comedy. It's not quite the same, but there are certain things that are said in music, and you can look at the whole history of hip hop, and they're not exactly ironic or unfelt, but they're not meant to be taken seriously, right? Like there's a long tradition of rappers making claims in their songs, which, if true, then they would be mass murderers. Well, they're not, right? There is an element of performance there. And so sometimes I've come across many artists in the past who have sort of said that so-and-so politician should be shot, right? Which is one of the things that Kneecap said on stage. Sometimes that's caused controversy. Sometimes it's passed unnoticed. There is a sort of freedom to say provocative things in the world of music and I've seen people say things on stage, which I don't agree with, but it hasn't caused mass outrage in the room. So what has happened here is this sort of escaped the confines of the gig and of the musical world. And then you see that in black and white in the press and you think, wow, that's an appalling thing to say, saying go and shoot an MP. That's terrible. I was friends with university with Joe Cox, the British MP who was murdered. You know, obviously, I'm not going to go out there and defend that statement on its face. And so there is this kind of like, it's a kind of contextual shift, and that a lot of fairly outrageous things can stand in the world of music as they stand in the world of comedy. So that is different from actually therefore going, and then I think some people would then completely defend actually what Niqab said on the face of it. That's a whole other debate about what you think of Hamas and Hezbollah. But I'm always just a bit suspicious of the motives of the people that are pursuing this and then calling for bans and this and that. What difference does it make? I mean, these statements, the worst statements, were made in late 2023. Clearly, they've incited nothing, right? There is no, they've not inspired anybody to do anything. Most people at that gig would probably have just sort of let that slide. So that, the out of proportion really, really worries me. But I would love it if they could clarify, perhaps, maybe what they did mean. It's like, well, do you think this should happen? Do you support those groups or do you not? But I think people are used to, in music, living in this kind of grey area, which can sometimes seem a little slippery, where it's like you both do and do not mean something.
And that sort of grey area, it takes us to our next segment that I want to discuss, artistic freedom of expression. It's not just a privilege, it's a recognised human right, according to the UN. But in this modern age of collective outrage and cancel culture, is it a luxury our society just is no longer able to afford? Adela, with that in mind, I want to ask you, should there be limits to artistic freedom?
It's a really good question. And I'm coming from the United States, so of course our laws are what they are. And when it comes to artistic freedom, of course, we have a broad array of laws. And the first thing is we have to ask, is it protected speech? Is it actually artistic, or is it something else, right? So when we talk about, for example, we were saying before, what did you mean by up Hamas? What did you mean by up Hezbollah? Would we be having the same conversation if in the context of the US, they said up ISIS or up the KKK? I think that if an artist in a platform as large as Coachella, or that has been platformed in a place as large as Coachella, came out to have said up the KKK, I think in the United States specifically, we would have the same amount of outrage and you would have the same amount of cancel culture. But again, you have to look at it individually. So speaking from the point of view legally, should there be limits to artistic expression? Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have those limits. Those limits do exist. And one of the main things that we look at is whether it's pure speech or whether that moves into action. So if they're calling for an action, so for example, they say down with the government, and then they say something like take action into your own hands, that's absolutely a limit. And I think that living in a country that does have laws, that's the social contract that you have. And we all understand what the laws are and we all play by those rules. And by the way, that's the same issue if we're talking about, for example, college campus free speech. That's where you saw free speech turn into action. It's no longer speech, and then that becomes actionable. So yes, there should be limits to artistic expression. I think we've seen limits to artistic expression. And actually, today is a really good day to talk about this. I don't know if you saw, but Kanye West just dropped his new song called Heil Hitler. And it starts with the words, my N-words, Heil Hitler. And I don't know about what your feeds are seeing, but my Instagram, since the song came out about 2 hours ago, has been full of Kanye West and people canceling him for the billionth time. So we're talking about artistic outrage. We're talking about, specific outrage, chosen outrage. We're talking about selective outrage. I don't think it's selective. I think that when you say something truly outrageous, there will be outrage. And in the case of Kanye West and in the case of Niqab, I've seen both.
Dorian, I see you shaking your head there, but I just want to quickly ask Taig first what you make of that comparison that Adela made between what Niqab said and, whether if they were going to say something about the KKK or ISIS. Should there be limits? As a comedian, shouldn't you be able to have artistic freedom of expression like the UN prescribes?
Well, I'd first of all argue that if somebody said up Al-Qaeda, for instance, in the US at the moment, it could be taken as a compliment when the West have totally embraced a former Al-Qaeda leader as the current president of Syria. But I think, again, I would agree with the point on the social contract if the social contract still had any meaning. I think most people in the West now are seeing that there actually isn't, and most people in the global south, primarily, I suppose, see that there are no rules. There is no international law. There is no social contract. If somebody says something outrageous, they should be cancelled, and they should have, there should have repercussions for that. I agree with that. But at the risk of being tedious, a state backed by the strongest state in the world is carrying out outrageous acts as we speak right now. And there are no repercussions.
But what about what Adela was saying with the Kanye West's new song? Surely there are limits to what we can accept.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, if you're talking about a world that still had rules in it and still had order, yes, I think that's totally unacceptable. I'm absolutely against anti-Semitism. But I would quickly say, as an artist, I'm an artist. I produce satire. I produce satire that is often poking fun at the hypocrisy of the West, is pro-Palestinian. I've been banned from TikTok twice. I get my material taken down from YouTube all the time. I get my stuff taken down from Instagram. So as an artist, either I'm an absolutely outrageous artist, or there's one set of rules for one group and another set of rules for another group. I'd be really interested to hear from Zionist satirists, if they exist. Do their material get taken down randomly? Because all I know in the pro-Palestinian movement in Ireland, whether you're a satirist or whether you're a mother who just cares about children being burned alive in their tents, we're all getting restricted. So again, there is no rules-based order, so it's very hard to be, I suppose, very proactive or about which rule we're to follow and which rule we aren't.
Mm-hmm. Dorian, I do want to come to you, but Adela, I feel like I should throw it over to you. I know you're not a satirist, but can you respond to what Taig is saying?
Absolutely.
Is there one rule for people who support one side, another rule for others?
So it's a good question. And I wouldn't consider myself an influencer, but I do have a substantial following on Instagram, and I used to have one on TikTok. I've been banned multiple times on Instagram. I couldn't go live for 60 days. I've had my account restricted in every single possible way, especially after October 7th when I was speaking up against anti-Semitism and speaking up against what we were seeing in the United States, France, the UK, internationally on October 8th. I'm no longer on TikTok, and I'm no longer a user. I have my account there, but it's pretty much entirely restricted because I also was deplatformed on TikTok. So it's a universal experience. And again, it comes back to social contract. So we want to live in a place where there are limits to speech and we all abide by that social contract? Or do you want to live in a place where you can say whatever you want and then we let the free market decide those ideas? And I think that as a society, at least Western countries decided that we wanted to live in a place that has rules, even if it limits some of our actions, knowing that it's also limiting other actions that we might not like. So yes, in terms of the deplatforming, I'm sorry you've been deplatformed. I do want to say that when it comes to, at least legally, comedy has more leeway and satire and parody has much more leeway than, for example, artistic expression in the form of music or in the form of theater or in the form of art. So there is a difference. And I do think that satire and comedy has a purpose and it could serve that purpose better than other forms of artistic expression. But yes, when it comes to pro-Israel voices, we have all.
Do you feel like we both deserved to be banned then? Do you feel that we're two extremists, just as a matter of interest?
I don't, but I also know that people who use social media who have been bombarded with both your content and mine might be grateful for these laws. And again, it's a social contract. All of these are private platforms that are now become the public square. So it runs into this weird legal area where you say, what is the public square and what is considered a private company? When do their bylaws run into the issues with the countries that they're in? If they operate Twitter in the UK, operate Twitter in the US and in Latin America, how are those rules different? So it does come down to a legal distinction, but I think you're right. I don't think I should have been deplatformed. I don't think that I should have been banned from going live or collaborating on posts for 60 days. I was able to fight them internally. Some of them were released, some of them weren't. And funny enough, a lot of the posts that were taken down from me was content of protests where people were doing Nazi salutes. I was raising awareness about the Nazi salutes, and then I was deplatformed for spreading Nazi propaganda. So it's, again, who is in the driver's seat, who gets to decide what's taken down and what isn't, is a good question. But again, it's part of the social contract that we've all subscribed to.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dorian, let me circle back to you, especially when we were talking about Kanye West. When Adela first mentioned it, you were sort of nodding your head. Weigh in. Is there a line? Should there be limits to artistic freedom of expression? Does something like naming your song Heil Hitler go too far?
Well, I just think it's really important to think about what are these limits. You know, when people talk about cancel culture and bans and what should be allowed and what should be accepted, it's like, well, what do they mean? So we've got the laws of different countries, right? America has the First Amendment. European countries tend to have stricter laws against hate speech. Then you have the decisions made by people who run platforms. You know, since Elon Musk turned Twitter into X, you know, there is just rampant fascism, racism, anti-Semitism, like any prejudice you can ask for, and that's certainly a version of free speech that I've just chosen to withdraw from. Then you're asking, okay, well, what do politicians weigh in? Should politicians be pressuring record labels, be pressuring festivals? You know, there's a famous case in 1992 about Ice-T's rock band Body Count, and they had a song called Cop Killer, and there was enormous pressure from police lobbying bodies and the President George H.W. Bush, on the record label to delete this song, right? So there's all these kinds of things. Do I think that Yo's song Heil Hitler is sort of disgusting? Yes. Does most of the music community? Yes. Like, he's not appearing on bills, he's not working with the people he used to work with. Do I think that it should somehow be like banned, wiped from the internet? You know, probably not. And probably that would be, you know, there's probably no legal mechanism to do that. So I just think having some real clarity about what it means to sort of not accept something, and the difference between, for example, somebody being genuinely, truly outraged by what Kneecap said and a politician asking a festival to drop them from the bill. Those are two, like, really different things. And then what if somebody said, well, their album should be withdrawn. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. So what you're really asking is, it's a lot of different questions about different mechanisms, everything from social disapproval to the law via boycotts and no platforming and bans and so on. And so I do think that all these arguments have to be quite precise and case by case and sophisticated, because it's never free speech versus no free speech.
You mentioned Cop Killer, which really segues nicely into our final segment, because this kind of public flogging of artists is not necessarily new. Back in 1992, Sinead O'Connor was slammed in the US for ripping up that photo of the Pope in protest against child abuse in the Catholic Church. The Dixie Chicks, now known as the Chicks, they effectively killed their career for years when they criticised President George W. Bush's war in Iraq. And so now we're seeing things like venues being cancelled and sponsors being pulled out. Taig, do you think that we now run the risk that artists and public figures are just too scared to speak out? They're too scared to say anything. They will self-censor for fear of being cancelled?
Absolutely, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely seeing it in the comedy world where, you know, I know a lot of people in Ireland and Britain would be privately very supportive of the Palestinian cause, for instance, but would be afraid to speak out in public because, I suppose they don't want to be, in my view, wrongly accused of being anti-Semitic. And secondly, because I just feel in the West we've become so completely beholden to consumerism and to the capitalist pursuit of you know, the good life, and people have got work opportunities and they don't want to upset their brand deals. I think it's a sad state of affairs in music as well. I mean, the musicians I grew up listening to, the punk artists, the rock artists, that, like, if there was an injustice going on in the world, they would be making albums about it, and people have just become, you know, I don't know, just the consumerism has kind of thwarted freedom of expression. But you will pay a price. Like, I mean, any of the artists I do know, including myself in this part of the world, in Ireland is seen as a relatively pro-Palestine country. I find it extraordinarily hard to get any commercial work because I've spoken up. People can go and look at the historical record. I haven't been shouting about how amazing Hamas are or anything like that. I've just been advocating for people who are going through what I believe and many human rights organisations believe is a genocide. I'm just advocating for them. A lot of them are my friends. I can't get any work in Ireland since October 7th. I used to get a lot of voiceover work. I haven't had any voiceover work in like a year and a half. Perhaps I've just overnight become a really terrible voiceover artist, but it seems a little bit fishy to me. And a lot of people experience the same. So you will pay a price if you speak up. So I understand that's the way neoliberalism has worked, that you toe the line or else you don't get work, and you just have to choose between your authenticity, your humanity, or your pay packet. And I'm very happy with the decision that I've made.
Adela, let me ask you to comment on that. There are claims by some in the field that an Israel lobby is behind this cancelling, this pressure on groups such as NECAP, perhaps such as TAIG. What do you make of those claims?
Well, I can't speak to Israel lobbies because I'm not a part or a member of any of them. But what I can say is that I've actually seen the opposite from my friends that are in the industry. I have friends that are beauty influencers, that are in theater, that have pretty large followings. And they felt that after October 7th, after the boycott lists went out, if you didn't speak up about Palestine and you didn't post something on your story, you would end up in a circulated boycott list. And some of them lost tens of thousands of followers. So it's interesting that you feel it in the opposite direction, where people have to self-censor out of fear of being canceled. But I've met a lot of people that felt that they were compelled to say things they don't quite believe or they don't quite stand behind in order to continue to work or to continue to keep their followings. So I think that when both sides are feeling pressure in this way, it means that we have to have a conversation instead of having boycotts. And I think you're right. I think a lot of people have been avoiding having the conversation. But when it comes to Israel lobbies, I mean, I'm not aware of any coordinated effort. What I do know is email lists, which is the same thing that you see on either side. When Colombia does something that we don't agree with, or an artist does something that you don't agree with, email campaigns go out. I've seen them on both sides. I'm on both email lists. I don't think that there's any tactic that's new.
Dorian, what about you? You've written widely about protest music. Has cancel culture gone so far that it's sort of the death of protest music now? Are people self-censoring because they're afraid? And what does that mean for protest music?
I don't think so. I wouldn't use the term cancel culture in that context. I think there's a lot of structural reasons why there are fewer protest songs, or certainly why fewer of them are breaking through. There's all kinds of different things. Some of them just simply, like the shift from purchasing to streaming, means that the charts become more static and homogenous, and it's harder for these sort of weird spiky songs to break through. And I think that unfortunately, a product of the social media era is that people are more nervous about what they say and where that can be picked up. There are things that people said in the music press back in the 80s that I'd never heard of. I came across them in my research and I was like, I cannot believe that I've just never heard of this, and they never got into trouble for this. So there was more sort of freedom to speak then, for sure. But that doesn't mean that people are fearing a particular lobby, a particular government. It's somehow like even relatively innocent stuff can get twisted. So I do think that there is a kind of a self-censorship that is not a kind of result of some authoritarian culture, but of across the political spectrum, the way that people behave on social media, the way that people can be ripped apart for the mildest things. And I think that does make people self-censor. Although I would say, for example, on the issue of Gaza, there are many artists in the UK. I know it's hard, I think probably harder in the US, but many artists in the UK and on Ireland who have spoken out in favour of Palestine. So it's not like you can't. It's not like you cannot do that.
Before we wrap up, we're almost out of time, but I just want to get a really short statement from each of you, just as sort of a final thought. Taig, I'm going to start with you. Is our society too sensitive these days to provocative art?
Yes, I think our society needs to look at provocative actions rather than provocative art primarily. And I would just like to finish by saying we've been talking a lot about two sides. I think in this moment in history, it isn't a two sides discussion, really. There are no two sides in a genocide.
Adela, our community, our modern culture, is social media making us too sensitive? Is this idea of collective outrage driving us more so than being stimulated by provocative art?
I think that there's absolutely a culture of collective outrage where if you don't speak up, you're seen as less than. But at the same time, if you look at the way that most Jewish people have reacted to outright anti-Semitism, we offer to take them to Auschwitz so they can understand the Jewish struggle. And that, to me, is the opposite of cancel culture.
Dorian, wrap us up.
Well, unfortunately, social media is designed to do that. That's what the algorithms do. That's how they get the money. It's to wind people up and make them angrier. I think what I find, and I just, that unfortunately this is what people do, what I find hard to accept is when politicians who have bigger fish to fry target a pop group. And I always find that a little shabby, a little opportunistic. And of course, they are not, whatever Kneecap has said, they are not a national security threat.
A very interesting point to end on. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have here on Counterpoints. But thank you to you, our wonderful panel, for joining us. It's been so interesting. Taig Hickey, comedian and political activist, Dorian Linsky, journalist and author, and Adela Kojab, activist and legal advocate. Thanks for your time. And as always, thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes on Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Pakistan says it has killed 40 to 50 Indian soldiers in Kashmir in response to Indian airstrikes. India has responded with a misinformation accusation. Can you show us evidence, and do you have details on the attack?
While we were being attacked by the Indian Air Force night before last, there was some engagement on the ground also, both on line of control and working boundary and international border, but mostly on line of control and working boundary. But during the engagements on working boundary and line of control, several Indian soldiers were killed, and some of these two brigade headquarters were destroyed, and some of these checkposts were abandoned by the Indian soldiers, and they just ran away. So during those clashes, there were casualties on Indian side. This is what was meant by, I think our information minister gave this statement. So this is the detail of the incident or engagement which was there right before last on the line of control, which is the border between the occupied Kashmir and independent Kashmir on our side.
Okay, great. And is there any proof for what you've just said to me that this did happen?
Well, I can check. You can send your correspondent. We can take them to the control line and show them what is happening over there. That is the maximum we can do under the circumstances. We have been telling India since last 2 weeks that let's hold an independent international inquiry into the incident of Pulwama. They are not responding to that, not even a word from them. So that is something which is, they're holding the whole thing very close to their chest. And they are not ready to hold an international inquiry and the accusation they are leveled against Pakistan. They must hold an inquiry. We cannot be blamed just like that for the benefit of political benefit of Indian leadership. That's not acceptable.
India says it struck terrorist sites in Pakistan. Do you recognize these areas as terrorist hotspots?
There are no terrorist sites in Pakistan. There are no training camps in Pakistan. We invite the international media, international observers or whatever, they can come and inspect these sites. If there are training camps over there, or if there are any terrorists over there, anything. We are open to any inspection, any inquiry that do we have, as India is saying, any camps, training camps, or harboring terrorists on our territory. Let them come out with some sort of proof or some sort of evidence. Let's hold inquiries in both incidents. These terrorist camps allegation on our side and Pulwama incident on their side. Let's hold any commission from any country, China, USA, Russia, Saudi Arabia, UAE, all these countries. They are all these countries are friendly with India also. Let them send a commission and find out for themselves that who's lying and who's not lying.
Minister, I just want to ask you, if it wasn't terrorist hotspots that were struck, what did India strike in Pakistan?
Civilian population and a couple of mosques.
OK, India has accused Pakistan of supporting cross-border terrorism, including the recent attack in April. And that is their justification for the recent strikes. As a nation, India has the right to defend itself, does it not?
Every nation in the world has right to defend itself. It's not only the exclusive right of Indians. It is there for more than 200 nations in the world. Every nation has the right to defend itself. We also have the right to defend ourselves. We are asking, they are on the excuse of whatever they are saying, which is a lie. They are attacking us. We are asking, and any commission or any body, international body can make an inquiry. They have not a shred of evidence. An iota of evidence has not been presented to the media or to international community that this incident, sad incident which took place, was backed by or perpetrated by Pakistan.
OK, but India have actually shown proof. Pakistan hasn't. And that's something that we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to the heart of the story, to what's really happening.
Happening where?
What's happening in the region currently, in Kashmir and between India and Pakistan?
There was an air attack. 78 planes, Indian planes, took part in the air attack just 2 nights back. And then there was a ground attack as I said earlier, from occupied Kashmir on the control line, on the working boundary. So India is actually escalating the situation. We don't want to escalate the situation. They communicated internationally and bilaterally also that we have done what we wanted to do after the Pulwama attack, and now we can de-escalate the situation. This is the message we received.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has held a phone call with your Prime Minister. You have shed some light on this. Is Pakistan ready to de-escalate following this conversation with Rubio? Are Pakistan ready to do this?
I'm not privy to the conversation between Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister of Pakistan. We hope, and we have been welcoming this since last many days, that any international effort to secure some sort of sanity in this area and de-escalate the situation and hold some inquiry into allegations of Pakistan involvement in Pulwama. All these. We have been saying it for the last 2 weeks now. But if there is any offer from Foreign Secretary to our Prime Minister, it happened, I think, a couple of hours back. I do not have the latest, so I'm sorry I cannot give a response. Maybe sometimes later you can ask me. I can inquire what actually was discussed between the two, officials.
The next 24 hours are looking uncertain, yet crucial for both countries. What military levels are Pakistan willing to go to, and who are your allies if this does escalate?
Well, I think the escalation with every passing hour is becoming a very stark reality, very vivid reality because of the situation which is unfolding now in the subcontinent between India and Pakistan. We hope that it is the escalation is contained to a level which will not involve civilian population, which will not involve anything with like India is doing since last few days, targeting civilian population even today. And the first half of the day, they targeted civilian populations in Pindi, Rawalpindi, Lahore, Karachi, and perhaps more than a dozen, locations were attacked by them through drones. Perhaps their pilots are not ready to fly now after what happened to them a couple of nights back. So they are sending drones now, unmanned. They are not ready to send something which is manned.
The world has a new pope as Robert Provosto becomes the first American leader of the Catholic Church. The Vatican erupted in excitement as he delivered his first words. They were, "May peace be with you all." So, Jono, was this sooner than expected? I felt like it was 2 days of voting. I wasn't expecting white smoke so quick. I don't know why.
I mean, we don't know if it was how many votes in we were. It's not clear just yet if it was the 4th or the 5th round of voting, but that is early doors. Now, Pope Benedict the 16th was voted in after 4 rounds of voting when he took the position. Francis was elected after 5 counts, so both the second day of votes. And Pope John Paul II, their predecessor, was 3 days of voting. So it's certainly not the shortest, which was a number of hours, which happened in 1503. I think that was when Pope Pius III had passed away after 23 days in office as Pope. So it's not as short as that, which was, I think, 3 hours. And it's not as long as Clement the 4th or the 5th. He passed away in 1268, and it took 3 years to find a new Pope. So we're somewhere between the middle. A day and a half seems like it's very doable. So
no one could afford to stay in Rome for 3 years.
No.
Apparently
they had to stop feeding the cardinals what they normally get, which is like a nice spaghetti, minestrone, and just give them bread and water to basically force them to make a decision.
One would maybe guess that the catering may not have been as good in Vatican City this time around, and that's why they were out very quickly. But we now have a new Pope, Pope Leo XIV. Cardinal Robert Francis Provost is who he is known as previously, and weirdly did not have him in my papal bingo card to say that he would take over. He was not in there as one of the front runners. He had been touted as a potential candidate, but I don't think anyone saw this. I don't know if people were expecting an American to take the position as the leader of the Catholic Church either, and that is exactly what has happened. Born in Chicago in 1955, so he's one of the younger gentlemen to ever take the position at 69 years old, still a seasoned veteran, as you would imagine, and he's been a priest since 1982, spent much of his life in Peru, working on missions there as well, which we got a feel for when he gave the Habemus Papam speech on the balcony. We got a feel for what sort of a pope he is going to be. We know that he is multilingual, 9 languages loosely, 6 fluently, of which we got a taste of his Latin, which would be the tradition, a little bit of Italian and some Spanish. And weirdly, no English.
No, he didn't give us any of us an American accent.
None.
We didn't get any English. But he is seen as the Pope of compromise. So he's seen as someone who can appease the real conservatives in the Catholic Church. But he's also liberal enough to sort of stick to what Pope Francis was outlining in his papal see. So gosh knows what's going to happen. We have to wait and find out.
I feel like we were promised that before, you know, the sort of conservative side and the liberal. But I do feel that slowly over time, the conservative side does kind of come to the fore. But only time will tell.
Again, you can tell a lot by the name that the Pope will pick, and a lot about his attire when he walks out. Pope Francis was the first one to break from the tradition and change the vestments and just wear a white robe. When he walked out, we thought this is a papacy of humility and of humbleness, and even his name, Francis of Assisi, was the name that he took. So that was an indicator that he would be a pope for the poor. And I think that was a very clear indicator of what we could expect and what we got from Pope Francis. This was more of a ceremonial, wore all of the garb that went along with the papacy, probably right down to the Prada red shoes that are provided for the Pope.
We never got to see the shoes there on the balcony, but I can imagine he did.
So we would think that this would be more of a traditional papacy. Certainly I believe that he will not be living in the apartments that are beside the Vatican City and the Sistine Chapel. He's more likely to move back into the Papal Palace. I mean, this again is just speculation at the moment. And taking the name Leo after his predecessor, who passed away, I think 1903, was the last Leo that we had sit on the papal throne. He's likely having some of his methodology or some of his thinking. We know that he's a big believer in welcoming in the minorities into the church, but he is not a believer in having women ordained ministers within the church. So there's some traditional elements, and there's some of Pope Francis' elements that are through there as well. A mix of Benedict XVI and Pope Francis is, I think, what we're in store for.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating that he's American. And I wonder what...
as you said,
yeah.
it was completely unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the front runner was the Italian.
Italian, a Hungarian, the Filipino cardinal, all were in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Donald Trump is absolutely thrilled that this has now happened. He said he's really looking forward to meeting him.
Yes. I did wonder if Donald Trump was going to sort of take credit for this. I still wouldn't be surprised. But he's already tweeted about it, obviously. He said it is such an honour to realise that he is the first American Pope, and he looks forward to meeting Pope Leo XIV, and it will be a very meaningful moment. So, yeah, I do think no one thought there would be an American Pope, because obviously as a country it can be sort of quite moved towards more secular. But no, I think it's actually very interesting. It feels a bit modern. Yeah. It feels a bit more modern, although the not looking at allowing women to be ordained doesn't feel modern. But as I said, I do feel, you know, the balance between progressive and conservative, it evolves over time.
I must say something. He looked really sprightly on that balcony, didn't he? He had like a lovely big smile.
Yep.
I felt like when he started talking, the crowds just erupted.
Yeah.
I don't know, Gemma and Jono, I'm still fascinated about the volume of people who were there in the Vatican.
Yeah, for me, I think it's because there's not much mystery in life anymore. And this is one of those mysteries that you don't get to see that often in your lifetime. You know, it's one of those big defining moments. And it's something that the whole world can hold their breath for. And there aren't really that many moments that we can collectively do that.
No, it's absolutely true. And the Vatican must be making some money. I spoke to our reporter earlier, and he said to me, Leigh Ann, I'm here, Trent Murray. I'm waiting for him to come on the balcony, and I can't even get a piece of pizza.
So they're making money. They've spent it as well, mind you. The conclave, the last conclave that took place in 2013, estimated to have cost about $5.1 million US. So it's an expensive affair. And it's because of all the pomp and pageantry and ceremony that goes along with it. And you might think, well, the Vatican's got deep pockets, they can fund that. It's actually paid for by Italy. So they're probably just recouping some of the losses that they'll have had to spend on the papal conclave, but also the papal funeral. They've just put that behind them as well. Estimated to have cost around $7 million US. That was also a very expensive affair. So there's two very, very large events that have just taken place that have cost their economy quite a lot of cash that they've had to stump up for as the Italian government. So this will somewhat feed back into that and give a much needed cash injection back into Rome.
No, it's absolutely fascinating. The whole day, it just felt really historic, that moment. I loved it. I actually felt a bit emotional when he went onto the balcony. You know, even if you're not religious, Gemma, I think you do feel that.
Definitely. It's coming out onto the balcony as well, to the crowds. And I think even if you're not religious, you can appreciate what it means to other people in that moment. And I think that's wonderful, seeing so many people coming together like that.
Yes.
It is wonderful.
This is a hugely symbolic day for the special relationship between both of the countries.
Yeah, coming on VE Day, and the fact that the UK is the first country to sit down with the US and work out these tariffs that have been making headlines for so long is a big moment, especially, as you said, it is a special relationship between the two nations. They have a very strong relationship, irrespective of who the leaders have been. So what we've seen is both the US and the UK coming away from this meeting, both very happy, you know, seeming to have got what they set out to achieve. The US is the UK's biggest trading partner. And this is definitely seen as a win for Keir Starmer. He also has the backing of Reform Party leader Nigel Farage. But, I think overall everyone's come away very happy from the negotiations.
Yeah, and exactly. And I also think for Donald Trump, this is good because it's the first big tariff deal since Liberation Day happened, Jono, in many respects.
He is packaging this as the proof that he can strike a deal. And this is the first of many that we're likely to see as well. Of course, we know that he's likely to go forward and meet in Shanghai towards the end of this week. But there's more agreements. This will now put huge pressure on the EU. It'll put pressure on China and others to try and strike a deal. And it's likely that more bilateral deals will stem from this as well. Obviously, we've now seen the UK, they've also reduced their tariffs in return for this, 5.1% down to 1.8% on US products, which is also a huge reduction as well. And 27.5% down to 10% is a big win for Keir Starmer. And currently, in his somewhat turmoil since he's taken office, he needs the win on this. So I think he'll be touting this as a huge win for the UK and for his party in general, which I think is one that he definitely needed.
No, absolutely. I agree. And we have spoken about this. The UK was desperate for this deal. You know, they've been touting it for so long. And also we saw a trade deal with India early in the week. So it is a win, definitely, for the Labour Party. But Gemma, we mentioned this. Does this open the door for deals with other countries now, too, for the US potentially? Is Donald Trump the man that's going to get all the countries to do these deals and things are just going to work out?
Well, now that the ball is rolling, I do think things are going to happen quite quickly. And as you mentioned, China and the US are meeting in Geneva on Saturday to begin their talks. Now, the rhetoric around the talks and tariffs with China was much more bullish than it was around talks with the UK. Obviously, China is a giant trading partner for the US. So between them, they trade up to $585 billion a year. There's an imbalance, though. So the US imports from China $440 billion US dollars a year, and China imports $145 billion. So there is a lot on the table, billions, obviously. Yeah. But I do think, now the ball is rolling. The countries are going to be lining up to make their deals.
No, I couldn't agree more. But what I thought was quite interesting was just the optics today. Obviously, Donald Trump and Keir Starmer announcing this deal. Keir Starmer on the phone, Donald Trump, surrounded by Peter Mandelson was there, also his US Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. And it just seems to be like a lot of Donald. There's a lot of friendship going on there. I wonder, have they become friends over the time?
Well, it's somewhat of the bros club, and it has to be for a deal like this to be portrayed in the way that it is as a success. He has to focus on the special relationship, and I think that was referred to several times by Donald Trump, who said the special relationship that we have with our friends in the UK, and this has been seen as that. It's, as we said, it's a breakthrough deal, and it's a step forward for diplomacy as well. And Keir Starmer did this from, of course, taking place at a car manufacturing garage, which is great because it's zero tariffs on automobiles and that entire sector, and the steel sector as well, which is the big win that the UK is taking away from this. However, it's going to take months. We're not going to see this transpire in the immediate future. It's not going to be a 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It will take months before the ball is rolling on this. And although the tariffs have been paused for now on the Trump administration's part, it will be a little while before we see the knock-on effect of this and see, has this worked? Has Trump's tariffs actually worked? Because we're not going to know that until we're maybe 6 months down the line. But the stocks from today would indicate that there's been a positive impact on both markets, on both sides of the Atlantic.
And former US President Joe Biden has given his first interview since stepping down. During his chat with the BBC to mark the 80th anniversary of VE Day, Biden spoke about his decision to leave office, the ongoing Ukraine war, and his thoughts on President Putin. Take a quick listen.
Listen to what Putin said when he talked about going from Kyiv into Ukraine. he can't stand the fact that the Russian dictatorship that he runs, that the Soviet Union has collapsed. And anybody thinks he's going to stop is just foolish. And the way we talk about now that, well, it's just the Gulf of America. Maybe we're going to have to take back Panama. Maybe we need to acquire Greenland. Maybe Canada should be. What the hell's going on here? What president ever talks like that? That's not who we are. We're about freedom, democracy, opportunity, not about confiscation.
There we are. Inzi, a blast from the past. Joe Biden. We know he was always going to criticize Donald Trump to some extent, and the administration, of course. But what did you make of what he actually had to say during this interview?
You had to concentrate because it was very slow. It took a bit of time, really, to get into topics sometimes. It must have been very difficult for Nick Robinson, who's doing the interview, because they would have had to wade through a lot of footage with Biden talking the way he did. However, he spoke about Trump, which, of course, was going to happen. He spoke about his first 100 days in office. I think the words were, "I don't see anything triumphant." He said that he would let history judge his successor. He also said that he didn't think that Trump would succeed in flouting the courts or the law. He thinks that Republicans themselves are actually waking up to what Trump is about. So, of course, he was never going to be nice about Donald Trump in his first 100 days in office. But I also don't think he was overly critical. I think, you know, for a former president who essentially lost the race to Donald Trump, I think he was quite measured in what has been a whirlwind 100 days for Donald Trump.
Yes, Wissam, agreed?
Did he lose the race? Well, he didn't. I mean, it's Kamala Harris for that. I mean, for him, there's somewhere, I mean, he is bitter. Definitely, he is bitter, but relieved in the same time. I think he would say, I mean, I'm not the one who lost. I'm not the loser here. And I always said that if someone can win against Donald Trump, it's going to be me. You didn't want me. But at the same time, if you contemplate Joe Biden in this interview and think for a while that he won the presidency, he is, and compare him with the dynamic Donald Trump. The energy. The energy of Donald Trump. So basically, yes, he is. But at the same time, we feel that he lost on a bitter note. I mean, when Barack Obama finished his 2 terms, and then you had Hillary Clinton who lost, it's almost the same thing. But Barack Obama could be in a different place in history where he feels, you know, more happy.
In some ways, when I watched that interview, I actually felt quite sorry for Biden in many ways. You know, he's clearly slowed down, but he had such an illustrious political career, 50 years, you know, let's think about that for a moment. But another thing is, where's he left the Democrats right now? They don't seem to be doing much. I don't know if they can do much because Donald Trump is dominating the headlines, but, you know, what next?
Well, I think the big question is whether the kind of last-minute handover to Kamala Harris impacted the Democrats in that election. And in all honesty, I don't really think it did. I think what Democrats say now is that handover basically gave Donald Trump the key to the White House. But I truly believe that whether he was there or whether Kamala Harris was there, I think the election was going to go the way that it went. The question is now is how do the Democrats get up from the mess that one has left them in, and Kamala Harris, who was only seen for the first time just very recently as well, has left them in. What work are they actively doing to try and rebuild a party whilst Donald Trump is literally there in
is the party.
Is
the party.
He's having the party. He's the show, he's the party, he's monopolizing
but this is how
headlines.
American politics works. The two parties are just empty shells who are waiting for someone to come and take over them. This is what George Bush was, this is what Reagan was, and this is mostly what Trump is, and even more aggressively because Trump is the party now. On the other side, the very fact that we had this confusion and we had Joe Biden leave at the last moment or last month is because there is a problem in the dynamics of the Democratic Party. But in the same time, as you said, we didn't feel Biden was very defensive of his legacy when it came to Zelensky, of Ukraine. But was he really the counter voice of Donald Trump as some in his party would expect him to be? No.
No.
Why? Because he doesn't have a counter narrative. He doesn't have a counter offer because he's too old and because the party doesn't have another program. They only could say that Trump is doing very bad, and a lot of people would say this, but is it enough?
And he probably actually knew and knows that Trump probably does have a better relationship with those world leaders than he did during his time in office, or probably during any of his time as a politician. And he's probably subtly with himself admitted that the guy's got a better relationship and he's got better dialogue with those people that I never had.
And I would argue, excuse me, that somehow they are against the policies of Donald Trump. But maybe deep inside, some of the people in the Democratic camp are saying, maybe this guy, the bold moves he is taking on the tariffs, maybe it's worth a shot. And let's see where it gets. Maybe there is this thinking also. If he fails, it will fail. And if he wins, someone would have broken the ceiling. And this is interesting for the world.
And I actually think that's what a lot of the American people voted for. They voted for change. They voted for Donald Trump to see these dramatic shifts. And we are seeing it play out in real time. And I also think Donald Trump has got so much energy. I think he's 79, isn't he?
Yeah.
And if you just look at him in comparison to Joe Biden, gosh, he's so busy. I couldn't keep up with him, and I'm significantly younger.
But the thing is, he doesn't seem to be letting up, right? He's just signed with a talent agency, potential...
This is Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, yeah. The potential rumours of him, maybe kind of working on a book or something like that. If I was him, I would just chill out now. You've done your stint. You've had an illustrious career. OK, you had a bit of a sharp downfall. But just relax now. Take your time out, and you've not got long left. Just take it easy.
One of the greatest things that occurred to me during the fight, the elections, is that...
The fight,
yeah. The fight.
When he had his first failed debate with Trump, and they were asking the opinions of people, and of course all the people were saying that Trump won, except people who speak Spanish and who were listening to the translation. They thought that Biden won, because the problem of Biden is not the message. It's how he is saying the message.
Yeah.
It's himself, his person. And at the same time, let's not forget, he is a fox. He's a very intelligent fighter. He's a great politician. He has been in the Congress for 50 years. He has been vice president for 8 years and president for 4 years. He's one of the people who will mark the future of America more than anyone else. And he is the biggest player in the Russia-Ukraine war.
I'd finally just be interested whether actually any world leaders out there really care what Biden has said in this interview with the BBC. Will they actually be watching it and thinking, oh yeah, I agree with him or I support him and that's a good point that he's made? I don't think many world leaders will be watching that and will be that bothered about what he's had to say.
If Obama had the same interview, maybe people would listen more.
That's a fair point.
And I think maybe other world leaders think things have moved on so quickly in the Trump 100 days that maybe Biden, whatever he says right now...
It looks essentially...
Yeah, they're like, it's insignificant. Things are...
Old news.
Yeah, old news. We've got a lot more in our in tray to deal with. The US president has said he's directing his administration to reopen the notorious Alcatraz prison. The prison was closed back in 1963 due to the crumbling infrastructure and high repair and operation costs. In a post on Truth Social site, he said the prison will house America's most ruthless and violent offenders. Okay, Alcatraz, Hollywood, They're kind of linked. There's been lots of films about Alcatraz, but what is the history of Alcatraz, and why does President Trump want to reopen it?
So I am an Alcatraz buff. I visited the prison about 40 years ago, and it's wonderful because you can put on an old-style Walkman. I'm not sure if you remember the Walkmans, John.
Yeah, even I do. Come on.
And you could walk around the prison, and as you're walking around the prison, they'll have actual former prisoners and former guards narrating what would have happened during the course of a day in the life of a prison, or in the life of a prisoner. They would show you the cell where the Clint Eastwood character from Escape from Alcatraz stayed, and they still had the stuffed fake head that he used to fool the guards. It is, for someone such as myself, I became interested in all things sort of 1920s gangsterish, and of course this is where they ended up. Al Capone ended up here. There's
Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly, Birdman of Alcatraz. One of my favorites is a gentleman by the name of Alvin Creepy Karpis, who was Canadian, who actually spent more time as a prisoner in Alcatraz than anyone else, 26 years. It's also interesting that there's a connection, a more personal connection, the prison to Donald Trump. And that is, since it was closed, as you mentioned, in 1963, that was ordered by the Attorney General, who at the time was Robert Kennedy. And of course, his son is part of the Trump cabinet.
That's absolutely fascinating. I didn't know.
Full circle.
That. I know, full circle, right? It always works like that in life. But we've seen hundreds of migrants actually, Jono, deported to El Salvador's, the super prison, and that's by Donald Trump's administration. Do you think reopening a prison like Alcatraz could save on deportation costs and also the legal headaches that the administration are facing?
So the top line answer in this is no. It's not going to cut costs. It's to reopen, it's going to be hugely expensive. And as you've been someone who's been there, Michael, you'll be aware that it is a dilapidated building, and the system that it was a member of no longer exists. So it's going to require a lot of money. And logistically, it's very complex to reopen a prison like Alcatraz as well. It doesn't reduce any of the legal complexity, and in fact, it doesn't reduce any of the costs that are involved as well. The burden and the cost actually may be quite significantly more when the end numbers come to fruition. I don't think that this is necessarily about a cost-cutting measure. This is a symbol, and Alcatraz in itself is a symbol of strength. It's deterrence, it's accountability as well. This is a fly in the face of the previous administration's soft on crime approach, and Donald Trump has seen this as a big testament and almost a monument to crime prevention. Reopening this and having it there as a deterrent is what the Trump administration wants to have seen done. So is it going to save costs? No. Is it going to be functional? Well, the idea has been mocked, as you can imagine, across the board. But the rising crime rate in the US indicates that Americans feel like something needs to be done. This has been contended as a serious solution, and transforming it back into a working prison and reclaiming it from tourism, although as expensive as it may be, it is said to be a meaningful use. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with it being a meaningful use when you could probably have built an equally impressive, if not way more impressive, building from scratch and have had the same effect.
Well, by the numbers that we've seen, it generates $60 billion a year.
Yeah, I was just seeing that 1.6 million visitors every single year go there. That is a big amount.
So you could, I'm not sure if a billion or million, I'm not sure which I said. I think I said billion, and I think it's million, 60 million. But you could use that to build other prisons if you needed to. But certainly, you know, you cannot take something that is this old and in such poor condition and repurpose that without a lot of work and a lot of expense and a lot of time and a lot of money. It's just not going to happen, as Jono said. It's certainly not going to happen, and it's certainly not worthwhile.
And you think early 20th century, it's been around since. So we think it closed in 1963. It was not a new building in 1963. It was not in its infancy of its use at that stage. It had already been used, I think, previously as a lookout fort before that as well. So it has been around for a very, very long time. And as you know, to repurpose any building is almost more hassle than it's worth than to just knock it down. I understand the symbol of defiance, of strength, of security that it embodies. But I do think as a tourist attraction, it's far more attractive to go along to.
I was also just having a look at some of the Alcatraz, and I didn't realize this, but it's literally so difficult to have only 36 prisoners apparently ever tried to escape, and a lot of it was unsuccessful. And in 1962, 3 prisoners vanished, and there's still a lot of conspiracy theories around that. So I think Alcatraz is something that does fascinate everyone, and Donald Trump sort of brought it back into, you know, our mind's eye again.
So there's one rumor, I'm not sure if it gets to the level of conspiracy theories, but so bodies were never found. When they did escape, when they were off the island. Now, the water's incredibly cold and the currents are quite strong. So the thinking is that they got swept out to sea. But the one rumor that you heard, or at least that I would read about and sort of romanticize, is that every year on the anniversary of the escape, the warden would receive a postcard from one of the men.
Okay.
Maybe not. But I think if you're looking for that prison where you say this is where we'll send you if you don't behave, Rikers Island surely does that job already. I don't think Alcatraz is going to add or take away from that. So I don't know if it's going to be a deterrent.
Now, one thing that's completely outside the realm of possibilities, but I'm going to throw it out there right now, is you don't need to repair it. But because it's so difficult to get off the island without a boat, if you were to swim it, just put everybody there. You don't have to worry about putting
And they can rebuild it.
Well, they could if you wanted that.
No, I'm just saying that maybe it's a wild suggestion.
But they would not be able to escape. And if they did, they'd be taking their life in their own hands. Now, for Donald Trump, it would be the perfect idea about violent offenders who have to swim across dangerous shark-infested dangerous waters. It would almost be like a reality TV show for the man who used to be a reality TV star.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's special program, we're taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week's interviews, taking a particular note of the first 100 days of the second Trump presidency. That's coming up in this special edition. We can speak to Kurt Volker, the former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Ambassador. You served as President Trump's special envoy to Ukraine during the first Trump administration. That was a voluntary role that you held for about 2 years. I'm assuming you've been following this conflict and the situation in Ukraine now, well, for the best part of a decade. And I want to start by asking you, where are we? Are we at the beginning of the end yet?
I think we are at the beginning of a phase that will take us back to a ceasefire. We had a ceasefire nominally, not always respected by Russia, but nominally a ceasefire from 2014 until 2022. And then we had, of course, Russia's full-scale invasion in 22. I think we are heading back now toward a ceasefire in place.
I mean, we heard...
if I can add, just to add to that, I know there's a lot of talk about a peace deal or an agreement. I think that is far less likely. I think we can have a ceasefire where future attacks are refrained from and deterred, but an actual peace agreement I'm very skeptical about.
Okay, so some sort of a scaling down seems to be what you're saying in terms of the tensions. We're getting slightly mixed messages from Washington. I mean, on the one hand, we heard President Trump say at the weekend that there's been some great progress being made and that he's very happy with the talks that are being made. And then we hear from the US Vice President speaking to Fox News 3 days ago saying there's going to be no end to the war anytime soon. I mean, how do we decode these slightly conflicting views?
Yeah, I think President Trump is always trying to talk up the prospects of a deal to keep optimism, to keep trying to find ways to engage Vladimir Putin, get him into a process so that he is willing to try to end the war. I think J.D. Vance is just being realistic that Putin is not interested in ending the war. He wants to keep fighting the war. And we haven't got him in a position yet where he feels that that's necessary. As I said, though, I think towards the end of this year, he will start feeling that. His foreign exchange reserves are going to be running lower and lower, especially as the price of oil is down and as sanctions and possibly secondary sanctions take effect. And he also doesn't want to launch a full-scale conscription in Russia. But without that, he's not going to have the manpower that he needs if he's going to keep taking losses at the rate that he is today.
So in terms of the right moment to bring about meaningful negotiations, I mean, if Russia's kind of got the upper hand on the battlefield right now, but is going to be feeling the heat towards the end of the year, doesn't it make sense, therefore, to perhaps revisit diplomatic efforts later on in the year?
I think that is exactly where Rubio and J.D. Vance are headed in their thinking, that it's fruitless, as Rubio said, to just fly around the world for meetings right now if Putin is not going to be serious about ending the conflict. Put the pressure on, apply secondary sanctions, keep assistance flowing to Ukraine, possibly if Congress enacts legislation that enables Ukraine to borrow from the United States and then buy American weapons. Those would all be things that would send a signal to Putin that this is going to last a long time and it's going to get worse and worse for him. Then perhaps later in the year, there would be a time to resume negotiations, at least in order to get a full ceasefire.
It's quite interesting because what you're saying also ties into some of the comments that have come out of the Kremlin in the last couple of days. They've said the conflict is so complicated and the speed of progress that Washington wants is unrealistic. I mean, there seems to be a perception, therefore, in Russia that the United States doesn't really understand the complexities of this conflict. Do you think they've got a point?
Well, I would never take Kremlin statements at face value. They are saying these things in order to influence others, not because they are reflecting any particular truth. And the reason the Kremlin is saying that it's quite complex is to give a justification for why they are not agreeing to an immediate ceasefire. Fact is, they just don't want to agree to an immediate ceasefire. They want to continue fighting. They just don't want to say that. So they say it's complex.
You're quoted as saying that this Trump administration is much faster than the first Trump administration. I just want to ask you, I mean, obviously faster, everyone will agree, there's been a flurry of activity. But in terms of results, what is there to show for it?
Honestly, I'd say results in some areas, like immigration, have been remarkable. It's been a 99% decrease in illegal border crossings.
Okay, but in terms of foreign policy?
Well, that's one. In terms of tariffs, I'd say the results are the opposite. They have actually done damage to the markets and the U.S. economy, and we're now in a first quarter of what could be a recession. As a decline in GNP in the first quarter after Trump took office. So that's been an effect. And in terms of some of these conflicts, I think in the case of Russia and Ukraine, he has gotten the U.S. and Ukraine in alignment, both about calling for an immediate ceasefire and developing a common approach to developing Ukraine's economic resources, which is sustainable, which involves the United States as a partner in developing Ukraine, gives the U.S. a stake in Ukraine, and this alignment in turn sends a signal to Putin. So that much has been done. But when it comes to stopping the fighting, I think Ukraine has done more on its own than anything the U.S. has done by, for example, the naval drones that they have developed or the frontline drones that they use, which have really inhibited Russia from making any substantial gains anymore. And then finally, in the Middle East, I think that they have caused Iran to start looking at options. They have gone after the Houthis and given a green light to Israel on Hamas, which I think has shown much greater resolve to push back on Iran's proxies than the Biden administration was doing. That does open the possibility for ratcheting down the conflict in the Middle East.
And Ambassador, just to pick up on what you're saying about the so-called minerals deal, as it's been dubbed in the media, are you satisfied that that minerals deal does offer security guarantees to Ukraine?
Well, no, it doesn't offer security guarantees. It doesn't pretend to. It is an economic deal, but which establishes a reconstruction investment fund. But what it does do is it gives the U.S. a stake in Ukraine's survival, its territory, its prosperity, its functioning as an independent European state. So while it doesn't provide any guarantees, it does create an interest in the U.S., which the U.S. has a reason to act upon in terms of future security assistance for Ukraine. And that is going to be matched by other security assurances coming from European allies, continued military support, equipment, and training for Ukraine, and possibly even a European reassurance force deployed to Ukraine. So it is in alignment with those things, but the security guarantees are not in this agreement.
Knowing, as you do, and correct me if I'm wrong, both presidents, we've been discussing here, President Trump on the one hand and President Zelensky on the other. I mean, one of the remarkable things we've seen these last few weeks of the second Trump administration has been, their relationship reaching occasionally boiling point in front of the world media. How would you characterize the state of their ties right now? Have they put their hostilities behind them? Have the fences been mended, would you say?
I think so. I think that the meeting that they had in the Vatican seemed to be very positive, and they both spoke very positively about it. It's good that they kept the details private. I think that Zelensky just got into an argument with Vice President Vance unnecessarily in the Oval Office, and it left Trump with an impression that Zelensky just wants to continue the war. It took a few weeks to unwind those impressions and get the U.S. back in alignment. And part of doing that was the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and his counterpart in Ukraine, the Deputy Prime Minister, Yulia Svyrydenko. They were able to do a lot more work behind the scenes and with much less emotion and produce the result that we have now.
Yeah, and we're about 105 days, I believe, into the second Trump administration. And when you think about scenes like what we saw in the Oval Office, the sort of the public showdown, dressing down of President Zelensky in front of the world media, how do you think Ukraine's allies and indeed Washington's traditional allies felt about the treatment the United States was giving the visiting president?
Well, first off, I've spoken with a lot of people about that, and the majority of people that I've met didn't understand what happened, as I see it. They viewed this as an attack on President Zelensky, maybe even a premeditated attack. That's not what happened. If you watch the video carefully, President Trump is having this chummy kind of chat with President Zelensky for about 30 minutes. And then he says, let's wrap it up. One more question. And instead of there being a question, J.D. Vance speaks up because he had not said anything throughout the entire meeting. He wanted to be on camera and seen to be relevant. That should have ended the meeting. President Zelensky should have just, taken the cue from his counterpart, President Trump, to wrap up the meeting and go have lunch. But instead, he then started arguing with J.D. Vance, and the meeting spiraled out of control from there. Really unfortunate, but not a setup against President Zelensky. It did, however, as I said, have a consequence, in that President Trump came away thinking that if we give more aid to Ukraine, they just want to use it to keep fighting. And that's not the point of our aid. The point is to end the war. So we had to go through a lot of back and forth with Ukraine after that meeting to get things back on track. But I think we have now done that.
I mean, there is a bit of history, isn't there, between President Zelensky and President Trump, and not all of it necessarily relating to chapters both men would look back on with great affection. I mean, do you think fundamentally there's a bit of a clash of characters here, knowing both men as you do?
Well, President Trump always wants to be the dominant figure. He wants to be the one who is calling all the shots. And in the way he speaks, in the way he handles a meeting, he is just a bully. President Zelensky always wants to argue. He wants to make the case that why Ukraine is important, why Ukraine needs assistance, why Ukraine is fighting to defend the front lines of the West and so forth. So if people don't immediately accept those arguments, he feels the need to argue. So that just sets up a bad dynamic in conversation, which they need to be careful about. As you say, they've had many meetings. They had a very good meeting in New York in September of last year. That followed, however, on President Zelensky visiting a factory in Pennsylvania, which turned into a Democrat campaign stop, making the Republicans very unhappy. During the impeachment process back in 2019, Trump was very pleased with President Zelensky for not throwing him under the bus and saying he felt no pressure from President Trump at all. They were just having a conversation. So they've had these ups and downs, as you say, but I think they are both strong leaders and are in a spot now where they have aligned their interests.
Do you think President Trump's right to want to bring about some sort of rapprochement with the Russians? I mean, and what's in it for the United States?
Well, I think what President Trump is thinking about is avoiding World War III. How do we avoid getting to a confrontation with Russia? And if we can instead build a positive relationship and positive business relationships with Russia. Every president that has taken office that I've seen has tried to do that, whether it was President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama with his reset policy, first term Trump, President Biden, and now Trump second, Trump 2.0. They all do that. I think it is misguided, to be honest, because Russia takes advantage of that, sees it as weakness, wants to exploit our engagement in order to pursue its aggression.
Do you think President Putin actually wants peace?
No, I don't. I think he wants to conquer Ukraine. He doesn't believe that Ukraine is a legitimate, sovereign, independent country. He believes that they should be part of Russia. He believes that Ukraine is Russian land, and he intends to take all of it and to oppose a government that he chooses. So no, he does not want peace.
And where does it stop after Ukraine? Does he have his eye, do you think, on territorial enlargement?
Ukraine is the big, first, most important thing. And if he succeeds there, he will be turning his attention to the Baltic states, possibly to Finland, possibly to a corridor linking Belarus and Russia with Kaliningrad, which is otherwise an island of Russian territory, possibly even Poland. So he has a lot of appetite. And if he is successful in Ukraine and then rebuilds, he will then be looking elsewhere for where to satisfy that appetite.
Do you think the Trump administration understands and appreciates the danger of escalation beyond Ukraine? Because we're starting to get very close, aren't we, and we are talking already now about NATO member states potentially being eyed up by a hostile Russia.
Yeah. Well, there are several things. When you say understand the dangers, I think one thing is that they are very focused on the danger of a direct NATO-Russia confrontation, because that could escalate into a very large war, including with nuclear weapons. So they are sensitive to that. I think they downplayed the risk of Russia attacking one of these smaller NATO allies to test our will to see whether we would indeed respond, because I think they have some doubts about that. So I think they underestimate that risk.
You mentioned nuclear weapons. President Putin said at the weekend that he hopes we won't have to use them in Ukraine. What message is he sending out there, do you think?
Yeah, well, of course, we share that hope. And
why bring it up?
Every time he brings up nuclear weapons, he's doing it in order to play a psychological operation against the West, because the idea of any use of nuclear weapons is so scary and could lead to a nuclear exchange that people think that, oh, we mustn't go too far. We have to appease Russia somehow. And so that's why he brings it up. He wants to be appeased. And I think we have to be very strong, determined, and not overreact to these things that he says when he is rattling that nuclear saber.
So in terms of your level of optimism and hope that some sort of a deal beyond this 72-hour unilateral ceasefire, which we're going to see later on this week, beyond that, how hopeful are you some sort of a deal could be struck this year?
Well, first off, I don't think we're going to see a 72-hour ceasefire
even this week.
This week. I could be wrong, but Putin has proposed it unilaterally. Ukraine did not agree to that, saying it is an insignificant step. We need a permanent ceasefire. Putin only proposed this in order to protect Moscow while he's having his big military parade. So it's a rather self-serving gesture, not really a humanitarian gesture about the war. So I don't put a lot of stock in this week's ceasefire. As for a longer and more durable, permanent, full-scale ceasefire, I do think we will get there. I think Putin will need that at some point. He's just not ready to do it now. He needs to feel more pain in his economy and more military setbacks on the ground.
And I just wanted to ask you, I mean, we sometimes speak to senior figures in the Republican Party, senior figures in the Trump administration, who say things that sound very close to the lines to take that the Kremlin might be issuing. Words to the effect that President Zelensky is not a legitimate leader, that elections must be held immediately, that the West provoked this war in the first place. What do you think about this? I mean, do you think there is an element of perhaps, misguided sympathy for quite a lot of Moscow's opinions there in the ranks of the leadership in the United States?
I think there's just a lot of confusion. There are many people who feel that the U.S. has done too much for Ukraine already, spent too much money on military equipment and provided that to Ukraine without any strategic result. So their policy desire is to cut off aid to Ukraine. And so in order to justify that policy desire, they look around for reasons. And a lot of these reasons that the Kremlin has provided are convenient, so they just say these things without really knowing anything about the situation.
And just lastly, I don't know if you still have the ear of President Trump, but supposing you do, what advice would you give him and his administration to bring about a conclusion to this war?
Well, the way I would see it is, first off, he's done a good job of getting the U.S. and Ukraine aligned. And he has given Putin every opportunity, every inducement, every enticement to go along with a ceasefire. And Putin has rejected him. So it is time for a different approach, which is to increase the pressure on Russia. And that would take the form of secondary sanctions on their oil and gas industry and on banking institutions. And also to support Congress providing a program to lend money to Ukraine so Ukraine can buy American weapons and ammunition without it being a burden on U.S. taxpayers, but without cutting off that vital supply line. Those are the things that I would do now. Then in terms of negotiations, I would not recognize any territory that Russia has seized as legitimately Russian territory. This is all occupation. And anytime you recognize something like that, you open the door to other countries seeking to do the same thing. So I would not do that. And I would also not take NATO membership off the table. Putin may well relaunch the war again. There may be more misbehavior. We can't predict how things are going to go in the future. So if we're not ready to bring Ukraine into NATO today, then just don't say anything and just leave that out there as an option for the future if NATO and Ukraine later decide that it is necessary.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you so much. It's been really interesting talking to you. Kurt Volker, former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now, the US President Donald Trump wants to reopen one of America's most notorious prisons. Well, the US leader has announced plans to reopen Alcatraz, the infamous island prison in San Francisco Bay. Once home to notorious criminals like Al Capone, George Machine Gun Kelly, and the FBI's former public enemy number one, Alvin Karpis, the prison was closed down in 1963 after just 29 years of operation due to the high cost of running it. Well, located on a remote island in waters rumored to be shark-infested, President Trump says its isolation makes it escape-proof.
It represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate. It's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there. It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. When you look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out. It's sort of amazing. But it sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jen Pellegrino, the chief spokesperson for the America First Policy Institute, who joins us from Washington. Jen, great to have you with us. Thank you for your time. I'd just like to start by asking you, what's your feeling about reopening Alcatraz? Is it the right decision?
Tom, thanks so much for having me. Well, I'll speak to how I think the majority of Americans feel. If you consider the last election back in November, crime, safety, immigration, among the top concerns going into that election. And of course, we saw an overwhelming mandate for President Trump to come back to Washington and do the unfinished business of the last administration when he was in office. And again, he's tackling that with something that obviously was pretty surprising for a lot of folks when he mentioned Alcatraz. It's been a tourist attraction outside San Francisco for decades now. But again, you have a number of cities where crime has been a massive issue, even here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., where we have thousands of tourists come every year. And also the concerns around illegal immigration and the violent offenders that are coming here. So I think President Trump, in saying, hey, he's going to consider reopening Alcatraz and push for that, that sends a message to those people that we're not going to tolerate this in our country anymore. The last administration did, but it stops with President Trump.
But Alcatraz is quite a small prison by modern prison standards. I mean, when it was last operational, it had space for about 330 detainees. I mean, that's just the tip of an enormous iceberg, isn't it?
It is. And I think the administration, I don't speak for them, but from what I've heard, they're considering a number of different facilities to house some of the most violent offenders. Alcatraz is one of them. Obviously, like you said, only houses a small portion, around 300. They're looking at Gitmo. They're looking at other facilities where we can send these individuals. And again, you consider at least the folks that are coming in here illegally and committing crimes, being let back out on the street. Sending them a message. Do you want to go back to your home country, with which the administration is really trying to help facilitate? Or do you want to go to one of these prisons where you'll really be cut off from society? And again, Alcatraz, with the history that it's had, been in a lot of movies, people know that is a place that you don't want to go, because nobody on record has ever escaped from there. Many people have been shot and killed. Those that have tried to escape, some have disappeared. So again, it's sending a message to these people. We're not going to tolerate this anymore. And if anybody can make it happen to reopen this facility, it is President Trump.
Okay, so it's a historic landmark as well, isn't it? And we were saying earlier on, before we crossed you, that tourists go there by the millions, by all accounts. So what would you like to see happen? I mean, should it be razed to the ground, and should it be rebuilt? Because in its current state, it's unusable, isn't it?
It's in tough shape, even as a tourist attraction, Tom. There's a lot of work that has to go into it. Obviously, you know, given the fact that it was last open as a prison was back in 1963, there's a lot of upgrades that would need to happen. From what President Trump has said, you know, there would need to be a lot that needs to be redone, a lot of money that goes into it. But again, you go back to the cost of the border crisis over the last 4 years during the previous administration, the cost of deporting individuals, $17,000 a person. I think this is something where President Trump sees an investment opportunity because of the message that it sends, that we're tough on crime, whether you come here illegally or you're somebody that's an American citizen that's being released again and again on the streets. And we have very high recidivism rates. I think it sends a message to people to rethink what they are about to consider doing, because they could end up at one of these places.
Sure. I mean, there's something like 2 million, well, close to 2 million American people, or people in America, I should say, behind bars at this precise moment. This place would take 300 and something of them. And according to my mathematics, that's 0.000168% of the criminal population, or the incarcerated population. What sorts of people and what sorts of criminals, to make this symbolic and have the desired effect, would you think should be sent to Alcatraz?
I think the worst of the worst, Tom. You're looking at your most violent offenders, murderers, the drug cartels. Those are the people that will be sent there to cut them off completely from society, because, again, so many of them get back out on the streets. They're recommitting these crimes. Many have been deported only to come back to our country. And I think President Trump sees, you know, what is being done in countries like El Salvador, where they've really cracked down on crime. They have massive prisons there, taking the worst of the worst off their streets. That's really been a game changer for their country. And I think he sees opportunity here on some level to show, you know, that we're standing up against the crime that we've seen in this country and the illegal immigration. You know, Americans simply don't feel safe. So I think obviously it'll make a big difference in messaging going forward.
And do we agree that this is sort of more symbolic than actually addressing the issue of crime, the reopening of Alcatraz?
I think it sends a message. You know, obviously, to your point, and again, you can house about 300 people there. I don't know if that capacity might be expanded with a new facility that the administration could construct. But again, it sends a message that, you know, we're turning a corner here. We saw over the last 4 years an administration that was really soft on crime, that, you know, turned a blind eye to all that was going on at our border, in our cities, releasing people back out on the streets. We've had a major issue with that. And again, I think it sends a message to folks going forward that it's not going to be tolerated. So yes, to your point, I think there's some symbolism there, but it's also something that will be a valuable facility going forward.
It's an expensive symbol, though, isn't it? Because I think even when Alcatraz was open, it was it cost 3 times more to house a prisoner there than it did in a mainland prison, because of the cost of importing everything from water to food to everything else, not to mention getting the staff to and from their place of work. President Trump's expressed some frustration with what he calls radicalized judges in America. Who are these radicalized judges?
You know, they're people that are in opposition to what the American people mandated back in November of last year. I think it's really shocking to a lot of Americans that voted for President Trump, that supported him, regardless of their politics, that, you know, this is what they chose going forward. This is what they wanted. President Trump has delivered on what he promised on the campaign trail. And now you have these activist judges, as the president calls them, that are trying to block these actions that benefit the American people. You know, it largely feels like, you know, people are asking, well, why are you supporting these criminals that have come here illegally and not the American people and their safety? Because there have been so many families impacted by the border crisis, by the crime we've seen in this country, by a whole host of issues that are trying to block this administration from getting the job done. And again, he had an overwhelming show of support for President Trump and his party in the last election. And so I think there's, you know, a lot of people scratching their heads right now as to how this could be a conversation in this country. Why can't they just get the job done?
Right. In terms of the sort of the mystery and the reputation that surrounds Alcatraz, obviously it's associated with obviously not being a very nice place. But I mean, a feared prison as a deterrent for criminals, does that work? Because when we think of American prisons in different countries, we tend to think of a pretty harsh reality as it is.
Yeah, listen, I think in this country for a number of decades now, there's been a soft approach to crime, and we've seen how that has destroyed so many cities. Again, I can just speak to Washington, D.C. You go out on some of the streets here and have had to have your head on a swivel, watching around you because there's been a lot of issues over the years. And it's, again, not unique to Washington, but I think it's important that this administration sends a message because in the past, what we've seen is past leaders turning a blind eye to the crime that's happening, both on the federal level, state level, and cities. And I think, again, this is something that's very important to President Trump. It's important to his supporters. And so I think this is a great direction to go. It's really rallying the base right now. And people are tired of feeling like nobody has their back, that they're, those in charge are on the side of the criminals in this country.
There were 25, I believe, executions last year. There have been 15 executions so far this year in the United States. Obviously, California doesn't have the death penalty. Would you like to see, and do you think we're likely to see with President Trump, an increase in the sorts of numbers we saw under President Biden in order to deter would-be criminals?
It's hard to answer that question, Tom. I'm not sure what the president's view is on that, but I, again, would go back to the fact that he really has a tough stance on crime. I know he's mentioned about the drug cartels, all the lives that are lost as a result of their trafficking drugs into our country. So I think, obviously, we'd like to see a tougher stance, whether that's the death penalty with certain individuals as determined by their actions. That remains to be seen. But I think a lot of people are in support of seeing some tougher action compared to what we saw over the last 4 years.
Okay, so possibly more executions, although we don't know. However, in the last weeks and months of the first Trump administration, there was an increase in the number of executions that were carried out. But don't you also need to see the construction of some really large prison facilities? I mean, Alcatraz with a capacity of 336, whatever it is, that doesn't even scratch the surface. I mean, isn't what's needed some really large-scale facilities to deal with these enormous numbers of prisoners? I mean, 2 million is a huge prisoner population.
Yeah, that may be the case. Again, I mentioned earlier the administration is looking into that, looking into a number of other facilities where we've held terrorists and other groups. So I think that will be considered. And I think it's important that the administration looks at that. Again, they've undertaken this massive deportation effort. Look at the crisis with the CBP One app under the last administration that facilitated people coming into this country. We now have the CBP Home app, which is expediting for those that volunteer to self-deport, to get them out of the country. So there's work that's being done, so you don't have to get to that point. But again, we'll see how that plays out. But the administration is really trying to do everything in their power to keep costs at a minimum and to get the people that came here illegally out of the country, and then obviously tackle the crime that we've already had in our cities.
Yeah, so we've got this plan, and you've mentioned it already, to send some prisoners to other countries like El Salvador. There's rumors of Rwanda possibly being another recipient country for US criminals. The UK visited a similar model, and eventually it was rejected, and the UK did a U-turn on that one. But do you think we're likely to see more of this sort of outsourcing of prisoner facilities to other countries?
It's certainly possible. As we've seen, like I said, President Trump has a great relationship with the president of El Salvador. We've sent a number of individuals there. And I think he'll look to expand that if needed, if there's the appropriate relationships, the appropriate facilities for people that came from those countries to go back to their homeland. Again, you came here illegally, you'll face consequences as a result of that. I know there are people some folks in this country that don't understand that, but I think the majority of people here in this country, especially those that came here legally, feel that these people should be sent back to where they came from.
And just to wrap up this conversation, to go back to where we started about this announcement by President Trump, we sometimes see him do this. He puts out an idea to test the waters, see what the response is like. And if it doesn't get a very warm response, we don't hear too much more about the idea. Do you think this could be one such instance with the reopening of Alcatraz?
Well, it could be if he faces a lot of obstacles in moving that forward. I will say again, I think the base is really revved up by this idea. Again, it speaks to President Trump thinking outside of the box, thinking about a facility that we've looked at as a tourist destination for a number of decades now. He sees a problem and there's a solution there in reopening that facility. And again, a place that really sends a strong message that we will not be tolerating the level of crime that we've seen in this country for a number of decades now. So hopefully he won't face obstacles again. This is a mandate by the American people to deliver on his campaign promises. So we'll hope that plays out, but there could be some challenges going forward, as we've seen with a number of the actions that he's tried to take.
Yeah, but Jen, one of the obstacles you may face is the size of the bill, which could be enormous. And obviously this is an administration that's engaged DOGE and is looking at ways to reduce wasteful government expenditure. I mean, couldn't this be characterized as being a really good example of, I mean, if it's going to cost 3 times more per prisoner than an ordinary prison, I mean, isn't that a little on the wasteful side?
I think President Trump is willing to spend money where it's a smart investment. Some might say it's wasteful. Yes, it is costly to open this facility, but then you look at how much money is wasted right now on the border crisis, on deporting individuals that have come here illegally, $17,000 a person. Now the administration is saying, hey, we'll offer you a $1,000 stipend once you confirm via the CBP Home app that you've made it back to your home country. That's a lot cheaper than going the other route and spending 17 times as much. So listen, this administration is looking at saving the American people taxpayer dollars, but at the same time, smart investment like this that shows that we're being tough on crime, that might assist with some of the crime rates that we're seeing, might deter a lot of the crime that we've experienced in our cities, deter these individuals from trafficking drugs into our country. That might be well worth that investment.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Jen Pellegrino, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
We can speak to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Indian Congress leader and chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee for External Affairs. He joins us from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Dr. Tharoor. Let me just start by asking you a very simple question. Are India and Pakistan on the brink of all-out war?
I certainly hope not. Certainly India has no interest in that whatsoever. All India wanted to do was to make it very clear that people from Pakistan can't just come across the border, kill innocent civilians who are just enjoying a tourist holiday and walk back across without having to pay a price for it. So all India did was react in self-defense to a terrorist outrage. And India did so in an extremely careful and calibrated manner, and making sure they struck only known terrorist bases and headquarters, did so only at night when there were likely to be no civilians wandering around the streets, and did so while very carefully avoiding striking any government or military installations in Pakistan, very clearly signaling that this was not the first salvo in a protracted war, but rather a one-off reprisal for a terrorist attack. Sadly, Pakistan chose to overreact. There were severe artillery barrages across the line of control, killing 19 Indian civilians and hospitalizing 59 people with grave injuries. India only retaliated also in kind with artillery shells. But then when Pakistan decided to target Indian military installations by sending drones and missiles across, they were stopped and intercepted by Indian air defense, and India in retaliation attacked Pakistani air defense. Now, again, it's very, very clear that India is not escalating, it is merely reacting.
Okay.
If Pakistan chooses to stop its unnecessary provocations, India will not act. I'm quite sure about that. There is no proactive military engagement coming from the Indian side beyond the attacks in reprisal to the terrorism. Nothing at all.
Okay, Dr. Tharoor, you raised lots of points there. Let me pick up on one of them. You say India's response has been precise and restrained, but according to the reports we've seen, children are amongst the dead in the attacks in Pakistan. A mosque was destroyed. I mean, can we really say they've been precise and restrained?
These are extremely well-known terror bases, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke. These are not innocent places. If there were sadly any civilians staying there, there were families of terrorist leaders or those training to be terrorists. I'm really sorry to say this because we have absolutely no interest in behaving like terrorists and killing civilians. There is no question in my mind that India would have been very happy to merely dismantle the terrorist infrastructure rather than even take a single human life. But the fact is that these are places known and listed not just by Indian authorities, but by the international intelligence community. The agencies concerned are proscribed on the sanctions list of the United Nations Sanctions Committee. They are in no way innocent places, schools or mosques or homes. These are, unfortunately, places where terrorists are trained, financed, equipped, and dispatched to kill innocent civilians in India. That's what India was reacting to.
And Dr. Tharoor, the people we speak to in Pakistan counter your narrative, and you're quoted in the newspapers as saying this is a state, we're talking about Pakistan, that sponsors terrorism in the most vile manner. So you're suggesting the Pakistani government sponsors these organizations. I don't know what you think the motive would be for Pakistan to do such a thing. They're also asking me every time I put this question to them, what's the evidence? What's the evidence, sir?
Well, as far as evidence is concerned, don't forget that Pakistan is a master of denial. They denied having anything to do with the Mumbai attacks that killed 170 people on 26/11/2008 until one of the terrorists was caught alive and the Pakistanis had to admit that he and everything he said came from them. They denied even knowing where Osama bin Laden was until he was found in a military encampment not far from a Pakistani army base inside Pakistan. This is the Pakistani route. It's constantly show us the evidence. Well, I mean, the fact is there is enough circumstantial evidence and there are intelligence intercepts on the basis of which India is acting. And India has absolutely no other reason to do this. Let's understand something very clearly, Tom. India is a status quo power. It wants nothing that Pakistan has. It is focused on growing its economy, improving its high technology, providing a future for its young people. It is entirely happy to be left alone by Pakistan, and it'll leave Pakistan alone. Pakistan is a revisionist power. It claims territory India holds. It is a bigoted power that wishes to take over parts of India on the grounds that the people living there happen to share the same religion as the Pakistanis. Well, there are 200 million Indian Muslims who share the same religion as the Pakistanis. Do they want to take them all over? It's a preposterous approach that the Pakistanis have been adopting. They have been deploying terrorists for 30 years in pursuit of their desire to, quote unquote, bleed India by 1,000 cuts and to capture the territory of Kashmir. They're not going to get it. They have failed for 30 years. They're going to fail for another 30. Then the sad, sad lesson that they must learn and have failed to learn is that terrorism is not the answer. Killing innocent civilians will invite reprisals, and we're scaling up the reprisals with each outrage. In 2008, after Mumbai, India tried diplomacy, tried grey-listing Pakistan, tried blacklisting the agencies concerned in the Sanctions Committee. Some years later, when there was an attack in Pathankot, the Prime Minister even invited the Pakistani intelligence to join the investigation of the attack. They came and they went back to Pakistan and said, oh, the Indians did it to themselves. That was the last straw. The next terrorist attack, India sent a squad across to attack the very base from which the attack had come.
Okay.
The next terrorist attack in Pulwama, India did an airstrike, just one. The next terrorist attack, this time in Pahalgam in Kashmir, India hit 9. How much longer do the Pakistanis want to play this game? India is prepared to play it. But India is much happier to be left alone. And that's what we will urge the Pakistanis to do.
As the conversation goes on, I'd like to talk to you about diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the situation. But one thing you've put on Twitter, I just want to ask you about it because I was curious myself. You've praised on the application X the code name Operation Sindoor, which has been launched by India. You've said it's a brilliant name. Just tell us why it's significant and why you think it's such an appropriate name for this military operation.
Sindoor is the vermilion reddish mark that women who are married put right there in the middle of their foreheads when they part their hair. And the image that was seared into the nation's consciousness after the terrorist attack in Pahalgam was of a newly wedded, now newly widowed bride on her honeymoon, kneeling disconsolately by the body of her slain husband, weeping. In other words, a terrorist attack had wiped the sindoor off her forehead, because only married women wear it. It was a very emotive, emotional term to remind people of what had happened and why this action was necessary, that innocent civilians, including this young woman, and by the way, a few other women who were widowed in the process of the same attack, had all experienced. I might add that at the end of that, there is also undoubtedly the evocative thought that the color of the sindoor is not that different from the color of blood. And that was what was spilt by the terrorists in our country. I thought it was a very, very evocative, emotional, and powerful choice to name the operation that way.
Okay, so thank you for helping us decipher that, because that's a very interesting explanation. I'd like to ask you now about efforts to broker some sort of a solution. Before we start talking about where this might head to and look at all the chilling options, bearing in mind that you're both nuclear powers, let's try to be optimistic for a moment. In a grave crisis, there is sometimes an opportunity to iron out some of these nearly 80-year-old issues that exist between India and Pakistan. Do you have any optimism that we could perhaps turn this into an opportunity?
Look, first of all, as far as the present crisis is concerned, there is no need to call upon India to exercise restraint, because India is already exercising restraint. It has announced it will not initiate a single military action, but it will react if there is military action imposed upon it. So all the international community needs to do is to get Pakistan to behave, is to tell them to stop attacking. The moment they stop attacking, the moment they can find any excuse to claim their honor is satisfied, that would be the end of that. India has no desire to prolong this. As I said, we are, first of all, a status quo power. We want nothing from them. Second, we are focused on our own growth, and we have no desire to be distracted from that. We are not interested in going to war.
Okay,
but if Pakistan wants war, they will get it. And I think very few people doubt which of the two countries has greater staying power in a war. So that's on the present situation. I think the ball is entirely in Pakistan's court. They can stop any prospect of increased conflict now. India has not put a foot on the escalatory ladder. Pakistan has. So that's the first and most important thing to understand. On the larger question, no, sir, we are not going to allow terrorists to allow Pakistan to get what they want, which is to internationalize the dispute and to provoke a negotiation or a mediation to get them what they want. What terrorists have failed to achieve, they are not going to get. It's as simple as that. We could have talked to the Pakistanis. There have been many, many occasions we've tried to talk to them. There were the famous back-channel negotiations for 4 years between Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and General Musharraf. The truth remains, however, that every time these processes of talking have been ended by a Pakistani terrorist attack. No one in India has any inclination to talk to the Pakistanis while they're pointing a gun at our heads.
So who is going to talk to them?
And we can see about whether and about what we might talk one day. Not now.
Dr. Thoreau, who can talk to the Pakistanis and talk them down from this situation and help de-escalate? Who would they listen to? Because it doesn't sound like there's a huge amount of appetite in Washington to get even the slightest bit involved in this conflict.
So it seems, though Secretary of State Rubio did say that he was going to speak to both countries' foreign ministers and national security advisors, and if he's done so, I'm sure that the only message he would give is we don't want to see this getting out of hand. The Chinese issued a very interesting statement. China is Pakistan's quote-unquote all-weather friend, and Pakistan has for some years now been a de facto client state of China. China controls 30% of Pakistan's debt, on top of which you have the big China-Pakistan economic corridor running through the country, which is of some economic value to China as well. So one would assume that that is one patron the Pakistanis would listen to. China has issued a very interesting statement saying that both India and Pakistan are their neighbors. They don't want to see a war in their neighborhood between neighbors, and they would like there to be peace and understanding and calm. Now, if China gives that message to Pakistan, that might be something Islamabad would be well inclined to heed.
Okay, and in terms of the sentiment towards the United States in India, I want to ask you about a piece in the Times of India online edition. It says, quote, the US Vice President J.D. Vance urges restraint, sparking outrage. That's the headline of an article. And it suggests that India feels backstabbed by the United States. And I just wondered whether that was a perception you felt and whether it's a widely shared feeling.
As I said, I haven't actually seen that article, so I don't know what the author intended. But to my mind, we have already announced restraint. We have made it very clear that our operation was in retaliation for a terrorist outrage, and that was it. That it was, in fact, the word used in the public briefing was it was non-escalatory in nature, that India was not intending to escalate further. So you can counsel restraint all you like, you're preaching to the converted. On the other hand, tell the Pakistanis to exercise restraint, and that will be the end of that. It's Pakistan that somehow feels an obligation to somehow react further, having already initiated this problem with a terror attack. They want to continue to fire back at India. And as I say, if they do, India will have to give it back to them. We have our own self-respect. But as long as Pakistan decides that they're not anxious to have an all-out war, there will not be one. If, however, the Pakistani army, which is deeply unpopular in its own country, has decided that they actually do want a war in order to shore up their faltering and tottering image as the savior of the nation, then, of course, the Pakistani military will get what it wants. It gets what it wants in Pakistan anyway, and India is not going to lie back and take it lying down.
Okay, I mean, the alternatives to discussion, diplomacy, mediation are pretty chilling. I mean, there is scope here for escalation, there's scope here for miscalculation. Up until this point, has there been any saber-rattling, nuclear saber-rattling, I should say, on either side that you've detected?
Well, they can't be on India's side because India has a declared, published and long-established policy of no first use of nuclear weapons. So India would never rattle any sabers of a nuclear kind because that is the Indian policy. Pakistan, on the other hand, does not have such a policy and has implied that it would be willing to use nuclear weapons. So again, the ball is in Pakistan's court. You do understand that equivalence between the two countries on any of these grounds is completely false. You have a terrorist providing state and you have a terrorist victim state. You have a state that has refused to abjure nuclear weapons on their first use. You have another state that has absolutely refused to use nuclear weapons first. So, I mean, there is no equivalence, there is no comparison. As far as I'm concerned on these matters, what really applies right now is the great importance of persuading Pakistan to dial down its own misbehavior.
Okay, so where do you see this heading to? What are your predictions, Dr. Thoreau?
Well, I'd like to predict that at some point, people in other capitals will tell Pakistan, you've fired enough shells, you've killed enough Indians, your honor is satisfied, lay off. And if capitals don't say that to Pakistan, and they don't say it firmly enough, and I mean particularly Beijing, then indeed all bets are off, and you might well see Pakistan being tempted to escalate for very short-term military reasons in their country. I certainly hope it doesn't come to that, because in the long term, there's no way they can gain from such a conflict. They've already earned the opprobrium of the world as a terror-providing nation, as the hosts of Osama bin Laden, as the people who spawned the Taliban, and having, as Hillary Clinton evocatively said, having nurtured vipers in their backyard. They've been bitten by the same vipers they've nurtured. This is a country that really, really needs all the goodwill it can get from the rest of the world. And for that reason, what Pakistan needs to do right now is to stop its military provocations, do not embark on any further misadventures, and let this thing die down. India certainly does not want to prolong it.
Just lastly, I mean, would you say in India there's unanimity on this issue right across the political spectrum? Do all Indians sing from the same song sheet here?
Very, very strongly so. And in fact, India I mean, I speak for an opposition party, and the opposition party, the Congress Party, was the first to stand up and say we stand with the government and behind our armed forces in this particular moment of national crisis. We do have domestic political differences. Those will be addressed when the crisis is over. Right now, we are all united, and I see very, very little dissent. Of course, there are people who prefer peace to war. So does any sensible human being on the planet. But when war is thrust upon us, it would only be a coward who refuses to fight back. And we will fight back if it's thrust upon us.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for your time. A pleasure talking to you. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Rauf Hassan, the former assistant to the former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan, who joins us from Islamabad. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We've spoken before, in fact, about the issue of the incarceration of Imran Khan. I just want to pick up on something you've put on X, on the application formerly known as Twitter. You asked the question, how are we to respond to this unprovoked aggression? In India, they would say this wasn't unprovoked. This was the consequence of the Pahalgam attack in April. What do you see as the provocation?
Well, it is totally unprovoked. When Pahalgam happened, there were two things, that India should have listened to. Number one, we wanted some credible evidence, that they could have presented to us or to the international community regarding Pakistan's involvement. Or they could have joined an independent, transparent investigation into the incident. If they had opted for either of the two, we would have said, we would have come to the conclusion of it as to whether Pakistan was involved or Pakistan was not involved. We are not involved. We were not responsible for what happened at Pahalgam. But India, totally unprovoked, they refused to provide credible evidence with regard to Pakistan's involvement in this incident, and they also refused to join an independent investigation into the incident, so that the truth could unravel. So under the circumstances, there is absolutely nothing else that one could say that this assault has been totally unprovoked. Then there's another point here which I would like to make. Pakistan was accused within 10 minutes of the incident happening. Within 10 minutes, they had accused Pakistan of involvement. Now, is 10 minutes enough time for any country to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the details of the incident and those people who were involved? Absolutely not. So, if you are pointing a finger at Pakistan's direction and at Pakistan's involvement, within a space of 10 minutes after the incident had happened, it speaks of a premeditated mindset.
Okay, sir. Let me put this to you, though.
Another important.
Let me put this to you. You've already said it. You've said it also on X in one of your postings. You've said this was a false flag operation, what happened in Pahalgam. I mean, how can you be sure it was a false flag operation? What's your evidence?
What is a false flag operation? False flag operation, something that you orchestrate yourself.
Yes, but how do you know it's a false flag operation?
For what you actually want to do.
How can you be so sure?
In the absence of India agreeing to either of the two options, that I've already discussed with you, we can only refer to it as a false flag operation. India had operated with a premeditated mindset. They wanted to do this. They wanted to destabilize Pakistan. They wanted to accuse Pakistan of things that we're not responsible for. So, this is just one of those terms, that has been used in the post that you are referring to.
So you say India orchestrated this by itself. I mean, why would India do that? What would be their motive?
Well, India has been planning to, be the big brother of the region for a long time. And unfortunately, in this regard, it has had the support of some Western countries also in the larger game of containing China. And Pakistan is a bulwark in the achievement of that aim on the part of the Indian government and the state of India. Consequently, weakening Pakistan so that it is forced to give in to Indian hegemony in the region basically is one of the principal objectives of India's foreign policy. As I said, supported by some of the Western countries also. But being placed in this region, obviously, we have relations with other countries, and we have consistently taken the position that we will never accept India's hegemony in this part of the world. And this is something, which is not palatable for them. And they, from time to time, have indulged in adventurism. And this is the latest of the series of adventurisms that they have indulged in the last, 7.5 decades.
Would you say that the majority of people in Pakistan condemn what happened in Pahalgam?
Well, the government of Pakistan has condemned what happened in Pahalgam. My party and my leader, Imran Khan, has condemned what happened in Pahalgam. His speech can be referred to in that context. We issued a statement, offering sympathies, with the bereaved families, But we also want an independent inquiry into the incident. We're not going to just take India's position on face value, because what they say and what they do are two different things, And this is repeatedly, Pakistan has been a victim of that duplicity for a very long time. We still believe that de-escalation is the way forward. We don't. Pakistan has repeatedly said, that we do not want to escalate. But unfortunately, in the last 48 hours, India has repeatedly assaulted Pakistan. There has been a rain of assaults in Pakistan today after yesterday's missile attacks. They have resorted to drones, and dozens of drones, have been felled in Pakistan, while others have hit some, habitations. So this is ongoing. There's a need to de-escalate, and I think Pakistan is quite willing. I'm sure by the statements that the government of Pakistan has released, I think they're quite willing to de-escalate. But unfortunately, what has happened today, the drone assaults, and then of course the counter assault by Pakistani forces, this is leading to escalation, which is not going to be good for the region, and even more importantly, this kind of tension between two nuclear armed states, can spell disaster.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure. I mean, it could be devastating. Could be devastating for both countries. I mean, what is Pakistan's next move, sir?
Well, since we are not the aggressor, India is the aggressor here, I mean, we are only responding. We are only, under Article 51 of the UN Charter, we are only exercising our right to respond. So we are responding. If India stops attacking Pakistan, I don't think there will be any aggression from Pakistan's side.
But with regards to these militant groups that exist inside Pakistan, I mean, they clearly exist because your Prime Minister, Imran Khan, he tried to bring those groups under control, perhaps with limited success. So we can't deny the existence of these groups, can we?
Well, Pakistan has gone through multiple phases, and I think at this moment in time, as you and I talk, the existence of these groups, virtually is a story of the past, I think we have moved beyond that state. I don't think any of these groups now exist in Pakistan, as an organized whole. Yes, they have operated. They've been here before, but I can assure you, I have empirical evidence with me, that they have been dismantled, and they no longer exist, as organized wholes, which are capable of undertaking operations of the kind that happened in Pahalgam.
Well, India says they most certainly do exist. I think many in the United States are concerned they still exist. The Indian government would go even further and say the Pakistani government sponsors them and funds them. How do you tackle that kind of narrative?
Well, India has been saying it consistently. Something happens in India, everything, they have an issue within India, a political issue or an economic issue or a social issue or anything. They always pin the blame on Pakistan. This has become sickening. And I think, there must be an end to this. I think they should learn to tackle their problems, within themselves, rather than pointing a finger, always pointing an accusing finger in Pakistan's direction. It's a tradition. I think it must be discontinued now. I think they must learn.
Okay, you've also suggested online in the last 24 hours or so that the Prime Minister of Pakistan is being rather conspicuously silent in the last day or so. And I'm just wondering what you meant by that and what you think he should be doing and saying differently.
Well, you see, there are two kinds of war which are fought. Like the one that we're fighting at this moment in time. One is the war that is fought by the armed forces of the country, and the other is the war of optics, basically, and that is where leadership plays a very important role. Like when it happened in 2019 and Prime Minister Imran was leading the charge. He was all there as a leader. He led the charge. He led the people of Pakistan. And, when he made that declaration, that we're not going to think of retaliating, we shall retaliate, and he did it. He was all there. He was a colossal presence, The Pakistani leadership has been totally absent from the scene today. There has been no statement made by Nawaz Sharif. There has been no statement coming from the presidency, which is Asif Zardari, and other statements have also been meek. So basically, it is the war of optics, that we unfortunately seem to be losing. On the battleground, that is the responsibility of the armed forces, So they're responding to every assault, that the Indians are undertaking. And I think that they've done a great job, and they shall continue to do a great job. But this war of optics is the responsibility of the political leadership, and that is where I feel, where I'm certain that the leadership in Pakistan at this moment in time, which is not a legitimate and constitutional leadership, they lost the elections, which were won decisively by Imran Khan. Fortunately, they have been imposed in the country, so they do not have the support of the people, and they have been conspicuously absent from the scene in the last 72 hours. They should have been there. They should have been there leading the charge, and unfortunately, no, they're not.
Mr. Hassan, obviously your allegiances lie with Imran Khan, I presume. I don't know if you're still in contact with him, even though he's in prison. But do you think any of this would have happened with him still in power? If he was Prime Minister, would we be in the situation we're in today?
Well, Imran Khan, the presence itself, it would have made a world of difference. He's there. He's a leader. He knows exactly how to command respect, and he has people's support. In the last election held on the 8th of February of last year, he had won 2/3 majority. Unfortunately, that majority was denied to him. So his very presence, it instills confidence, trust, and vibrancy among the people, So that is the difference between him and the rest of them, The rest of them are virtual pygmies in front of him. So, his presence would have been a great factor, like it was in 2019 when India last indulged in similar adventurism. His leadership, played a very major role in blunting the assault, both on the battleground as well as on the political ground.
Sure. I mean, obviously, Pakistan's economy has been in a difficult situation in recent years. I don't know whether the country can afford a full-scale war. Is that where you see things heading, nevertheless? Do you think we are on the brink of a full-scale war?
Well, it's very difficult to make a projection about it at this moment in time. But, the way the Indians have continued to attack Pakistan, it points to a larger game plan. And I'm sure it is going to unravel very soon, possibly tomorrow. In the next 24 to 48 hours, we will know exactly what are India's intentions, because we, as I said, we are only responding to their assaults. And we have to continue assaulting, we have to continue responding, we can't stop that. But I hope and pray that it does not get out of hand, because as I said earlier, two nuclear armed states, can actually, if this continues, and if God forbid, one of the countries has to take recourse to the use of these weapons, that can be absolutely disastrous, So I think wisdom must prevail on both sides. Sanity must prevail on both sides. And I think, a lot of responsibility would also rest on the countries, which are trying to mediate. The Americans are there. The countries in the Gulf are there. They're all trying to play a role. They're all trying to sort of cool things down. But unfortunately, let me make this point here that, India has not been criticized the way it should have been criticized, because India is the aggressor. And India has not agreed to either providing credible evidence, as I said earlier, or joining an independent investigation into the incident. So I think India should have been criticized for not undertaking any of these two options, and instead resorting to naked, unprovoked aggression. So this is what kind of propels them to continue indulging in this adventurism again and again and again. And I think the world must have to seek parity between India and Pakistan, because that is the only way to maintain peace in this region.
I mean, how real do you think the risk is, therefore, of all-out war? I mean, does it feel where you are in Pakistan that that's the direction things are heading in?
Well, there is a possibility of an all-out war, like in the, gauging by what has happened in the last 48 hours. I think there's a lot to be concerned about. The whole day today, drones were falling in one part or the other of the country. It has not left a good impression behind. Obviously there's fear among the people. Some people, I think, have a couple of people have died also, and some people have been hurt. And the counter assault by Pakistan, of course, has left much devastation in India also. And if this continues, and it continues escalating, as I believe that in the last 24 hours, things have escalated, and if that scale of escalation continues, then this is a real prospect, of a full-scale outbreak of war. And that nobody would desire. I would not desire that. My country would not desire that. My leadership, my party, nobody would desire that. I don't think war it leads to any solutions. If Pakistan and India have outstanding issues, they have to sit across the table. And it's here again where India refuses to sit across the table with Pakistan. It is not Pakistan that refuses to sit across the table with India. So it is India's intransigence, which unfortunately has compounded problems in the last so many years. They refuse to engage with Pakistan. Pakistan is always willing to engage with India. So, I think the world must focus on India. The world must begin to focus on India's unwillingness to resolve issues, outstanding issues, in a peaceful manner. That is a key element to the continuation of this fratricide.
All right, Mr. Hassan. I mean, we're nearly out of time. I mean, obviously these issues, some of them date back the best part of 80 years. Let's just look at the situation we're in today. 30 seconds, if you will. What's your message to India? What would you like to tell the leadership in India?
Simple. Sit across the table and talk to Pakistan. You will ultimately have to talk to Pakistan. You can't finish Pakistan. Okay. Sit across the table. Let sanity take over.
All right, and talk it out. Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate your analysis and your comment. Rauf Hassan, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. The news of electing a new pope dominated the front pages of all newspapers today. The American publications celebrating also the election of Pope Leo XIV as the first American-born pope in history. Amonita Kaur summarized in the Washington Post today what we know about Pope Leo XIV's political and social views. The article profiles Pope Leo XIV, the first American-born pontiff, highlighting his background and expectations for his papacy. Formerly Cardinal Robert Prevost of Chicago, Leo XIV spent years serving the poor in Peru, much like Pope Francis, whose legacy of humility and outreach to the marginalized he seems poised to continue. The article also notes that Leo XIV supports action on climate change and expanding women's roles in the church, though he maintains traditional limits on women's ordination. His compassion for migrants is well documented, but his views on LGBTQ+ issues are more conservative than Francis's, expressing caution about changing church doctrine. As he begins his papacy, Pope Leo XIV faces the challenge of uniting a diverse global church while balancing tradition and calls for reform. The Times of Israel published an analysis of how Trump ditched Israel with surprise Houthi truce, saying the U.S. president blindsided his allies. This has no doubt unsettled, indeed, Jerusalem amid nuclear talks. The analysis examines the fallout from President Trump's unexpected announcement of a ceasefire with Yemen's Houthi movement reached without consulting Israel or even any other allies. Under the Oman-mediated deal, the U.S. agreed to hold its bombing campaign in exchange for the Houthis stopping attacks on Red Sea shipping, while explicitly allowing Houthi strikes on Israel to continue. Israeli officials expressed alarm, warning the truce effectively leaves Israel to face the Houthis alone and signals a U.S. willingness to prioritize its own interests, even at the expense of Israeli security. Analysts note the Houthis may use the ceasefire as a tactical pause to regroup, while the U.S. seeks to calm regional tensions ahead of Trump's Middle East trip and nuclear talks with Iran. The piece highlights growing Israeli fears of isolation and uncertainty about future U.S. support as the conflict's regional dynamics shift. Amichai Stein published another analysis related to the U.S.-Israel relations in the Jerusalem Post, asking whether Biden was a better friend for Israel than Trump. The analysis relates to the U.S.-Saudi nuclear talks as Israel fears that the Trump administration might not consult with Israel about its red lines. The piece examines a major shift in the U.S. Middle East diplomacy as President Trump has dropped the long-standing American demand that Saudi Arabia must normalize relations with Israel before advancing talks on a civilian nuclear program. Under the Biden administration, nuclear cooperation and a multi-billion-dollar arms deal were both tied to Saudi-Israeli normalization, aiming to expand the Abraham Accords. Trump's new approach, confirmed also by multiple sources, decouples these issues, allowing U.S.-Saudi nuclear negotiations and arms sale to proceed independently of Israeli interests. This marks the second time in a week that Trump's administration has sidelined Israel following a separate ceasefire deal with Yemen's Houthis. The move has surprised Israeli officials and raised questions about whether the U.S. will consult with Israel on Saudi nuclear ambitions. According to this analysis, critics warn that this shift weakens U.S. leverage for peace and could leave Israel isolated as Trump prioritizes transactional deals with Riyadh. On a related matter, Thomas L. Friedman wrote an opinion article today in the New York Times titled, "This Israeli government is not our ally." Friedman argues that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's current government is undermining both U.S. interests and Israel's own future by prioritizing annexation of the West Bank and the displacement of Gazans over peace and regional stability. The author praises President Trump's recent moves to distance U.S. policy from Netanyahu, including independent negotiations with Arab states and excluding Netanyahu from upcoming regional talks. Now, the article warns that Netanyahu's refusal to pursue a two-state solution has cost Israel potential normalization with Saudi Arabia and could destabilize key U.S. allies like Egypt and also Jordan. With a planned reinvasion of Gaza and harsh tactics risking war crimes charges and humanitarian catastrophe, the author urges Trump to follow his independent instincts and warns that Israel could become a global pariah if current policies continue. The Telegraph published an exclusive report revealing that British troops could join EU missions under Brexit Defence Pact. The report talks about a leaked draft that uncovers possible plans in Britain to soon send troops on European Union military and civilian missions as part of a sweeping new UK-EU defence and security partnership. The agreement, now the centrepiece of an upcoming summit in London, would allow the UK to join the EU's €150 billion rearmament fund, opening lucrative weapon contracts to British firms like BAE Systems. The report highlights a catch in this agreement, as in exchange, Prime Minister Keir Starmer would have to consider deploying British soldiers on EU-led operations from peacekeeping in Africa, possibly to crisis response in Europe. The pact also calls for deeper intelligence sharing, joint planning for emerging threats like AI and disinformation, and closer alignment of UK foreign policy with Brussels. The report cites warning from critics that the deal risks deeper military integration without firm guarantees for British industry, and could even see the UK drawn closer to an EU army. For now, the government insists talks are ongoing and no final agreement has been reached. And we'll stay with the Telegraph, which also published a report today on how China helped Pakistan shoot down Indian fighter jets. The piece highlights Pakistan's use of Chinese-made J-10C fighter jets in recent air clashes with India, marking a significant moment in regional military dynamics. Pakistan claims its J-10Cs shot down up to 5 Indian jets, including advanced French-made Rafale fighters, in response to India's airstrikes on militant targets in Pakistan and Kashmir. The J-10C, equipped with the cutting-edge PL-15 missile, demonstrated its first known combat kills, showcasing China's growing aerospace technology prowess. The engagement is closely watched by global defense analysts as a test of Chinese military hardware against Western aircraft. While India has not confirmed any losses, Pakistan's reliance on Chinese weaponry contrasts with India's diversified arsenal from France, Russia, and the US. The article underscores how China's support strengthens Pakistan's military capabilities amid escalating tensions with India. And we'll end with The Guardian, which published an opinion article by Gabby Hinsliff today, saying, apart from some relief for car makers, there is not much to celebrate in the US-UK tariff deal. The article reveals the recent US-UK trade deal announced on V-Day, which brings short-term relief to British industries threatened by President Trump's sudden tariffs on cars, steel and aluminum. Hinsliff goes on to say that while the agreement is welcomed for saving jobs and averting an immediate crisis, it is far from a traditional free trade pact. The deal leaves 10% tariff on most UK exports and also keeps the threat of future tariffs very much alive, with Trump's unpredictability casting a long shadow. The UK managed to retain its digital services tax on US tech giants, and also British farmers avoided the worst-case scenario of cheap US meat flooding their markets. Ultimately, the article argues this deal is more a pause in hostilities than a true reset, with uncertainty and trade tensions likely to persist. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News with Joe and Carlton, who are both probably feeling the same as me, a little bit tired.
Yeah.
It's the lads' night out of the weekend.
It was good, mate. It was good. I've got your new nickname, haven't you?
What?
Velcro.
Velcro.
This guy is absolute Velcro. Like, I thought it was just me and you being invited out. So we go to this place, and then there's just one person after another that I've met before, so I know all of them, but I didn't realise that we're going to have them in one place.
Yeah.
And I didn't know they were coming. So it was just surprise after surprise, group after group. I was thinking, what's going on?
It's not that bad. There's about 20 of us. I want to.
So you've got the nickname now, Velcro. Because anybody that you meet is get stuck
we
to you.
didn't pick
Summer.
up any
You're like
new
glue.
additions this weekend, though.
Oh, I don't know. Let's have a think. It might have been. We did.
We lost a few along the way. I know that
we picked up
Yes.
new additions.
Did
Addy?
we? Oh yeah, Addy. Yeah, but I've met Addy before. But he's a new addition to that this monthly group.
Sam, yeah, the boys. Yeah,
and Sam. Yeah, Sam and Addy. Yeah.
It was
West Ham fans. No, it was good though, wasn't it?
Leon,
yeah, Leon came,
mate. He just moves slowly, doesn't he? Like this is like around.
Mate, he got lost.
Mate, a few people got lost.
I think.
He got lost. There's a few people dropping the shoulder and getting out of there. This is getting a bit dangerous. Let's get out of here.
By the way, I love Brixton.
Oh yeah, Brixton's a nice gaff, isn't
it? The vibes,
trendy.
I ain't been there for years, and I didn't know what to expect, but it was a good vibe, good people.
You got a bit of advice before you got there, didn't you? Someone told you, you got to be careful. Got to be careful over there.
Brixton,
it's got a bad rap, innit? It's got a bad rap.
It was a good vibe in the village part, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a Gales there. There was all very bougie.
Yeah, I was nice. There's a girls there.
There's a great.
There's a Gales there. Hold on a minute, you're so. This guy is so West London, Kings Road posse. What are you doing, bro?
Everyone's going like, I'm going Brixton. Be careful. It's beautiful, mate. People of Brixton, we love you. Yeah. It was good.
Very welcoming.
It was, we had a good.
There was a great little hour in that place called the Village, wasn't there?
Yeah.
They were banging out some tunes. It went from like Waiting in Vain to Sexual Healing to then Original Nutter.
DJ was special.
Yeah.
Shout out to DJ. It was good.
Good.
I think we should take this opportunity now because we've got we're getting a lot of message from lad Adam Powney. Every week he listens to the show and he wants to come on a night out. We're working
every week.
Every week he's on it.
He's commented on every single one.
He loves it.
Well, he's commented on every show. Yeah,
every show. He's like.
So you got to respect that.
You got to respect that.
It's powerful.
Yeah, we're working on it, Adam.
Persistence. You never know where you get.
Yeah, exactly.
But we got to properly vet you, though. Mate. We don't want you to be an original nutter.
He might regret it.
Let's go.
But it was a good night.
It was a good night. We're all tired, though.
We're all tired.
I think that's where we should leave it.
Yeah.
Worse for wear now.
Thanks for listening. Worse for wear. Should we start with Arsenal-Bournemouth? That was an interesting game.
Well, I called it, didn't I?
You did call it, Bridgie. You just dropped something there, mate. To be fair, you called it, and I actually had to go and do a tipster thing after the show, and I called it, but I've realised now that I stole it from you.
Yeah.
He's another shout.
They've upset him a few times, you know.
Great
upset
shout.
him before.
Yeah, I know. What made you shout that?
I just know when they've been doing well in seasons before, they've dropped points against them. And Bournemouth for a good team anyway. And where they've upset them a few times before, they've done a double over them this season, I think.
Yeah,
it's a double. What, they're using Arsenal as a 6-pointer?
Wow. Yeah. I'm sure they've done the double over, right?
That's crazy.
Shots fired. I mean, it was... Declan scored, didn't he? I think that
great finish.
Great finish. And he's been playing in a higher position, Cole, didn't he? Like, he just run off. I watched him adding things to his game constantly, run off the back of the lovely ball from Martinelli, and he's just slipped it in.
That's because of Partey, to give him that
Partey releases him up.
Yeah, frees him up to go and express himself. And that's all you need. Like, and that's why I was so disappointed when he got that yellow in the Champions League. Well, was it a red?
No, it's a yellow.
It was a yellow, but he missed the next game, and he was suspended for that game. So they knew, especially at home, you need a Partey so he can do what he...
Yeah.
But listen, I think, anyway, Arsenal have been Arsenal. But do you want to talk about Arsenal, so we go on that later?
We'll go on that, but I just want to talk... I want a quick shout out, because I want to ask you what you make of Evan Nielsen.
Oh, what a player. What a player.
He's got goals this year. Chev, can we have the
He's got
numbers?
12 goals.
Man like
got 12, I think he's got 12 Premier League goals. So I'm thinking that. See, when
he's been injured a bit as well.
He's been injured. I think at the start of the season he got injured and that. But I think with him, you can see what they're trying to do when he's on the field. Like, he's such a clever striker. Fox in the box, also good at linking up play. Proper, I'd say, old-fashioned centre forward. And when you look at what Arsenal might need, someone like that,
mate. Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, that's clever. And just can read the game, and I love the little tap-ins a tap-in, a goal's a goal. But you got to be in the position to score it. And he's had a few tap-ins on the far post. He loves that far post. By the way, I've watched him, and I'm like, he reads the game really well and goes into the positions of maximum opportunity.
Yeah, he does. I like him. Go on, Bridgie.
No, just saying, like, it's weird because they've conceded them 2 set pieces where they've been doing it the other way around to a lot of teams. Arsenal.
Yeah.
I think he's one of them strikers. if you put him in the Arsenal team, I'm saying he's going to be competing for Golden Boot. Because when they start the season, they didn't go with a striker, Arsenal, right? And they've fallen away. It's been a bad season for them in the league, right? I think the club will admit that. You know, and then when I was getting a lot of people saying they ain't got a striker, and it's almost like they're just waiting for the perfect one. Why did you not go out and try and make a bid on Evan Nilsson? Someone who's just going to stay in the middle of the goal and listen.
And focus on just that. But Marino's come in, he's done a good job, makeshift.
Yeah.
He's done brilliant.
But put it this way, if Evan Nilsson was in Arsenal, if they signed him, right, and he was expensive, they're a stronger squad straight away. Straight away, they're adding. I reckon that's adding at least 10 more goals on it, and that's probably, 7 or 8 points. The league would be closer, and you don't know what can happen. I think they've missed a trick with this kid. I think his movement is fantastic.
I think they're just waiting to get Harry Kane at the end of the season.
Oh yeah, you heard it here first on the Dressing Room podcast.
Should we quickly? So that we've mentioned him, I think should we quickly just bounce on to the fact that he won his first title? We've got to give him a mention,
didn't we?
Got to give him his flowers, man.
And the other ex-Tottenham player.
Yeah.
Eric Dyer.
Dyer, yeah. Another. I'll buzz off that list. You know, when the list comes out, it's like every time an ex-Tottenham player wins a trophy,
recorded.
There's some randoms in there. Chef, throw us some names of some of them, just Tottenham players. But Harry Kane. Didn't they mess up? They was 3-2 up at Leipzig, and then they scored in the last minute or something. He must have been thinking it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Surely, imagine the nerves of him.
Right.
And then it's happened. Another team got a result and he's won, and you're just so pleased for him because if ever there was a player that deserves to have some silverware, it's Harry Kane.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He's been a great servant to the game. With his goals.
He's banged in a load again as well. What is it, like 36?
Yeah,
he's a
Golden Boot again.
He's a goal machine, man, and also like he's just one of those players like you just want to see. He's a good lad as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you really wanted to. You left Spurs for that reason. I just want to go and win something. It was a little bit of a diss at the time to Spurs, but at the same time, come on, you can't deny someone of that quality silverware. That's what he wanted to get.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that he's got his first taste of it.
Yeah.
It's a bit late in his career for it as well, though. But he needed it. He had to go to the Germans to do it, but it's how it went.
Here's another thing, right? What do you think's a better trophy then? Because if Spurs look like they're going to get into the Europa League final, and they could win that, them and Man United, listen, 15th and 16th or 14th or 17th, they are both playing in the Europa League final. Spurs could win it. What's a better trophy, Bridgie? The Bundesliga title or the Europa League title?
I'd probably take the Bundesliga.
Yeah, it's more prestigious.
You can't be disrespectful to the Bundesliga. Man.
No, you can't.
Yeah, and also the Europa League this year.
Then if you diss the Europa League too much, you're dissing anyone that's won it as well.
Yeah, true.
So but yeah.
No, so the Europa
That's
League.
a loaded question. Stitched it right up.
Journalism.
What about you? What do you think of the Europa Cup?
I would think usually.
How would you feel about it? Would you rather win the FA Cup or the Europa?
Well, we could get onto that as well.
All right, okay. No. All right. So the Europa League this year, I think, is significantly weaker than it has been in the previous years because you're not getting the Champions League teams coming down.
Yeah.
So that's why at the start.
Are you saying that just because Tottenham have got a chance?
Just getting it in first. No, it's like. So, no, sort of. Sort of. I've had this argument in the group chats. But listen, I don't know why I said it. Harry's won the Bundesliga. I think Spurs can beat Manchester United and win the Europa League. Another question for you, and this is for you because you've been shouting him back to Arsenal. He's been in Germany for 2 years now. He's won a trophy. He's got that monkey off his back. Do you think there's any part of him that wants to come back now and hunt the Premier League, or is he going to just stay in Germany for the rest of his contract and win loads of trophies and come back as like a 34-year-old?
I think it would come down to how he is out there if he's enjoying it that much.
Yeah,
I think.
And family.
Family, everything can play a part in it. You know what it's like.
Yeah.
So, but I bet if part of him would love to go and win it. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah, but imagine he wins the Bundesliga and the Champions League next year. I think knowing goal scorers, probably asked you better. Goal scorers, imagine being the Premier League's top scorer. The kind of weight and gravitas that holds.
Well, yeah.
You know, what do you think is more important to a goal scorer?
Goals.
Yeah.
Goals to a certain point, and then it gets to a point where, okay, I want to be winning something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he's at that stage, as I said. When I look at the whole picture, I don't think he would leave. I don't think he'd leave Germany if everything's going swimmingly. Why would you? If everything's going well, you're not that desperate to come back to the Premier League. You've already got. You're not that selfish either to say, I want to come and take Alan Shearer's record. That's not going to move
also,
you.
Would he
do you know
really
what I mean? Otherwise, he wouldn't have left.
At Tottenham.
No, but otherwise he wouldn't have left.
Was he a Tottenham fan as a kid or anything?
I think he
was an Arsenal fan.
No, he was at Arsenal's academy. I know that.
Oh, you never know. Then probably is going there. Then.
Listen, if this comes off,
I'll be buzzing,
mate. You called the Bournemouth game. You called the Bournemouth game.
I'm gonna play the lottery and then ask you for the numbers.
Mystic Meg over there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Go on. Show us some. Throw some shit. Kyle Walker. Kieran Trippier.
So what is this? Sorry,
Spurs. These are all one trophies. Spurs and won trophies.
Berbatov. Yeah, they're top. Give us some rogue ones.
Not rogue, but these are one a few.
Go on. Yeah.
Bale.
Oh, blimey.
Sanchez, Davinson Sanchez.
Well, that's a rogue one.
Kevin Prince Boateng.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, there's 10.
Crouchy.
He went to Portsmouth, yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Liverpool?
No, he did. He went Liverpool. He was Liverpool before Spurs.
Oh, was he?
Oh.
Yeah. But no, listen.
Wasn't it Spurs young, though?
He started at Spurs, then he went to QPR.
Oh, right.
He sort of went on his path, didn't he?
Yeah.
Let's move on to which I thought was a fantastic game. Another game. I think we backed Brentford to beat Man United last week. I think, 'cause again, Man United are in the same boat as Spurs. They rested the whole team, basically. Brentford, mate, it's no joke now going to Brentford. We're looking at the numbers from Mbeumo and Vissa this year. They are a joke. Vissa's got 18 goals and 3 assists. Mbeumo, 18 goals and 6 assists. When has there been a front two? And Mbeumo didn't go on the score sheet at the weekend, but when there's been a front two putting them kind of numbers for a team in the middle of the league,
it's
how much are them
unbelievable.
two worth?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a pair. Yeah.
2 for 1.
Look, Brentford
beat Forest the game before as well. Put a dent in their hopes a little bit.
Yeah. Brentford just going around, just tripping people up, isn't they? Because and it's not even like they're playing good football.
Yeah.
Thomas Frank's an unbelievable manager, coach, I think. Because to get that team playing like how it is and getting the whole team believing in that one cause, and you got your front three are firing. The new lad, Sharda just come in, and he's fitted in straight away. And he looks good, and he's going to learn so much. And you're going to got Mbeumo and Wissa doing those type of numbers. When's the last time we had a pairing that understood the game? Like, they must be best friends off the pitch as well.
Mate,
do you know what I mean? I think because to get that, because there was one thing that I saw was Wissa squared the ball to Was it Sharda or was it Mbeumo?
I can't remember. They
squared.
look for each other.
I was thinking, they look for each other. I was thinking he was going to shoot because when you're a selfish striker. And I've played with a few of them. They're shooting on sight.
Name names.
No, but it's not selfish. It's not, but as a striker, you have to be selfish. But if you find someone that's worth passing to, do you know what I mean?
I'm in the hot corner in this. I'm going to call you in this.
Oh, you're out of order.
He's doing it. He's done it to you. Now he's trying to stitch me up. Go on.
Man's like prime Michael Parkinson. Listen. No, I'm not. Do
you know what?
You want to so bad.
My best strike partnership I ever had was with De Michelis.
Yeah?
Yeah. Wow. Do you know what he said to me?
What?
De Michelis, he used to play for Palermo.
Yeah.
And then he came over to West Ham. And he doesn't get the credit he deserves, because when he come to West Ham, it was hard to fit this type of culture, because he was quite old at that time in football terms. And he's come in and he said to me, he goes, Coley, I'm going to be your number 10. You got to be the number 9 and you must score.
You really?
When you're number 10 saying that, he's always going to try and find you. He's always trying to find you because he's trying to create a partnership. And that is like intelligence. It's not. He ain't going with his feeling. He's going with how football should be played. And I had a great season with him.
I remember he was a good player, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a good player. He scored some good goals, some vital ones as well.
Yeah, good. Like, you say, okay.
But that's why what I'm saying about partnerships where it could be struck up. Just a striker, I know their main thing is to go and get goals, and if they get judged on that, but if they can get someone that they can share that joy with, it's unbelievable. And I think that's what Brentford have at the moment with Wiesel and Bremo.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, I think it's great. Listen, they won 4. Man United are just completely just focused on the Europa League. I mean, obviously, I don't know if I've mentioned, I'm coaching at Brentford, so I see in Thomas. I purposely stay away from the first team. I'm working with the under-18s. I love it. Ad hoc. Try and help out, little conversations, a little bit of coaching. It's lovely to be in a football environment, and I needed to go somewhere completely new, somewhere I haven't played, to see what they do, and it's working. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. But just from what I see of Thomas Frank, and I'm not involved with the first team. Like we play for good managers, right? And I just see how he's got that aura when he walks into the room. He's very good communicator. And all around the club, you're in a club and you're going, that's how a club should be run. Like they're just everything's
got a good relationship with everyone.
Everything in the club, all the people around the club. I've been in clubs and we've all played for clubs when it's going bad and you get a sense for it. But Brentford is just a.
They're realistic.
Mate, they're going for Europe.
Do you know what?
They want the Conference League or the Europa League.
I just get the vibe that he's made it over there to be realistic with high standards.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And the club's on the build as well. It's got new training ground, lovely new stadium. It's in London.
Yeah.
So great destination for players to come to. So if you can get Europe, I wouldn't be surprised that they can attract some big players from around Europe.
Can I ask you a question, right? Brentford, if they get into Europe, another great season, you see Thomas Frank and you look at the clubs above him, surely he's going to be sought after.
He's already sought after.
He's already sought after. You just think, because he was even linked with Liverpool, weren't it? Before he went on a slot. I mean, I'm just trying to think. If you're a top club in the Premier League, you'd be looking at Thomas Frank, wouldn't you? As a possible safe pair of hands.
Most of you look what he's done with the club.
Yeah.
100%.
I looked at
that'll come down to is
what he wants to do.
What he wants to do. How much? It all comes down to how much is he enjoying there, how much he likes there. Can he take him to the next level? How he gets on with the board. There's so much that goes into it, innit? But then, a big team comes along. It's like could be a lot of once in a lifetime chance. Do you know what I mean? You can see it when that happens to people and it don't go well.
If he gets into,
you know what I mean, a manager's doing all right with he's done really well with this team.
Yeah,
he goes to that next level and it's
A lot of managers have fallen by the wayside that way. If he gets into Europe though, with this team, is he on par or in the running for manager of the season?
Yeah,
with this team.
Yeah, well, listen, Arne Slot's going to make a case because of what he's done with Jurgen Klopp leaving. But if Brentford get into the 7th or 8th, above Manchester United, above Tottenham, who else would be down there? West Ham, who've spent money, you couldn't argue. Thomas Frank will be free up there.
You see Arne Slot, though, I get the hype and everything, but he's just taken a Klopp team, added a few bits and pieces to it, and made them believe, and luckily enough, there wasn't no Man City to be chasing them, so you don't know what kind of pressure they might have been on. So they haven't been really pressured. They've just done what's been impressive for him, and for me, actually, is that he's got that team to believe in him so quickly. You know what I mean? He hasn't really done much. He didn't really buy anyone. It's the same team. Chiesa's the only one that's come in, and he hasn't actually played. So he's had to use that team and just redirect their thought process, and he's done a really good job. I think next season will be a very testing one for him. I know we're going off piece a little bit, but I think he's probably going to be the manager of the season. But I think for Tom Franks, those type of managers need a special mention.
All right, quick mention on Manchester United then. They got turned over comfortably. It's 4-3 suggests a closer game. Great to see Mason Mount on the score sheet. He's had a tough time, the 2 years he spent there.
I was surprised to see that he was on the score sheet. I didn't even know.
He's sort of. You have to remember, at one point he was playing number 10 for England. He was the man, wasn't he? The Euros,
injuries.
Champions League, Chelsea. He was brilliant. He's gone there. I got the impression with Mason, it was more of when he left Chelsea, more of a situation. like I don't think
didn't feel valued.
Didn't feel valued because of the financial structure. You know, I understand coming through. You know, when you're a kid and you're coming through a club, you tend to be an afterthought, don't you, when it comes to contract talks and things like that. They just assume like they've still got that over you where they think you know they're happy to go and spend money on these exotic foreign players, but the youngsters, they're really reluctant in negotiating. I found that being
I get what you're saying, but maybe they thought they can get someone of that value elsewhere.
Yeah, but it's been a situation where it hasn't worked for Mason, right?
And it's not worked for Chelsea because he was doing so well at Chelsea, wasn't he? He was such a big player for them. It's horrible to see.
Can you
go.
transfer that though to that form that he had at Chelsea into another team like Man United? But
I think it's really hard when a team ain't doing that well.
Yeah, Man United.
Especially in that it's hard moving clubs. It's never. You know, you get used to playing with people week in, week out. You kind of get used to knowing the movements they're going to make. So you get used to playing a certain formation. They always cover you. You got different work rates from people. You go straight into another team. It's so different.
But you come in as the big dog as well. Taking that number 7 shirt.
Yeah, it's hard.
So he's
never as easy as what people
He's been
think.
under pressure straight away as soon as he got there because he took a number 7 shirt. Do you know how many legends has worn that shirt? So, and then he's just got injured straight away, and he's never had a good run. So it's been hard to watch for him. Like, I felt sorry for him.
I think there's still a great player in there.
Oh yeah.
Just think, go back. So, like, going from when I went from West Ham to Chelsea at 21, then I didn't leave Chelsea till I was 28, 29. So I had 7-8 years there, 4 years, 7. So I only moved once, but the problem going from West Ham to Chelsea was to step up, right? And then I thought, right, so that was a natural. I was expecting that. I knew that Chelsea had better players than what I was playing with at West Ham. I knew that, so I was prepared for that. And then you get so comfortable, you live in, your people are there. It's like, it was so comfortable. And leaving Chelsea at 28, 29, wherever I was, going to Liverpool, and it was like coming to a club which was a little bit, wasn't as good. Liverpool finished 7th.
At that time.
Chelsea had finished 1st. Then I left and it was all changing. I did find it tough. Like, I couldn't find like the rhythm. You forget. So if you're at a club, any player listen to this, if you're at a club and you're happy and they're offering you a good contract,
think about it.
Yeah, think about it. The grass ain't always greener. And, you know, there's a lot of people around you that benefit from you moving. I'm not saying this.
And they'll egg you on.
And because it's like,
there's money in it.
Yeah, there's money in it for agents and advisors and I'm not saying that but what I'm saying is,
not saying don't have any ambition.
Don't have it, but calculate the ambition. Do you know what I mean? What's worth and what's really sometimes what's really important in life is when you're comfortable somewhere.
Playing happy football is the best football in the world. Why would you want to change it?
Yeah.
To go and do something, and wherever you're at, make sure that you try and make that your home. Like, you look over there and think, oh, why is he getting that? Why is he getting that? Don't compare yourself to others. Just focus on you, and then everything should be fine. And you should have a fledgling career at the club that you were brought up in. Because look at Reece James.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how long he's got at Chelsea. I think he's just signed a new contract, but he's probably aiming to finish his career there.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's not looking over his shoulder saying, I might fancy that here. So, and they've looked after him as well.
Yeah,
they'll look after you. When you go, I remember when I left West Ham to go, and I went to Celtic. Mate, at my big age as well at that time, I couldn't even adapt.
Really?
No, I was struggling. Like,
what
mentally.
do you mean? What do you mean?
Just the change, because I'm a London boy, innit?
Yeah.
So it was quite hard taking me out of London. That's why I didn't go to loads of places, really.
Mate,
and if it didn't come off,
where did you go?
I went. So that's what I said. That's what I said. If you're gonna do it, do it properly. Go all the way. So that's what I done, mate. And it was difficult.
Yeah, you did go all the way. Didn't like Glasgow, so if you want to try Borneo.
I went America first. I went America first.
It must be hard because all the foreigners that come to play as well. It's hard for them, innit? And they get.
That's why I respect them.
I know,
You've got to respect it because they've got to learn a new language, and then they've got to adapt. So.
Yeah.
Listen, it's difficult anyway, but you got to be willing to accept that change.
You know, especially if you spend, like, I don't know, say 6 years at a club and then you're used to keeping the ball, used to dominating, used to having a lot of the ball.
Everything was set up for you to play well.
You can make these runs all the time, then all of a sudden you go to a club where you've hardly got the ball and then like he's not helping you out here with someone normally helping you out. It's just,
and then it's a spiral to madness. Like,
that's where like
mental strength.
the managers really come into play then.
Yeah, they do. That's what, and do you know what? My best experience obviously didn't work for me at Liverpool. Then I went to Lille, didn't I? And I thought, I actually remembered advice. Remember the under-18s trip we talked about when we had the little trouble?
Yeah.
David Platt was there, right?
Yeah.
So I used to always try and sometimes things stick with me. And I asked him because he played in Italy, and he said to me like when he went to Italy, he said embrace the culture, like, he said that was the best thing he'd done because he was successful in Italy. It must have stuck with me as an 18-year-old. So when I went to Lille as a 31-year-old, I thought, I signed the contract. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to be playing in France. And then I sort of do things first and then think about them afterwards. It's not a good process, Cole. You shouldn't do.
I've lived my life like that.
I'm sitting on the train thinking, oh no, I'm going to live in France.
So I don't even know the language.
And I didn't even realise I ain't able to speak to my teammates. I love speaking to my teammates.
Starts panicking.
Right, so I gone right. And then my brain had a flashback to David Platt saying to me, embrace the culture, right? So I got off at the station. I thought to myself, right, what does French people do, right? So I've gone and bought L'Equipe. You know L'Equipe, the newspaper? Yeah. Can't speak French. Bought L'Equipe, put it under my armpit. Like that. And I got myself...
Croissant.
I didn't. There wasn't. I got a little coffee. I didn't drink coffee at the time. I used to drink tea. I used a little cup like espresso. I love an espresso now. I'm like there. I'm just reading. I'm just pretending I'm reading. I'm looking at the pictures, right? But then I went into training, right? And I just had you ended up just. Most of the lads spoke English a little bit, but I did. I every day I bought L'Equipe, and then by the end of I started to get like little bits of. I was trying to learn the language, and the boys appreciated me trying to learn the language. And the funny thing they said was they used to laugh when I speak French because they said for some reason I sounded like a Spanish person speaking French.
So I think it's good that though.
Yeah,
it's like
Spanish
person. Matt used to make me laugh.
I was going, why are you laughing at me when I'm speaking French and you're not laughing at him? I know I'm as good as him because there's another lad there was trying to learn Spanish French, and they went, no, but your accent's funny. You don't sound right.
Well, you don't sound right speaking English.
I think it's good though. You're making all your teammates laugh. It's good.
Do you know what? Yeah, I see that culture shock and having to adapt. I don't know why I've gone on this thing, but it is what it is. This is what we do. But when I look at managers that have gone abroad and done well, now the recent one, English managers that have gone abroad, because we've always looked at going abroad back in the day like, oh, if you go abroad, you ain't got no chance to get into an England team if you had England aspirations. So going abroad was never a thing. Like, couldn't go Germany, couldn't go anywhere. Premier League's the only place to be. If you ain't playing in the Premier League, you ain't getting an England team. Remember that?
Yeah.
But then obviously I like how it's branched out now. The boys are a little bit more adventurous at a young age, and then they're starting to... So imagine them going to... And it's better to learn a new language when you're younger. Do you know what I mean? So it's better to go young. And I think back in the day when I was at Chelsea, we had something... we had a deal with Inter Milan or something where you could do like a player swap.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I was on the list to go.
No.
But I think something happened and I didn't end up going.
Wow.
And I think the deal broke down, but I wouldn't have minded that little... Because I think it's like a loan. You go to their youth team and you go and play a few games and then you come back.
That's a clever idea,
it's just to open up your mind. Just open up your mind. That would have been really... I think that should happen now.
Yeah.
For these kids, just to see if they can handle it abroad.
I'd struggle.
You'd struggle.
With the English dictionary.
You'd struggle.
The foreign one.
They ain't ready for that.
Learning English is hard enough.
But and let's go back to Liam Rossini.
Yes.
So Strasbourg, right?
Yes, yeah.
Being a manager,
good lad.
Being a manager, going to another language, he must be really clever.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like to go and be a manager and dictate to a team that don't speak your language.
Yeah, I know.
And still come in, I think he's 7th.
Mate,
or something like that. They're just off European place right now.
Yeah, well, he's in that Chelsea bubble, isn't it? Because Strasbourg are owned by Chelsea.
Okay.
Which is another bone of contention around the multi-club things. But yeah, he's doing great. Can I just quickly steer it? Because I want to talk to you about, as a fullback, Bridgie, Trent to Madrid, official.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you make of that move? First of all, for him, and second of all, for Liverpool and Madrid, like both clubs.
I just think we all knew it was coming. I don't get what all fuss was about.
It was a big deal. To be fair, what's happened, Reggie? What's actually happened? He's announced it on his feed on his.
Yeah, I
on
know.
X.
We all knew it was coming, didn't we?
Yeah, we all knew. It's like the worst kept secret. That's the worst.
That's what I feel like. I feel like we all knew. It's just a matter of time.
Fair enough, that's the end of that conversation.
We've talked about it before.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We kind of all knew it was going. He's getting stick off the Liverpool fans. I don't know if maybe they thought they changed his mind from giving him the stick, but
yeah, it's a strange way of like trying to change someone's mind. I'm going to abuse you.
You're going to go that way.
Stay with us.
There was probably death threats or something going on there. He got loads of stick, didn't he? But you know, even that happening might have made his mind up even more that he was going. You just don't.
I think
it's a hard one, isn't it?
But it's going for free. That's what hurts as well. It's going for a free homegrown product.
I don't know him that well. I've met him before, but he was a
good lad.
Nice kid.
He's
really nice.
He's a good lad.
He was great with the kids and everything. A really nice person. He was obviously a great player. Mate, going to play for Real Madrid. Everyone's different. I don't think. There's only one talk ever once me leaving, going abroad was Valencia, but straight away I'm thinking, mate, I don't know if I could do this.
You'd love Valencia, Geese.
I know I'd love it, but language, Geese, I'd struggle. I'm one of them people. You've got to learn the language, ain't you? I'm like,
you're not open
you're
not willing to. That's your problem.
Basically, if I go abroad, I speak with the kind of accent they have. I speak the words
English
in English still.
So it's English, but you go, so, do it.
And then just add a little silver play at the end. That's
silver
please,
play.
isn't it?
Silver play.
Is that please?
I think so.
Is that please? No, silver play is not please.
No, it's please. Yeah, silver play.
Yeah, there you
I got a clue, mate.
Well, mate, it's French speaking.
But mate, it's a great move. Mate, he's going to play for Real Madrid.
It's a fantastic
great,
move, isn't it? Do you know
I
what?
guess if just people are struggling because he's always talked about being at Liverpool and being captain, and
he's done it all. He's done it all at Liverpool. He's lived his dream. He's lived his boyhood dream. Yeah. He's leaving. He's got an opportunity to go and do something different. He's broadening his horizons.
I think it's good to
do that.
Experience other things. It's good.
I'm playing at the Bernabeu every week. That's unbelievable. Yeah. And the thing, I went to the Bernabeu stadium. Hold on, you're going to a museum? I went to.
That must have been corporate. You didn't go there for leisure.
I did.
Did you?
I went there for leisure.
Really?
I was over in Madrid. Yeah, doing a bit of business.
Mate, and I want to know what this business is. It's customs and excise.
And then I had some hours to kill before I could get on my flight. Yeah. So me and our sports analyst.
Yeah.
We went to the Bernabeu Museum at the Bernabeu.
I'm stunned.
It was unbelievable. I learned so much.
Did you?
The history of the club, man. It's unbelievable.
Go on, give me some
Why wouldn't you want to go and play over there?
Give me some lyrics about the club. One thing you've learned about the clubs.
I learned a lot.
He's on your case today, by the way.
I didn't learn that much. I just saw loads of white kids.
I'll tell you this one thing that we were talking about.
You went to the gift shop. You went to the gift shop.
One thing I did learn that Jude Bellingham's got his own line of Adidas gear.
Really?
Oh, mate. He's like David Beckham over there.
He's not messing about.
I'll tell you one thing we were talking about earlier about leaving. He's been doing well at Liverpool.
Yeah.
It's a big part of their season.
Part of their season, yeah.
Big part of the season.
Replacing him?
What?
Are you thinking about replacing him?
No, but him going there ain't straightforward for him. It's
no.
Yeah.
He might want the challenge. You know what I mean? It ain't necessarily going to be. Don't worry, he's got the ability.
Yeah.
But it's a total different.
Again, that's great. What we said about going into a different team
environment.
What he's been asked to do at Liverpool. When I think of Trent, first of all, I think he's a top player. When I think of Trent at his absolute best, I think Jordan Henderson playing that sort of right number 8, Trent getting forward and Jordan covering him, and it sort of balanced out lovely. You know, like how it perfectly suited his abilities, right? That's when he's at his best. I think he's a top player. I think going to Real Madrid, and I look at who's been brilliant for Real Madrid in his position for the last 10 years, Carvajal. Different attributes. Carvajal is a primarily a defensive,
solid.
You know,
he might go in there and play midfield.
Yeah, but then again, how can he play midfield if you've got Valverde, Bellingham, Camavinga, Tukumani. Like, I'm just interested to see
he's not better than any of them in midfield?
Oh, I don't know about in midfield. I wouldn't take him over any of them in midfield. Right back, I think. I'd like to see him go to and play right back for Real Madrid. I think what they'll do is they'll probably balance it out with... Do you know what they're looking at? They're looking at Saliba as well. Imagine Saliba and Rudiger and the other young centre-half they've got going, sort of as a free. Because they've not had a good season, Real Madrid.
Yeah.
They're going to come... So he's going there. It might be difficult.
Are they not looking at that Huijsen as well?
Yeah.
They're looking at Huijsen as well. Young, they're trying to go young now over there as well, and sensible.
Yeah.
Not just going for the big names.
Yeah.
You know
It's going to be interesting to see. We're going back to... Just want to ask you about, his stick, because I was at the Chelsea Liverpool game, by the way. I just want to quickly talk about that because I took my boys to the game, and I love it because I sit in amongst the fans, right? So it's nice seats. It's not, it's not
padded.
Yeah, it's padded. it's
padded seats.
It's nice. I'm not saying I'm in there with flares and all that. Oh, look at me, aren't I one of the lads?
Yeah, it's padded seats, Keys. That's enough. That's enough.
My boys, they love it, right? So I've been there for the last 3-4 years, and I've seen how disappointed and frustrated the fans are going to get, right? And hear the talk, the shout. After the game, the place was buzzing. They put one step beyond on, everyone was jumping. And I looked, and Chelsea played really well. And I'm taking it because I'm thinking one day I want to manage, right? And you need the fans with you, right? And I'm thinking, what makes the fans come with the team, right? And it was Lavia, Casado, Enzo crashing into tackles. Like if you give fans players if you can convey to your players the importance of being on it and being fighting and you know all the basics that no we're not going to go no matter what the score. We're not going to show no bad body language. We're going to be positive. We're going to fight for everyone. And the fans went with the players, and it was the best I've heard Stamford Bridge in ages. And it was proper buzzing. I think Enzo Maresca said it as well after the game.
Listen, when I see that Chelsea, they're work in progress. We all know that. But when you've got a working, good engine room, you see the engine room, the midfield.
Yeah,
that's a good base to build from. When you've got players such as Casado, Leiva as well, and obviously Enzo, and he's getting on the score sheet too going forward. When you see players that are fighting for each other in the midfield, crashing into tackles, that's what you want. It's the engine room. That's where you get your hunger from. So all the flair players on the side, they'll see that and they'll get involved. Or it releases. When you do a tackle like that, something happens and the crowd get on your side. Then your bigger players, like the flair ones, like Cole Palmer, those type of players, even Madueke, they were on it. They're on it as well. Man. So it's just creating that vibe in that engine room is the most important one. Once you get that, once they turn on that ignition, it goes a long way. And I think you're going to see a lot of that for next season because that was a good example of how Chelsea are supposed to look.
I mean. Yeah, and I was just thinking, I was sitting there thinking, why is it something different today? And it was that, like the players didn't. And then I remember playing, right? I'm thinking, if I'm seeing like Makaleli crashing into Bridgie, Drogba, smashing the tackles, I'm thinking, like, I want to get the ball, but if I don't do my job there, I'm going to look. So I'm like,
and it's got to be like that at Stamford Bridge. It's got to be like that. That's your fortress. It has to be like that, week in, week out. I can't remember the days when people used to go to Stamford Bridge and then know that they might get a win. Yeah. Like Fulham used to go to Stamford Bridge and never got anything.
Yeah, they got parked up.
But I'm seeing them go to Stamford Bridge and getting something now. I'm like, that never used to happen. Yeah. So they need to understand the history behind it, and hopefully they do.
Yeah. Sound like Man United ex-players, don't we? That's what they keep going on about.
I know.
History, don't it? Yeah. No, but I get it. I do get it. Yeah. Let's come back to Chelsea. We're going to have a little break. You've been listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome back to the dressing room with our Arabian News. Back to Chelsea and what you boys were saying. I see it as like when we were there, it was the work rate of everyone. But I think every team should have that. Every team should be able to work. Every team should be able to put that effort in and work for each other. No matter if you're... I get it that if you're a winger and you stay up a bit more, but like I always felt like when there was Robin or there was Duff or there was you'd put the effort in if you needed to. Do you know what I mean? You can't just let... You can't leave three up front and one up front. You still put the effort and one, like... Say if there was one defender and left you three up, you'd have to help out. Do you know what I mean? It was just the work rate of everyone, which I think seems to be missing sometimes when you see it, the effort, sometimes.
Yeah, but just think about it. We all played the football clubs and fans think that, right? So fans, probably the Southampton fans are probably thinking the lads are not making an effort, right? Because it's body language. And you think, them boys were going from Monday to Friday, Bridgie. And their manager, if any manager's worth his salts, will be trying to drive them in training. But what is it when they step on the white line... whether they are trying or they can't push themselves to that, you know, that next level as a team, as a group, or I think it comes...
It comes from up there, I'd say. All up there. Some mental...
discipline of when it's going, because you're going to step... If you're going to be a footballer, you're going to be on a football pitch and it's going to be a horrible place. You're going to be 3-0 down, crowd are going to be in there. Have you got the discipline to blank out all the noise and go, right, I'm not playing well, I've lost the ball, but... I'm going to work hard for my teammates. And who's driving that?
Well, working hard is a non-negotiable, isn't it? Like you can't come on the field and think it's going to just work for you. I'm a great believer in making your own luck. Yeah. So whether you get an opportunity in the 90th minute, but you've worked hard the whole 90 minutes, and you get that one opportunity in the 91st minute, say. Yeah. And you deserve it. You deserve that goal. Yeah. And that's that one chance you had, and... Like, you might be playing for a team that's not struggling, but not the greatest teams. But the least you can give is work rate. But that's the. But you know what it is? You still got to compliment. A manager still got to compliment work rate as well. Yeah. I know it's a non-negotiable, but you got to congratulate it as well. Yeah. The reason why I'm saying that, because sometimes I was listening to Amarim. He's obviously Man United lost to Brentford. Yeah. We were just talking about. Yeah. But Diallo, obviously... Ahmad Diallo, He's a great talent, isn't he? Yeah. Ahmad Diallo. And he scores a goal and everything. And he had a decent game. But one of the people was asking, one of the reporters was asking Amarim after the game, says, that Diallo, really good for you. And what kind of talent is he? Yeah. And he's basically just gone into him and says... Well, he could have worked harder when defending because he wasn't doing his job, and then I think he could have it put us in a bad situation. So there's things to improve. And I was like, okay, I get it. Yeah. But sometimes just don't say it to the press.
In-house.
Just keep it in-house. Yeah. That's how you kind of lose players. You know, especially this day and age when some of the players are... I don't know what kind of guy Diallo is. He might respond differently, but you can't do that to everyone just in case. Just things like that. So when it is going well, congratulate him. Just say, congratulate. He's done really well there. I know that he might have been at fault for that one thing, but you just got to practice on the training field. Make sure that don't happen again. But give him the confidence in the media. And I think that goes a long way with some of the players nowadays.
Coming back to Chelsea, though, Cole Palmer.
Yeah. Nice, isn't it? got his goal.
See, that's another guy that needs confidence.
Yeah.
Well, needed
But,
confidence.
See, I don't think. I get what you mean,
right?
But he wasn't exactly like playing bad.
He also wasn't really doing anything, and he needs to be doing something on the pitch.
Never scored and the assist. I get it, right? But
he's a difference maker, Bridgie.
Yeah, he's massive.
And if you're not making any differences,
so much better. But he was still. If that's him playing bad, he's still done all right, didn't he?
No, he's been good, mate.
Do you know what I mean? He's still done all right. He's still good. He's still good.
What you said about, I think you said about outside about what Wayne Rooney said about him. Said he's not trying to play himself safely back into form. He stayed true to his him. Like he's like trying to turn it around corners. He's being progressive. He hit the post just before he got the penalty, which is a lovely bit of skill, where he carved someone over. I think it was Bradley open, and he sort of blagged the goalie, give him the eyes, hit the post. With Cole, his interview I thought was absolutely brilliant. We so many times when we see a player like you can play it with a maverick on the ball like Jack Grealish, and then he talks and everyone knows that's quality, because he's just talking his mind. Cole's got that as well, isn't he? Like he's just like, people love watching him. The fans respond to him. Like not once did I hear a murmur of, because he's had a barren spell. Not once of the Chelsea fans. Chelsea fans are quite intelligent with footballers, and they know that he's trying to do his thing. No once did they turn on him. And I think him coming out and saying like all the nonsense people saying on social media, something we didn't have to contend with, I think that's honest. I just think he's come out and gone, well, I don't know exact quote. It was like, do you remember? It was like, I haven't scored in it, so people giving me jip on social media,
basically.
But
the thing is, as a player, he needs to. He's obviously reading it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's getting to him, and that probably puts him.
It might not be reading it, mate. It can be anything from someone just sending it to him.
Someone sends it to
they might read it. I don't read a lot of stuff, but someone mention it to you. I see this, or
sometimes it's unavoidable.
It's unavoidable, but I don't think it.
It might affect you. It might affect you a little. It should, if you're human, it affects you.
Yeah. Did you read
look at Cristiano Ronaldo?
Yeah.
He's been under pressure for all his life. People saying good things or bad things, but he's world's best. Yeah. So it's never good enough. You could be the world's best player and still get criticised. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. So, like, you just got to get on with it, And I think it does affect some of these boys. It's just normal behaviour. It's normal human.
Did you read the papers when you played?
I think, I wouldn't say I just sat and read them all the time, but I think you'll read bits, but I'm also think that if you've played a bad game.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't. No, I think mate. You have a feeling, don't you? You know.
I fooled myself quite a lot.
If you've had a bad game. I think there's sometimes if things have been said and I don't think it's justified, but I know if I've had a bad game, so it's not like you can really say, is it? You just like...
Yeah, but
if you've had a bad game.
So this is what it is with Cole Palmer, right? He's a difference maker in a game, and he's not making any difference. People automatically say he's not scored a goal. There's been no assists. What does he do? Do you know what I mean? He's not just a number 8 midfielder. He's a 10. He's a 10. He's the one that makes that whole Chelsea thing supposed to.
Mate, it's a team game. There's going to be times where you don't score, you don't get assists, and someone else chips in.
Yeah.
Well, he still played well. He has gone through a time where, but he's still played well. He's still trying. He's still. Not everything's always going to come off, is it?
No, it's not going to come off, and there's nothing wrong with that. And that's why I'm saying I'm glad, and so is his teammates, have now identified that he's got a goal now. So they put that on the thing. So they probably put that to rest now and say, listen, let's crack on now. You can crack on with what you're doing. You've come into form at the right time as well, when we need a late surge for Champions League spot. And we can go and get that Europa Conference League, green light crew.
The green light crew. Just before we move on from Chelsea, quickly just said, obviously I went with the boys, right? As I parked my car, I was going to go on my bike with the kids to Chelsea, but he didn't eat his vegetables, Max. So his mum was on him. And I'm like, me and Harry are by the door, and she's going, we ain't going until he's playing like cat and mouse with Carly. Yeah. He's like going, he knows that I want to go, and his brother wants to go. So we're going, and she stays strong because she's the discipline in the house. And he's like, and then I'm like, well, mate, now we can't use the bike, and he loves driving the bike up to Chelsea. So we've got the car up to Chelsea, but I have to park round by where the Liverpool coaches are. Right, it's the only way I found a little park space. As we've left the game, I've come out. and we're there, and you walk down from the King's Road to the Fulham Road, and all the Scousers are coming out, and they're going to their game, and they're it's a funny vibe because they won the league, so they're partying, they're having fun, but there's a little bit of anger. It's heavily police game, right? And there was a bit of tension, there was shouting between the two fans, and this one fella, this Liverpool fan, he's like growling at this Chelsea fan, and it's getting a bit close to the boys, right? And they're like, and then I can feel them holding my hand. I'm like, oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
And then
what am I going to do? It just kicks off.
I'm like, oh no! Right. I just like, I'm holding them, and then I can feel they're a little bit like worried, like. But as the police separate, all this man. He looks at me, he's gone, Dad. He's gone, why are these Liverpool fans so angry, man? They just won the league. Tell them to relax.
That's something Joe Cole's son would say.
I wish you'd said it to them.
Say it to them, innit? Just chill out, you won the league.
And we're walking behind some for the rest of the road behind these Chelsea fans, and they were chaps, and my other boy's got, Dad, I think we should stay with these in case it kicks off.
He's smart. He's smart.
Like, anyway, we got home.
He's streetwise, him.
Yeah, he's smart. So anyway, got back. He ate his vegetables. Chelsea won. So
what vegetables did he have on the plate?
Yeah.
You got to have broccoli on there.
Broccoli, carrots, and peas. Everyone roasting them, wasn't it?
I love a broccoli.
Yeah.
You're a broccoli man?
I like broccoli, asparagus, yeah.
Asparagus, no, I don't like asparagus.
In fact, you cooked after the night out.
I did, when I cooked.
I don't know why he does it. Like, grown man.
Man just goes into Gordon Ramsay mode at home.
Cheese toasties, cheesy fries.
12:30 p.m. He's like,
stir fry.
He's up. Like, all the I'm like,
mate.
Frank must wake up in the morning in the kitchen.
No, I cleaned it up as well. I cleaned it up.
Oh, mate, that's hilarious.
Should we get back to the football?
Yeah. What do you want to go on to? Top 5? What do you reckon?
Yeah, let's go on to top 5 before we bounce on to the Champions League.
Yeah.
It's tight.
It's tight, isn't it?
Oh, my gosh. Look. Oh, Nottingham Forest. What's happened to them?
Yeah, I think after that Brentford game, it killed them a bit, innit?
They got a massive game tonight, by the way.
Massive game.
Which ain't an easy game either, by the way.
Yeah. I look at.
Not an easy game at all now.
Chelsea have still got the hardest running, haven't they? Newcastle, Forest.
Yeah, but the thing with that is they're playing two of the teams in and around it.
That's true.
But both away as well. That's the thing.
Yeah. So it is a pick 'em. You look Man City. You go right. They're in. You go Man City. 64 points. They got Southampton away, Fulham away, Bournemouth at home.
Where have Saints got that point they need yet?
What do you mean?
Yeah, they did. They got it. They're right. They haven't got the worst. They ain't got the worst. No.
Do you know what I mean? They just need.
Derby still holds the title for that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Saints there with them? Is it?
No.
I think they might be joint, or do they get a point in the end?
No, they got a point in the end.
Did they get it?
Yeah.
They're on 11.
Yeah.
Which is joint.
Is it joint?
They're joint. Yeah. So they need another point. You mate, Arsenal, Liverpool. I know, like they're changing a few players, but they're going to want to bounce back. They then got Newcastle, which is a tough game. If Saints need that point to not equal the Derby's record...
Mate, they've needed a point all season.
Come on, Saints! Arsenal could end up... Arsenal might end up second here.
They've needed that point all season, mate. He ain't come in. He hasn't come in, mate.
He's come in the last game of the season.
I can't see it. I can't see it. What's going on?
Southampton are going to go away to Arsenal in the last day of the season.
Need a point.
But you did have a good night Saturday night. You did have a good night. You're thinking that. Needing and the ability to get are very two different things.
I live in hope.
Yeah.
No, but like if you yes.
So
I fancy. I said I fancied Forest, but after dropping points against Brentford, I think it's tough. They've got to play Chelsea as well. Last game of the season. That's a massive game.
Oh, mate, yeah. They need to win tonight, Forest. I think even Villa. You look
Villa
at
might get in there, mate. Forest are not in good form. Well, they lost their last game, didn't they? So
Villa's tougher game.
They won their one before that.
Away.
If they get a result there, they got a great chance.
Yeah, because Spurs and Man U will be down in tools. Them last two games,
they get 9 points out of that Villa if they nick it.
And that's exactly what I'm writing down now. So
I
that
think
puts
it's
them on
dangerous
69
though.
points.
See, like this
and
thing.
then you got Chelsea, Newcastle.
I think
That's a tough
Forest.
game
I
in
think
their
Forest
way.
can get 7 points from these games. I think you say they lose one of these games, right? They go Leicester at home, West Ham away. They can win both of them games. And then you go Chelsea. Say they draw against Chelsea. That's 7 points. So Forest could be on 67 points. So that means Chelsea need to get 4 points from the next 3 games. Newcastle, Chelsea could draw Newcastle. It's crazy. My gut feeling is telling me, after being at Stamford Bridge yesterday, I think Chelsea could.
I think they could do it.
They're in the best form at the moment.
They're in
good form. They've won their last 3 games.
Well, I'm looking forward to that game tonight, though, Forest. And what do you make of?
I fancy City to go above Arsenal.
You said that, didn't you?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah,
I would have laughed it off 2 weeks ago.
We did laugh you off, but
I would have laughed it off 2 weeks ago. But
you did.
I did, didn't I?
You did laugh it off.
I was like, no, I was just saying you were being bang out of order to Arsenal people.
Yeah.
But when it's coming to fruition. The Oracle strikes again.
The Oracle. If I see Harry Kane in an Arsenal shirt.
Yeah. Because you can't... Look, Arsenal shouldn't be losing that game. You know what I mean? So they should be, if they're serious. But I think, obviously, as we said, if you're hanging your hat on being successful in Europe and then having a poor domestic season, that's a dangerous game to play.
Do you reckon it could have come down to the last game?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would go down to the last game.
I think I'll be there as well. And then that's what I'm worried about, Bridgie, because as much as we talked about earlier on in the pod about Forest and how great the unity together, and they've come off of it a little bit. But I think in a one-off game against Chelsea at home,
and it's all to play for.
It'd
the
be
way
a good
they
game.
play, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of football to be played, and
Get me some tickets for that, Geese.
You're in cool skis.
Yeah.
You're in
corporate,
of course. Spongy seats, mate.
Yeah, lovely.
Spongy seats.
Yeah. But no, that would be an amazing game to go and witness anyway, because that's a decider, innit? Because I remember you were saying you was fearful for Chelsea if it didn't come off.
But listen, they've gone and beaten Everton at home and Liverpool at home the last 2 games,
and they've done that.
And a good performance in Europe. And what I saw.
So you're not as worried now.
I'm thinking the pendulum swung back. I'm not 100%
time they run late, but it's there.
Arsenal sat where they are really with the players they got. They should be finishing second, shouldn't they? Really?
Yeah, with the players they've got,
they've got to be.
But absolutely.
This will be a disappointed season for Villa as well. Actually, after all of that.
Well, here I'm going to put an asterisk on you there. All right. Remember when Newcastle got in Europe? They really plummeted. Villa are still there, chasing the 5th place down.
You know, because Villa
did better than Newcastle. In
I
Europe.
reckon a few weeks ago we didn't even put them.
No, we didn't.
They were thereabouts at bottom, but you're not thinking they could nick it. Whereas now I think they got a chance.
I'm going to throw something out there now. I think Villa, if they manage to get the Champions League spot and manage to keep all of their players, because I think that's going to be a problem for Villa. I'm going to say they're going to next season have a title challenge. I really.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think so. I agree with you with that,
mate. They look. I think there's still things missing, but just I think something special's happening there. That's going to be.
They have been a bit. Obviously, they have taken a little hit on their form, but that was. I think they put so much effort in that PSG game.
And by the way, if PSG go and win the Champions League, which I think they will, that means that that performance against PSG, because Arsenal didn't get nowhere near that Villa performance last week, did. Let's be honest. No. Villa outperformed Arsenal against PSG.
But that's what you say. Villa's Arsenal's arch nemesis, isn't they?
Yeah, mate.
They've messed it up for them a few times, haven't they?
They've messed them up. So, cards on the table. On this week, 3 weeks ago to the end of the season, we think Bridgie first thinks Man City are going to finish above Arsenal.
They shouldn't, but I'd love to see it. They shouldn't, but I
love that honesty. Right? I'd love to see it. What, okay, get in this scenario here. Yeah. Get on this scenario. Arsenal don't win the league. Well, they haven't won the league, obviously, and come third in the Premier League. What type of season?
On last game of the season.
What type of season's that
for Arsenal? Where do they judge
that? Is that regression?
I think
that's regression.
That's regression. Yeah.
That's not positive, is it?
Yeah. Again, I come down to the centre forward. I know it's just completely the lazy thing from when Arsenal were being accused last season of not having a centre forward. And they got this. I think Arteta used to get the stats out, and rightly so. He's defending his position. He's going, look, we're scoring 100 goals. Like, it's coming from everywhere. So it's not goal scoring isn't a problem. But I think just having a different option, different style with centre forward in these close games. Who do you want your chance falling to you? A prime, like a top centre forward, or a centre midfielder who's playing as a centre forward.
And listen, that's what I'm saying about difference, mate. You've got Bukayo Saka, he chips in with loads of goals. Martinelli chips in with loads of goals. Havertz was in good form at one stage. Then Mourinho comes in, he does well as well. So those are your 4 goal scorers across that front three. Then you've got Nwaneri that's bursts onto the scene. He chips in with a few good performances as well. Yeah. Then on top of that, there's nothing wrong with having somebody else, like even also, they'd be chipping in with another 20 goals. Do you know what I mean? So then all of a sudden your goal tally has just gone through the roof. And those, as I said, difference makers, they make a difference at the end of the season. Like when you see like a pattern of play, and there ain't no striker in the box it goes across the goal, and you're thinking, well, if they had a striker, that would have been in the goal. That would have been a goal, and that's the difference to being a title winner or a Champions League winner. Yeah. That's what they have at these teams. They've all got that position covered. It's as simple as that. But he wants to do it his own way, so you've got to respect it, and he's done well with it.
He's been there a long time now, Arteta, and
but I'll tell you what as well. If he doesn't, if that scenario does happen, Man City go second, they go third, and then they don't win the Champions League, they get knocked out by PSG. Disappointing season, but Arteta will have another season.
Yes, absolutely.
But when does it start to get stale? Like, when does it start to think, hold on a minute, you said it's supposed to be happening now.
Yeah, I think
one more year, their recruitment has to be bang on.
There's got to be a progression.
They've
got to back him. They've got to be progressive. They've got to have a striker.
No, but not just a striker, other positions as well.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying they've got to definitely look at it next season and recruit well. If he gets the recruitment right, and then there's on top of the recruitment as well, you got to give some of these boys time to bed in. So he's going to somehow have to galvanise these lads and the new additions as well to play in the same team to go and get some silverware. Because otherwise, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I think next season's a big season for Arsenal and Arteta. I think you can go to the board safely and go, look, you need to spend money now. Liverpool going to go again, Man City going again. I need a centre forward. I need some covering midfield. Do you know what I mean? And you're going to have your young boys like Lewis Skelly and Nwaneri, another year older. You've got this lad Max Downing over here in the back.
15 though. He's 15 years old though.
Mate, Arteta give him a mention to, like, Odegaard. He said, I was talking to someone the other day and they were talking about him. He's saying that there's no ceiling to this lad. They don't know. He's like playing 18s, B team.
Yeah, no, I've watched him. He's a terrific talent.
Yeah,
definitely.
You think?
But listen,
am I talking too early?
Well, putting him in this conversation just yet.
Only because the manager did.
I know, but he's 15 years old. Give the boy like there's different mental challenges that you got to deal with. Right now, he's playing with the most freedom in the world because no fear in it. That's always plays a factor when you're a young lad coming through. The real test is when you get in. Your consistency when you hit it, because he's probably he's not hit no slump or form ever. He hasn't had a chance to yet. Do you know what I mean? So how do they react, these kids, when you're getting mentioned by your first team manager so early on in your young career? I know everybody's does things differently at different clubs, but if I'm an Arsenal fan, I wanted that under wraps. That's my special weapon, but you can't keep these things under wraps anyway because of social media and everything. Everyone's talking about it. But just protect the lad a little bit more. That's all I want, because I want him to flourish eventually if he's that good of a talent.
I remember coming through, I was at school year 11, I was at Lillishall in a national school, and it comes to the end of the season. I didn't know nothing about it till like weeks after. Apparently, West Ham was safe, and Harry, because I used to come back and train with the first team, and Harry wanted to play me at the back end of the season.
This is fair. That's
good. But
if you're doing
he got asked to do going through, and I went to apparently, I don't know, I'll ask Harry when I see him if he remembers, but went to the national school, and I was doing my GCSEs, and it was like they sort of, if I would have known that, I'd have gone, listen, don't worry about them GCSEs. Imagine
Have you used any of your GCSEs in your later life? How many did you get? How many did you get?
I got 2 C's, 2 D's and 2 E's. Raw.
You got C's.
I got 2 C's.
C's that high, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't even turn up to mine. I don't even remember what I got now, to be honest. I'd love to know what I got. I didn't even really... what did you get?
I got 9 of mine.
What?
I got 9 of mine.
9 what?
I got a B. I got a couple
9
of
Bs?
C's.
Did ya?
I can't remember what the other marks were. They probably weren't great. But I got most of them.
So you're the top in this little crew. You're the most qualified.
He is quite clever.
I think my B was in PE. I think they failed me on the physical part.
I got a B in PE.
Don't know why.
I thought I was bankers for A.
Yeah. I did as well.
PE, I was like, come on, I got this. Like, I'm the best. I'm the best at sports in the school. Yeah. I forgot about the theory, innit?
Oh mate. Should we get back to Arsenal and Champions League?
Come on in. Let's get.
Let's
go Champions League. It's going to be a wicked this week. I can't wait.
It's going to be a good game, innit?
I can't wait. Interesting contrast, Bridgie, right? PSG played Strasbourg. They lost. They've already won the league. They rested everyone. I think Doué and Barcola might have had a little game, but Kvaratskhelia didn't play.
He's a player.
Yeah. They lost, right? Not a problem. And I know this for a fact. When you play in France and you're in the Champions League, you can go to the FA and go, say we're playing Tuesday night in Champions League and we're supposed to play Saturday. You can go and say, can we play Friday night? And they would actively move it to help out the team. So the French League has been helping working. It makes sense.
Working with them.
Premier League is mate. We're selling this to...
Yeah.
Anyway,
they're trying to
we
get
don't
the
want you to do well.
Yeah.
They're trying to get
the other managers
They're trying to get the Champions League to France, isn't it? It's about time Paris won it.
93, I think Marseille won it. 92 was the only French team to win it. Paris have never done it. So contrast that with Arsenal's weekend, where they've been turned over at home by Bournemouth
with a full team.
You know, moved a few things around, I think. But, I mean, where do you stand, first of all? Can you see any hope for Arsenal, Bridgie? What has to happen for Arsenal to go and get a result?
You can't say there isn't any hope. But PSG are going to create chances.
Yeah.
Mate, the keeper was brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, both keepers. They made some great saves.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, you get a chance against PSG when he's in the goal.
Yeah.
Mate.
Yeah.
He's so good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, they had a couple of good chances. I think there was Trossard who had one. Make great saves. Made some great saves. So they've got to be clinical if they get a chance. That's for sure. Yeah, I always feel that when I've seen them the last few games PSG played, mate, they create so many chances, and you're probably going to get a couple of chances as well.
Yeah.
Mate, it's great games to watch, but it's a tough ask, isn't it?
It is a tough ask.
I think it's a very, very tough ask.
I think
who's the pressure on?
The pressure's on.
Who's the pressure? Right? Who's on?
Pressure's on both teams.
Yeah,
the pressure's on both teams.
Equal amount of pressure.
It is definitely equal.
Pressure.
But it's tipping in PSG's favour at the moment. Looking from the outside,
definitely it's got to be in their favour.
This is one of them games. PSG probably real celebrated winning in London, and then as the game gets by, they realise Arsenal know the task. They know it's an uphill task, so they've focused on that. But PSG, you have your mental break, and then as the game goes, you sort of get a bit more concerned in closer you get. And what I will put on to PSG, a little asterisk, is there's such a heavy weight on that club to win the Champions League, and they've messed up on so many occasions. I remember they were beating Real Madrid comfortably, and then it spun on its head. They've had a Barcelona result. There's so many results they've had over the years where they've thrown it away, so that will play a part.
I don't think that they weren't as bad as what people made out. I don't think Arsenal. I think they were made out to be pretty bad. I thought the first 20 minutes...
They weren't bad.
They never really had a look in.
Yeah.
I thought, what is going on here? They couldn't press. The pressing
was shocking.
It was like 2 or 3 players would go, and it'd be 4 for passes, they're out. It's not like everyone went together. That's one thing they've got to sort out is the pressing.
Yeah.
They've got to press well as a team, otherwise... The way they... PSG pass and move. They move with such speed, mate.
Confidence.
Like off the ball, the runs off the ball.
Like they all know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's like you could play that style, but it could be a bit rash in it. You don't really know, but they do it with control.
Yeah.
So they know they're passing the ball like round the corner.
Yeah.
and then they know they've done this a few times because they've been doing it in the league.
Deck's going to be massive for him, like the runs he can make forward with the ball and drive,
breaking the lines
and through balls. That's one thing I didn't think Arsenal did enough was. People need to make runs in behind a bit more for a through ball, I think, because there was too many times
Saka will do that.
Passed around.
I think Saka will be on it this game.
Yeah.
I think Saka will be on it.
I think Martinelli made that little bending running behind, little through ball. They need more of that.
I can see it. What do you think he does then? Because Partey coming back into the midfield, I think that's going to be set. It's going to be Rice, Partey and Odegaard. He'll probably go with them. That's strong, and I think
Odegaard's not playing too well at the moment either.
I think he's got a decision to make.
Because he's a captain though, so he plays. So it is what it is. You're not going to drop your captain.
You've got to be brave. I'm just trying to think. You'll go Kiviol, is he fit? Lewis Skelly, Gabriel. Timber was rested at the weekend, weren't he? And Ben White.
I think he needed it because he had a mare with was it Kvaratskhelia?
Yeah, he needs rest.
Mate, for me, I love him as a player.
No, in the first half. But in the first half, he had. Then I think he figured it out because they started pressing together. Because other than that, he was fouling him all the time, like in the first 20, 30 minutes.
Get tight on his first pass, he's dangerous.
He's a proper
player.
Touch,
if you can't get on him,
you're gonna have a problem. Because he's clever as well, and he's strong.
Big lad,
and he's quick.
He's a big lad.
He's a big lad, so
he's great at dribbling.
It's a big, and he's going to be at home now, and then he's going to be asking questions of Timber. So I had your number for at least 30, 40 minutes in the first. I'm going to do this to you again. So let's try and get. I bet you any money they're going to target that side.
Do you reckon?
They have to, because it makes sense. And then what does that do? Eventually, it opens up the other side.
Yeah.
Like it's quite funny as well how PSG had all these brilliant players and not got as close to the final as this.
I watched them, Coley.
And the thing about it as well, Mbappe's chasing after a Champions League, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he thought it was going to be bankers with Real Madrid.
Yeah.
He's gone there. It's gone to. It's gone back home. So he might be evading it too.
Yeah. Do you know what he might be? Do you know with Mbappe? Right. I watched that team we covered in PSG. I've never seen anything like it, mate. You had Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, right? And then it was like the other 7 lads,
spare parts.
All of them were walking, like, and I'm just like, I'm looking at the manager and I'm thinking, how do you cope with that? Like, because if you're Messi, right? He was 34, 35. Understandable that he's been doing that for the last 5-6 years, still winning World Cups. You know what I mean? He's doing his thing.
He plays like that anyway.
He's close. His careers. He's still there. He's still a genius. Greatest I've ever seen, but he can't. He knows he can't do that. But from Mbappe and Neymar, they should have picked up the workload. The manager should have gone to the guys. I'd have said,
"You're not as good as him."
Listen, mate. Listen,
Messi's allowed to do that.
Do you think you're better than him? Do you? Like, I
don't see it.
I don't see it because I don't see it.
So you've got to carry him a little bit because he's a difference maker.
When you're 34, you're going to hopefully be in a team where lads will accommodate you a little bit.
Yeah.
But you're prime of your career. You can still run. And I'd have gone to them. If you both want to play at the same time and put this band together, this super band.
Yeah. There's got to be some negotiations here.
And if I see at any moment one of you not running back, I'm going to take one of you up and put another midfielder in.
That's why Suarez was so good with Messi,
mate,
because he understood the load. He says, "Do you know what? You stay still. I'll do the running. I don't mind it. You're world's best player."
Mate,
so there's no ego. Like when you got a friend on the pitch. That's what I was talking about. Wisart and Mbeumo.
Yeah.
They kind of get it. They're like, "I want you to score." No, I want you to score.
Yeah.
So okay, we do it together then.
Yeah.
That's what needs to be done, and that's what needed to be done with Mbappe and that crew there. But at the same time, now you look at it, it's PSG are looking way better than when he was there.
Yeah.
Not just him, but the others as well, because they've got a team that actually works and functions together.
Yeah.
You see them running together, even when they're defending. Like they defend well as well. So there was moments in that Arsenal game when they was defending really well, like compact, and they was fighting for each other, and that just shows you the spirit that they have, and that comes from humility.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'd love to have played with Messi. He'd do all his running.
I'll do your running for you.
Yeah, I'll get his breakfast. What do you want, Leo?
What do you want, Leo?
It's all right, I'll be there.
Oh, yeah. Can you put 2 on the plate for me? Can you put 2 on the plate for me?
It just makes everyone around him better. Do you know what I mean?
What
Absolutely brilliant. I don't think Arsenal can win it. I backed PSG from early on in the competition, but I think Arsenal will turn up and make as long as they turn up and make the fans proud. I think, really give it a go. I don't go there and go out with a whimper and let the season go out.
I want drama, Coley.
You want drama?
I love it.
Yeah.
It's better, innit? It's not my team.
Have a right old go.
Yeah, have a right old go. Like, just rock it a bit, man.
Talking about drama, the other game, Inter Barcelona, Inter are taking a 3-3 draw back to the San Siro. Mate, that was just beautiful football. People have been, the shout these people have been saying, it's made them fall back in love with football, watching Lamine Yamal and doing his thing. Incredible game, wasn't it, Bridgie?
Oh, brilliant game. Great for everyone to watch, innit? Just open for the same again, basically.
Yeah.
But, mate, he's some talent, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like the confidence.
He's only 17.
Oozes out of him, doesn't it? I know, it's mad. 17, he's played 100 games. Is it 100 games?
100 games for Barcelona.
Mate, unbelievable, isn't it, really?
Is he going to be better than Messi?
Mate, I don't know, right? But have you seen it?
Do you know what? He's better than Messi at 17.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But what I would say is, has anyone Googled this image? Right, I don't know if that's fake news, I don't know, but there's a picture of Messi holding
baby
Lamelle in a bath. Like, that's made me think, that's so weird.
That's
like
on the blessings.
The Messiah. It's just...
I've seen that picture. It's weird, isn't it?
Have you seen it, Bridgie?
He's holding...
It's real.
What do you mean? What was he doing in the bath?
There was a unit.
Did you just say he was in a bath with him?
Yeah, that sounds dodgy. That sounds
dodgy.
dodgy.
He was in the bath with him?
No.
What did you say?
He was like, we need to get that right. So it's
we need to get that right. We've got a picture of it. There it is. We've got a picture of it.
He was bathing him. Chef, bring this.
He was bathing him.
Look. It's a UNICEF picture.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Right. You got it, right? So,
I got it now.
So he's working for UNICEF and...
All right. It just sounded weird you had it in the bath.
I know, but that's weird.
Where we going with this podcast?
No, I get it
It was a photo shoot for UNICEF.
Okay.
Right. I don't know if I could end up getting sued here. I don't
know.
No,
but it's all over
again. See, right? He's I think they needed it was for UNICEF doing work in Africa.
Yeah.
Or something. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that.
And they needed
something like that. I'll just call
needed a brown baby.
Yeah, needed a brown baby.
And he was
there. He was on site.
It
was the closest one around at the time.
How mad is that? You got the greatest player of all time, and then the next greatest player of the generation.
That's unbelievable.
And their paths have crossed.
Yeah,
I don't know if
there's
it's true.
something in it, isn't there?
Is this another Eric Crumble?
Have you ever seen that? So it's like passing the torch, isn't it?
Passing the torch.
Passing the torch. Say, listen, I like you as a kid. Yeah. I'm going to give you some football talent, yeah? I bless the water. Bathe in my success and my talents.
When you first said it, I'm just like...
but it doesn't sound right, because you needed to see the picture. Yeah. Weird. I don't even know. That's just a weird scenario. So imagine that happen.
I just think that's weird. That makes me feel the world's like...
Yeah, works in mysterious ways.
Mate.
Right.
Yeah.
You touched any baby bath water before? Who have you blessed?
What are you saying with that game?
Jar blessed.
What are you saying on that game? Who you reckon will make that?
I think
could go either way. That
could go either way. I backed.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Milan.
You can never like.
Yeah.
Inter.
It's probably going to be Inter.
I think Inter at home. I think they're both great teams. Both teams very different.
Made for him to just go and light up the stage.
Oh, mate.
But what I said about Inter before, though, like somehow they've been lucky to get to this point.
Yeah.
So it looks like things are going in their way. So listen, they're a great team as well. Look, what a great game.
What a great
to watch.
Game.
But you can look at points in their season where they've underachieved a little bit, but somehow they've stumbled across to get into this position. I'm not saying I don't think they've been their strongest self yet.
Yeah.
They've been a bit inconsistent across the season. If we've looked at their,
I spoke to the youth team at Brentford, and I said I implored them. I said, please watch this game again for a young footballer, because you have Inter Milan playing a certain style of play on this end of the spectrum. Barcelona having a certain style of play on this end of the spectrum. It blended brilliantly for a brilliant game, so it was entertaining. But they would, if you're going to be a football career, manager's going to ask you to play somewhere along this spectrum. So there was so much information in that game for young players. So if there's any young players listening to it, go and watch the first leg before you watch the second leg and watch players in your position, because I think just elite level football, it was brilliant. And it made me really, really enjoy football again. I always enjoy football, but it was
capacity, thinking, that's the level, that's what I'm used to. That's what I grew up watching.
I love watching that football. We move quickly on to the Europa League. We've done the Champions League. Man United and Spurs look like they're going to get there. I'm just going to do a little shout. This is for a little personal one. Like, you know, there's a lot of my pals, Spurs fans, who are starting to be a bit nicer to me now because they know that I've got access to tickets. Right? Okay. Right.
We all know a friend like that.
Do you know what I mean?
They don't get in contact otherwise if they want something, innit?
Yeah, I'm just, and there was even a little quote. Well, you sorted out the West Ham boys when they got to the conference final. Do you know what I mean? So now I won't be going to Bilbao, but a Man United Spurs Europa League final, because we've got to think that Man United are certainly through, Bridgie. 3-0 up, going back to Old Trafford. Spurs 2-0 up, is a little bit more in the balance, but you expect them to go through. What do we think of these ties first and foremost? And a Man United Spurs final, is that the most nervous, panicky, anxious game of football? Two fans, both of their seasons.
Well, this is drama. This has got drama all over it. This Bodo Glimt fixture.
Yeah.
It could go awfully wrong because they've got like one of the best forms in Europe, apparently.
Best home form in Europe. Bodo Glimt.
So it could be they could be in a bit of a shout of doing something or winning that tie, but maybe not doing enough. Maybe. I remember it's on AstroTurf. Yeah. I remember I said go young.
You did.
I said go young because these boys can move better than some of them. Yeah. And AstroTurf, it finds an injury. It finds an injury, and if you're going at 100% because you're trying to, someone's gonna get injured, and it might. I'm not wishing anything like that, but something might happen where it's gonna rock the apple cart.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Bodo Glimt are in with a shout because they got that fight. See that one goal they got?
Yeah.
That's what they got to. That's hope.
Yeah.
That's hope. If it was 3-0, then you say, they'll just put it to rest. But this is Spurs we're speaking about.
This is Spurs.
Mate, it's not normal behaviour. They don't know about normal behaviour.
Arctic Circle. How bad must it be, the Arctic Circle, mate, if you've got a better home record than Real Madrid? Like, what are you doing to people? What is your welcome? Like,
what are you doing to people over there?
I want some Spurs fans to send in the whole footage from the moment you step into the Arctic Circle. How bad can this place be where teams like Real Madrid and Lazio are just going, I can't play football there. I want an image of the pitch, the food, the coldness.
Oh, mate, it must be all sorts going on over there.
Listen, I'm looking forward to that game as well.
Yeah, like you said, I think everyone is as well, because there's going to be drama in there.
Flip of a coin, what happens here? Will you fancy Spurs to nick it?
Listen, Spurs should.
They can't blow it. They cannot.
They can't. That is ammo forever. They lost to a rock band.
How happy will you be if they blow it?
It's poor for me.
On a scale of 1 to 10, go Cole. How happy will you be?
You'll be buzzing.
I can think there'll be songs rolling about Bodo Glimt. Mate, Spurs fans won't even be able to look at a polar bear ever again.
They've got to go and see it out. They've got to see it out. But it ain't as easy as what people think, maybe.
They can't. They've got to see it out, surely. Okay. Hopefully.
I think that's all we got time for.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I think we're done. That went
Man United, Bilbao?
Man United, Bilbao?
Oh, they got to see it out. Come on.
Yeah, they will.
Again, you never know.
شعره أشيب كشعرك
أشيب كشعري
رأسه يشبه الأسطوانة وله أذنان كبيرتان كالغيلان
وكيف يبدو جسده؟
كبشري يرتدي قميصا
وله عينان كبيرتان.
ما النواحي الإيجابية لوجود أستاذ روبوتي؟
سيعرف كل شيء مسبقا لأن الروبوتات ذكية بفضل استخدامها لبرامج الذكاء الاصطناعي. ستعرف أحداثا حصلت في حقبة الثمانينات.
ستعلمنا كل شيء في يوم واحد ولن تعطينا واجبات منزلية.
لن يعطوكم واجبات منزلية بالتأكيد.
حسن، فلنرى النتيجة.
يا للروعة.
يا للروعة. فلنرى. تبدو بالضبط مثل ما وصفتموها.
هذا صحيح.
أيها المفضلة لديكن؟ أيها؟
هذه.
أخبرنني.
أحببت هذه.
العلوية؟
باتريشيا سكانلان هي سفيرة الذكاء الاصطناعي في أيرلندا ومؤسسة مختبرات سوب بوكس لابس، شركة مختصة ببرمجيات التعرف على الكلام التي تستخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي في دعم عمليات التعلم. كيف يمكن أن يساعد الذكاء الاصطناعي في سياق بيئة الصف الدراسي؟
يمكن أن يساعد الأطفال على التدرب على قراءة أي موضوع وتقييم أدائهم وتقديم أدوات تدخل وكشف صعوبات التعلم لديهم داخل الصف وتوفير الوقت على المعلم بشكل عام. من أهم استخدامات برمجيات التعرف على الكلام في مجال التعليم هي الكشف عن عسر القراءة. نسبة 10 إلى 20% من الأطفال أو الناس عامة تعاني من صعوبة في القراءة، وفي معظم الحالات علينا الانتظار حتى يبلغ الطفل سن 8 أو 10 لنقيم ذلك. هناك أبحاث تظهر أن في الإمكان تقييم الحالة في سن 4 أو 5 قبل أن يتمكن من القراءة. قد تمكننا هذه الأداة من كشف صعوبات التعلم قبل دخول الطفل إلى النظام التعليمي.
هل تعتقدين أن نظامنا التعليمي الحالي سيخضع لإصلاح جذري نتيجة لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي؟
يجب وضع العديد من العوامل بعين الاعتبار، أقصد بذلك المصداقية والغش ومسألة الامتحانات. فعند التفكير في تشات جي بي تي، أول ما يخطر للناس هو إجراء الأطفال للتقييمات وجعل البرنامج يكتب أبحاثهم، لكن من ناحية أخرى لدينا أداة جديدة ستمكن الجميع في منازلهم من التعلم عن أي موضوع يريدونه. التغير الذي سيطرأ على العملية التعليمية ما زال غير واضح، لكنه سيحدث.
أعتقد أن التعلم أصبح مسعى يرافقنا مدى الحياة. نجهز الأطفال الآن لوظائف ستظهر في العالم لاحقا. لم يتم بعد تصميم معظم الأعمال التي سيزاولها طلابنا في المستقبل. إنها مجرد أداة تعليمية وعلينا أن نتأقلم مع الأدوات المتاحة لدفع عجلة التطور.
يشير قانون أمارة إلى أننا نبالغ في تقدير تأثيرات التكنولوجيا الجديدة على المدى القصير والتقليل من تقديرها على المدى الطويل. قانون أمارة مفيد في تقييم تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي في خسارة فرص العمل إذا نظرنا إلى المستوى الحالي لخسارة فرص العمل بسبب تشات جي بي تي وهذا النوع من التقنيات. إنها خسارات حتما.
يبدو أن أتمتة الذكاء الاصطناعي لعدد متزايد من الوظائف هو أمر حتمي، حيث قدر تقرير لجولدن ساكس أن 300 مليون وظيفة قد تكون معرضة للخطر، لكن يدعي آخرون أنه سيخلق أنواعا جديدة من الأدوار لاستبدال العديد من الوظائف التي سيقضي عليها. آلان، عرفنا بمانا إيرو وآلية استخدامها للذكاء الاصطناعي.
مانا إيرو هي خدمة إيصال باستخدام الطائرات المسيرة. يتم إيصال الطلبات في شكل طرقي، إما من خلال سائق دراجة أو سيارة. نقدم الخدمة نفسها لكن بطائرات.
ما دور الذكاء الاصطناعي؟
يؤدي دورا في جميع مراحل العملية كإجابة قصيرة. نستخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي في تخطيط المسار للحرص على استخدام المسار الأمثل أثناء تحليق الطائرات في السماء، بناء على شحن البطارية والظروف المناخية التي تحلق خلالها.
كم عدد الذين يستخدمونها حاليا وكم عدد الذين يتبنون هذه التكنولوجيا؟
مقر شركتنا هو بالبريغن، ونوصل الطلبات ل35,000 شخص، وتتضمن كل شيء من الخضروات والطعام الجاهز إلى القهوة.
أيستخدم الناس طائرة مسيرة للحصول على القهوة؟
أوصلنا نحو 600 لتر من القهوة. إنها كمية كبيرة. تغير هذه التكنولوجيا أسلوب حياة وتسوق الناس. لا أرى ناحية سلبية، أقصد أنها خدمة إيصال صديقة للبيئة. تستطيع الطائرة إيصال 3 طلبات في الوقت الذي تستغرقه سيارة في إيصال طلب واحد، ولهذا لم تكن طلبات القهوة رائجة سابقا. متوسط الرحلة الجوية لدينا هو 2 دقائق و40 ثانية فقط.
يتم التحدث عن الاضطراب